starting with 15.
Can I change my name in there, or is it too late?
Hey, what's up, everybody? We've got a special 50, 100, 100 for you guys this Wednesday evening. I am your high-stakes resident commentator here at Live on the Bike. My name is JJ Garza. My co-pilot today, Don Dean.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I'm Don Dean, Asa Poker on Twitter, AESAH. Yeah, glad to be here.
Yeah, actually, you started commentating before me, Don.
Yeah, I commentated back in like 2013, but then haven't really done any until last year, just a few months ago when you reached out to me, and we were just playing 510 together.
Yeah, so Don was once a coach for Crush Life Poker for PLO. He's a PLO expert. Also plays No Limit very well. I'm sure your first game was No Limit, transferred over to PLO. I feel like that's all the different beasts in poker. That's what they eventually do. They transfer over to different games or look for certain weaker spots or for more money to be made. And, you know, No Limit is always getting tougher and tougher. People are improving. There's the most strategy out there for that game. So I feel like players definitely branch out to different avenues of poker.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're playing poker, like with the goal of making money, it's good to know how to play different games, because sometimes like one game in the house might be a lot softer than another game. You know, some days PLO is just like a whole bunch of tight players. Some days No Limit's a whole bunch of tight players. So it's just good to know how to play both.
For sure. So we got 51-1. I don't play this big, but I've played with just about everybody on this table besides Jesse Sylvia, he final tabled the main event, and I believe it was, you guys can help me out in the chat, but I think it was around 2012-ish. So we got Jesse, Sylvia, we got Joel in seat number 1. Joe is a lawyer who plays a lot of poker. I played a lot of online poker with him, as well as played a lot of 510 with him here at the Bicycle. Seat number 4, fan favorite, Poker Bunny, taking the poker world by storm. In my opinion, she plays very well, very smart. I know she studies a ton. Seat number 6, he's played on the show before. I believe he's going by Kid Arizona or Kid AZ. So he played in one of Taylor Carroll's games. I believe it was a 10-20 game. He lived at the bike right before the pandemic started. Seat number 8 is also a main event final tableist. I guess he's going by Remito, but his name is Josh. He's going by his last name on here. So we got Josh in seat number 8 going by Remito, his last name. And seat number 9, one of the killers in LA, Ryan Malky. I played from 5-5 when he first moved down here in Chicago, and I played 5-10, 10-20, 40 with him, and he's known to be one of the staple high-stakes players here in Los Angeles. So we've got my favorite type of game, Don, which is a bunch of guys who like to battle, and we're going to see that with Joel and Ryan, Josh, Poker Bunny, as well as we're going to have some recreational players in this game. Since we were on a delay, I saw who else jumped in the game. It's going to be fun.
All right, awesome. Yeah, looking forward to it. I just got the chat set up for YouTube and Twitch, so what do people usually buy in for this? It seems like most people had like 10,000.
Yeah, I saw around 10,000. It seemed like maybe the biggest stack was around 200 bigs, which is 20,000. So.
All right, cool. Yeah. Let me see. Catch up on the chat.
So Isaac was just brushing these players up on how this action clock works. These players have 30 seconds to act on every street. This is a 5-hour show today, so they get 5 time chips. Each time chip is worth 1 minute. So if these players have a tough decision, they're allowed to use their time chips. Once they run out of time chips, their hand will be declared dead. So those time chips do have some value on it. When Dan Zach was in the mix, I don't know if you know who Dan Zach was.
I think so. I think I recognize that.
Yeah, he plays all the variants of poker, was played our High Stake Friday all the time, was once one of the owners and commentators of the show. We always try to quantify how much a time chip is worth in big blinds.
Oh,
I think he said around 2 to 3 big blinds. So if we are playing 5100, each of those time chips are probably worth around somewhere to between $100 to $300. Probably depending on how many you throw in and how useful the situation is that you need time.
Yeah, I never thought about that, but that's definitely a good way to look at it, because if you're making a decision for like $10,000, an extra 30 seconds makes your decision 1% better, then that's already $100.
For sure.
So yeah, I never thought about it that way. That's really interesting.
And let's see if Wayne's going to jump in this game to start off the game. Wayne will dabble.
He's right outside. We can also not drop him.
Wayne, the producer of the show, puts together all these lineups for you guys, so I hope you guys enjoy today. These players out, he gets these players out here to battle and play some high stakes poker.
Wayne, we have 1 or 2 more coming for sure. Like
one coming for sure.
Looks like we're going to start off the show 5-handed, Don, which is ultimate battle scene.
Yeah, hopefully these guys, a lot of times when it's short-handed, I notice like even in situations where it's full ring and it like folds to the button, the mentality that people have shorthand is like they're already in the zone, like they're ready to like play loose because that's what they're thinking they're gonna have to do.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it just flows with even the table talk dynamic. We'll probably see a lot less table talk at the beginning of the show because, like you said, these players are going to be even more focused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money online, so definitely want to focus.
See if you can get the 1-outer. See if you can rip the ace of spades, otherwise use the big.
1-outer for the button. Be impressive.
Do it.
Let's go.
So anticlimactic.
Close as it gets.
Yeah.
You got it. I got it.
Alright. You know how the time system works?
Sure. How much do we get for each one?
1 minute added.
Cool. What do we have normally? 30 seconds?
30 seconds. You can toss them to me, or you can wait to the end of the hand and I'll ask for it.
Just do a rapid
200?
session once a week.
You tell us
3
when we're down to,
seconds
like,
and
One draw to 0.
Your moderator, Sandy Joy in the chat. Thanks for moderating, Sandy.
No,
Let's just say it'll
It's
be
always
like
in
one,
there.
two,
Hey,
Time
Sandy.
Unless somebody
I'm excited. I've never commentated with Don.
And then L
Those of you who watched Live at the Bike in 2019, I was able to create a commentator team with mainly players that I looked up to on my ascension of playing bigger. I reached out to Don, I reached out to Charlie, Wilmeth, Jeremy Fremlin, Adam Swan, Jared Griner, all players that I adore, look up to. I think they're great in different avenues of poker. So I hope that you guys can gain some knowledge out of Don and I today, and it's an honor working with you for the first time, Don.
Just looking forward to commentating with JJ for sure. We've been on and off here, but never together, so looks like we're about to get started.
Like I said, we will do our best to use a balanced approach today, boys and girls in the chat. And I know it's like 95% males because of I've seen the YouTube analytics. But if there's some good table talk, I promise you we will let it ride. We'll be a fly on the wall for you guys' entertainment and let you guys listen. If not, we'll be breaking down a ton of poker hands here.
All right, we already got Jesse limping in there with a 9-4 suited. Poker bunny with 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw, and a gut shot on the 8-7 deuce rainbow. Not much of anything for Jesse, so expecting a check fold, but we'll see if he wants to get creative.
Yeah, it's interesting because both these players have a lot of backdoor equity. You know, once you get more into poker, you start seeing more matrix of, okay, well, with the 9-4 diamonds, I can turn a lot of straight draws, well, and I can turn a lot of flush draws. At what frequency should I check raise? If I'm thinking of in a solver, maybe this hand check raises versus that sizing like 20%. Okay, now I'm going to have to randomize. So, and that's what a high stakes player like Jesse is absolutely thinking. He's looking at what sizing did the Poker Bunny Paulina bet. If it's a bigger bet size, then he can check raise less. If it's a smaller size, then he's going to have a higher check raise frequency with those backdoor draws. So I will try to break down as best I can what these high stake players are thinking.
Yeah, definitely. Like in the theory of poker, the smaller your opponent's bets, they're getting a cheaper price on their bluff, so to speak, so you have to continue more against it. And that includes both calls and check raises.
3-bet by Ryan. Let's see how Ramito proceeds here. Let's defer to Ramito. A hand that he can definitely... I think all avenues are on board here, Don. I think he can 4-bet. He can even fold this sometimes and can definitely flat out a position. So let's see what Josh is thinking.
Yeah, I agree with you. Call, fold, or raise. I can't really fault him for any of them.
And there we go, right off the back of 4-bet. And you know what I was thinking? I was like, 4-bet seems likely, call seems likely, and a fold on stream with ace-queen seems very unlikely. Maybe off-stream players are more tempted to do it, but on stream, no one wants to make those tight folds.
Yeah, I think you don't really want to be known as a person who's going to fold ace-queen to a 3-bet, or people might just 3-bet you relentlessly, and it's just like, it's not good for the game, you know?
Ace, Jack, 6, rainbow.
Yeah, Ramito flopping the best of it here, with only pretty much 3 outs to hit an ace.
Yeah. No, I mean,
One outer for Ryan Malky. He's going to probably proceed versus 1-bet, depending on sizing. He has about a pot and a half left of stack to pot ratio wise of 7,500 into this $5,200 pot. The solver proved 20% bet.
Yeah, really small bet is good in these situations. Before people like kind of learned how to play poker better, you would see like a lot of pot size bets. They're just like even all-ins in this spot, but this definitely makes sure you make your opponent's decision the hardest by far with this kind of bet sizing. And if you do want to get max value by getting your entire stacks in, you got plenty of time to do it with the stack to pot ratio. Like for example, he could bet turn and it'd be less than a pot size bet.
Turn is a jack. Not a card that Ramito likes here. And he's just going to put Ryan all in, and I think Ryan's spot now became probably more of a fold. Let's think of some bluffs that Ramito can have here. Does he ever do this with something like maybe King 10 or King Queen of clubs? But Ryan has the Queen of clubs, so that's one combo, King 10 of clubs. Does he ever do this with like 6-5 of clubs? So just off the bat, we can't even find too many bluff combos, and Ryan's going to make the discipline lay down.
Yeah, I definitely like the way these guys both played it. I think queens, it kind of makes sense to like call once on the flop and then fold on the turn. One way you can think about it is Another way you can think about it, in addition to what JJ said about like what kind of bluffs does he have, is like how much do I need to defend? Because Ryan will have some aces that he's going to call 3-bet with, like ace, queen, ace, king. And then you can call with that and then just fold like your worst hands that you get to the turn with, which I think queens would be pretty down there.
And seat number 7 is Al. Al's been playing all of our high-stake games. He is a recreational poker player, a businessman, but man, he plays poker pretty darn well. And we've seen him do very well on High Stakes Friday the last 3 months. Might be one of the bigger winners on High Stakes Friday the last few months. So let's see how he does in this 51-1 game.
Yeah, I just realized Ryan, I used to hang out with him, but haven't talked to him in a while, so it's good to see that he's moving up in stakes for these big games. That's really awesome.
Yeah, I
didn't even recognize him at first until just that hand.
Poker Bunny with number 1, the aces, and a fold by Ryan Malky. Yeah, I remember Ryan Malky moved here from Chicago, I want to say in 2014-ish. He was coached by one of my friends.
David Chan, right?
Yes, David Chan. And I remember when David Chan was like, hey, this is my friend, can you kind of like, you know, show him in certain games, etc. So Ryan since then.
Please don't burn a bro college student too bad.
You made me lose a pot, don't it? That's what I was
Yeah, good poker player.
I made myself.
Don't quote me on this, but I believe the law is you either have to be wearing
Oh, you're the big.
Scott Brook in the chat says JJ, good analysis.
Thank you, Scott. I still work on my game and study probably a bit too much because I still love poker. It's always
300.
interesting for me to think about, Don, like, should I put my time elsewhere? Because I do spend a lot of time still focusing my life on poker, since it's what I do for a living.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'm just wondering if it's a little too much. But all's been well in poker land for myself, so I'll keep riding the wave until a tidal wave comes and wipes me out, you know?
When you ask me a question like that, I think it's more like philosophical. It's like, in my opinion, just do what you love in life. You only live once. You got your time. Whatever you, yeah, don't waste it.
Jack, 9. 7's still good. Probably a spot where Ramito's going to be checking a bunch.
I think checking makes sense. Continuation betting 3 ways. On Jack 9 is, you know, kind of middling high cards, which a lot of people are likely to call with. And also, I mean, he's got good showdown value, so you're not really looking to fold out better hands, and if you have or get value from worse hands with 7. So I like a check for sure.
And once it's checked to the turn, I think Paulina has a green light here to steal this one. She checks this one. It's just a board that hits a button's range fairly hard with that Jack 9-8, 2 hearts. But she decides to check. And
I think the check is fine. She does. Ace Queen has a decent bit of showdown value against Remedio opening from under the gun.
300.
Oh, this is an interesting bet with the 7s. I guess it's a value bet. It's a really small bet. Probably trying to get called by exactly a hand like Ace Queen. Let's see if Poker Bunny goes for it.
or just hoping that she has the under pairs as well, 6s through deuces.
True, yeah, definitely.
10 seconds.
Poker Bunny does not want to give it up. A good fold by her.
Nice, yeah. Well played.
Back to the philosophical stuff. Same thing that Jared Greiner, I was talking to him, came and dipped in when he was commentating the final table here for the World Series circuit main. And he kind of said something similar philosophically about even being ready to play poker that day. Like, you know, are you mentally healthy to play poker? How is your mood? Do you really want it that day? Do you really want to play? You know, so there's so many different things of like, I told him, because I played that main and I fired 2 bullets on that one. It was like a 1700. I told him I played bad and kind of punted both of them, and I had a lot of things going on that day. And he's like, that's when you have to objectively look at your day and be like, all right, am I even mentally capable to play a poker tournament today?
Definitely. I think a lot of people will say like, oh, this player is good or this player is bad at poker, but I think a lot of times it changes a bunch on any given day. Like, if one player is like not on their A game, they could easily be playing worse on any given day. And it could change in the course of one hand. If you take a bad beat, some players just go off the rails. We've seen a lot on Live the Bike. I don't want to call out any specific players, but we've seen a lot, you know, where they're playing pretty solid, and then they take one beat, and all of a sudden they're in their next hand like 10-5 offsuit.
All right, I can think of a few players, and I can bang them after this hand if I decide to 7-4 deuce in a 3-bet pop. Poker Bunny 3-betting Jesse. Jesse with an unknown hand. Cut off first hijack. Probably should be a high c-bet frequency with something like this with the backdoor flush for all 2 overs.
Yeah, this is a good board for the pre-flop 3-better in these positions because the hijack doesn't have that many hands that hit a 7-4 deuce rainbow. So in those situations where neither player connects with a flop, the 3-better is more likely to have aces, kings, queens, and that's going to basically mean the board favors them.
Turn 9. Now this becomes an interesting spot, Don, because now it becomes a little bit tricky. How much value do you go for here? A bet seems good, but check seems okay too, because Jesse can still have jacks and 10s in his range. Maybe sometimes even queens versus cutoff versus hijack.
2,500.
I think you can go back and forth in this spot. Betting seems pretty good, and we'll defer to the Poker Bunny, who bets 2,500.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. You're kind of thinking, the first thing I'm thinking when that 9 comes is like, do I want to go 2 streets or 3 streets of value here once you hit that top pair, top kicker? And if you want to go 2, you might want to just check and bet the river. But if you want 3, obviously you need to bet the turn. So that's what she goes for. But we got a fold from Jesse. So
Yeah, especially because that hand doesn't need too much protection once you turn that 9, right? Because like the hands that Jesse floated with were probably like ace queen and ace jack suited,
yeah,
and the ace kings that he did not 4-bet, maybe at a smaller frequency, like 25% of his ace kings he doesn't 4-bet, or maybe even less, 20. So those hands will continue, and those hands only have 3 outs.
definitely.
So
When Jesse check calls the flop, he's unlikely to have like queen jack or something like 2 overcards.
Oh, yeah, check, that's a good point.
Well, I learned Kenobi Martin.
I must work there out of Buffalo.
and how are we in the chat? Can you guys hear Don and I well?
Can't hear that,
Yeah, let us know if there's any audio issues, anything else you'd like to talk about. We got Remedio flopping an open ender here, underclaws. Ryan flopping trips, so we could definitely see some big action here, depending on how aggressive Remedio wants to go with his hand.
7, 7, 8.
I feel like the hourly is like, because it is such a specialty.
Yeah. I'm glad.
Round 2 versus Ryan
It's been a really expensive
and Remedo.
Poker Florida saying the female Phil Ivy is back. Poker Bunny the goat.
Yes, I agree. Who is that? Who's my new friend that put that?
Poker Florida 904.
All right, Mr. 904. Let's do it. I guess that's the area code in Florida.
I have no idea.
Turn deuce of hearts.
Yeah, it could be an action killer for both of these players. Ryan did go for a very small value raise on the flop. I like it. He does have a hand kind of like we were talking about that could potentially go for main streets, and this is also a very drawy board, as we see perfectly right here. Remedio hitting the best hand on the river with a straight, his open-ender straight draw.
At what kicker do you prefer to just flat the flop with a 7? What's your standard kicker to raise there on that spot?
I think I'd be more inclined to flat with like a 9, 10, because those kind of like block the draws as well. And then like also you don't want them to fold a draw. Like let's say Ryan had 7, 9, and Remedio would have folded a draw. Then he could have like boated versus a straight and gotten like big cooler value there.
And we see Remedio bet 1200, and Ryan's gonna call.
Yeah, I think this is, so far, I would say every hand we've seen today has been pretty well played, so he's definitely some tough players in the mix.
I just wonder how often Ryan is beating something like when the 9 rivers. I feel like if Remedio had 8, 9, he's probably more inclined to check it over to Ryan. So his bluffs would have to be some straight draws that miss, maybe something like 8, 5. No, 8, 5 got there as well with the 9 on the river, right? Or was it 8 on the river?
The 9 was on the river. The flop was 8, 7, 7.
Yeah, so how often is a 9 turning into a bluff? So it's kind of even a tricky spot of what hands can Remedio even be bluffing there. We got a 3-bet by Al with 8, 5 of spades coming after the Arizona kid.
Yeah, I love that.
Like a small pot, a really small.
But yeah, I think that's a really great analysis, JJ. I think it's very easy to look at that spot and just be like, okay, Ryan has trips. It's just like the turn check through. I mean, he's pretty high up in his range. That's pretty easy to say, oh, I had to call there. But I mean, that's a really great analysis against where it's like, you know, does my opponent who bet called this flop really just have that many bluffs when the flush and the straight both come in?
Ace, king, 9, 2 spades.
Yeah, we got the flush draw for the 8-5 suited here. Not much of anything for Arizona kid, and he just quickly gives it up, which is pretty standard. You're going to have much better hands to continue with than pocket 8s here.
Pocket 8s is my favorite hand, though. So if you would have taken one off, I would not have judged.
I see. Fair enough.
Not that I would have played it any differently. I would just
Would you 4-bet the pocket eights?
I definitely would not have 4-bet pocket eights versus Al there. I definitely would have played it the exact same way, but if he would have peeled one off, I would not have went into judgmental mode.
He's like the lesser known of the.
Ryoto in Twitch chat asks, why do bluffs have to be draws or straight draws? Why can't I just bluff with 2-3 offsuit? I think that's a good question, and the reason is when you bluff with a draw, even if you get called, you have a chance of winning the pot. So that added equity makes your bluff, you know, if you're risking $1,000, but then you have a 30% chance to get that $1,000 back, why not, right? Oh, they said I'm a little low.
Good one about relationship.
Z-Lisks in the YouTube chat says, my wife found out I lost 150K playing poker last year. What do I do?
Somebody comes home and
What is your net worth?
Let me know where you play also. Hit me up.
Depends, because what if your net worth is 10 million, then 150K is the, you know, just a little kick in the bucket. But if your net worth was 150K, then that's no bueno. Then you should probably find another hobby, I would suggest. But if you're a baller shot caller, like some of these players in this game, ain't nothing but a little bit of change. Raise from Ramito here.
Definitely. Everything's relative.
Poker Bunny with another 3-bet here. She's already 3-bet Ryan. She's 3-bet Ramito now. And she's 3-bet Josh, Sylvia. I mean,
she's had good hands.
Jesse, Sylvia, sorry.
Yeah, she's had good hands, but to the table, it might look like she's just like being really aggressive, and they might be suspicious. But like from the booth, because none of those went to showdown.
You know, there was this hand after the stream where I like called like.
But Remedios just gives it up.
Like big vibrators cut off, and then like you got this one, and then I forget his name, but this guy was like whispering loudly to the guy. Oh my god, like you could have 3-bet that, like thinking that like I don't feel bad.
Hey Matt,
about me
they
playing
need you
it,
back
and,
there.
like, it's literally like a flat, so it's like.
We use this
oh my god, Jesse, you should have 4-bet that. That was fucking so.
No, but it's like
so
not the
bad.
same though.
So fucking bad.
It's not the same.
I was telling Jesse I send all these super pros my global hands. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
How do you get enough money on there? Because you can only buy in for like 500 at a time, right?
No, you can buy like 1,000. Oh no.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Like you can only deposit.
Venom, Yellow Ribbon from Twitch chat asks, how do we know what cards they have? They play with a special deck that has RFID. I don't know what that stands for. Sensor inside of them. But basically, they put it over a little square on the table, and it electronically reads the cards.
King 7, another board for trips, and Jesse would trip kings.
No. You can deposit 500.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Oh.
You may have to. I don't know if you have to wait a day or something. I don't know. They
Oh,
used to have
yeah.
bigger deposits.
Well, because I've seen 1020 running a few times, but I'm like, how are people getting on this?
Well, you used to be able to deposit more, but
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
No. What do you play?
If you
If
need,
I
like,
play, I just play an
I talked with the staff, so
But
if you need like something, I could ask.
Oh, like big amounts.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
Not
Okay.
too much even.
Yeah, not big.
Not too much.
I'm trying to do the like sick brags. Like, no, I don't deposit.
Yeah.
But I usually.
Lido Treaty saying RFID equals radio frequency identification. Well, I learned something new today.
I heard that.
You're thinking about it?
Yeah.
Jesse goes for the continuation bet with the trips, which is you generally just want to be betting, especially on a board. You're going to be continuation betting a lot. You generally want to be betting your strong hands. Start building that pot. Definitely a spot where you could go for 3 streets. So,
Like actually rigged.
but of course, not much of anything to get called by with a jack high.
Play the app ever. Play like
Yeah, don't play
any
the
online site but the apps. Those are, yeah.
The chat is moving really fast today.
Awesome.
I
That
can
means that
barely
there's a
keep
lot
up,
of
yeah.
homies in the chat. I'll give you guys some shout-outs in a little bit.
Yeah, this is going super fast. Definitely faster than I'm used to.
Yeah.
A lot of Poker Bunny fans out there.
Yeah. And it's not like
I hit a bad reach jackpot the third day of quarantine though on Poker Bears. What did you? For 15K, so that was like,
That was nice.
I was like, I'm just trying this out, and I was just playing 50.
Yogesh X asked JJ, what if his net worth was 450K? Is it okay to lose
Well,
150K?
the house didn't seem so bad.
We're getting pretty technical here.
Well,
and like the thing is like there might be like
that's a third of the net worth. I feel like my portfolio just went down like 7% the last like month. So
And then it's like people are just less likely to know that there's like bad stuff going on.
it's like a new form of gambling when you grow up, you know, Don, because you start investing and.
For sure, definitely.
I'm like, I haven't even been gambling, guys. I played a little bit online poker the last few weeks. I talked about this on Friday. My wife's pregnant, so waiting for this wave to die down. Thank you. I'm waiting for this wave to die down. February 1st might be the stick in the sand where I just maybe even double mask it and hop out there because I can't not play forever.
Yeah. Daniel Spence says, I want a shout out, please. So shout out to Daniel Spence.
Daniel, thank you for watching. Smash that like button, hit the subscribe button, y'all. We'll continue to bring you amazing action and great characters.
David Allen says, I lost my wife in a poker game. I folded the nuts.
I was gonna be like the only woman who was treated like a man in poker. Except worse, because I got the female negative side as well. So.
Let's go, Poker Bunny.
Global, come on, man. Throw me. I'm just kidding. They treat it very well. For not doing any sponsorship.
Do they do pros over there?
Not really. They have a couple streamers I think are legacy in, and I talk to their management like, you know, all the time and just, you know, if I have any issues or something, you know, I talk to them. That's it. I mean, they promote me very well.
We have a limp from the Arizona kid from the cutoff with ace jack, queen 3-3 board.
In the sense that, like, you can.
All right, yeah, up against mystery hand.
Yeah.
And somehow they're just a legal site.
Yeah, no,
It's very odd.
Betting ace jack here, I think, is reasonable. He's got position for the rest of the hand. Can get Ryan to fold, you know, his equity six.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was like,
6 outs.
do you know how this works?
So does Ryan have something like king jack of diamonds, the wrap type hands around that queen with backdoor equity? Or
Yeah,
does he have a 3?
We don't know what Ryan has, but I kind of like the check raise here because Ryan's saying, okay, you limp from the cutoff. I don't think you have a 3. I'm in the big blind. I could have a 3. So it's like definitely putting the pressure on. We don't know what he has, but definitely like the play.
Yeah, it's probably the extra visibility. Yeah, that's why I'm surprised that you can go through Facebook.
Well, you used to be able to like originally use PayPal, but now like payment processing got harder on it.
Yeah, they only take debit cards or something like
They
that.
take debit and they take something Skrillex.
Check, check. River is a 3 of hearts.
It's making it pretty unlikely Ryan had the 3 on the flop with another 3 coming out there. Ryan could still have been check raising a queen on the value for flop, definitely possible. Or he could just have air, maybe giving up and maybe firing again. We'll see.
They actually just, I don't know if you played on there, the Turbo series in the last week.
Goes for an overbet here.
Really? Yeah, so the 50K guaranteed, it's like all of them had like 17.
AZ kid with just an ace, the jack doesn't play here, so chops with any other ace.
Yeah, very tough spot for Ryan to be bluffing here. Overbet. And Ryan's going to get the job done. Unfortunately, we're not going to know what he had. I wonder how often he check raises king queen in that spot.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the delay?
Yeah, I think JJ, like you said, it's a tough spot to bluff because it's pretty likely that he could run into a queen or even a 3 out of position. The way AZ kid played, he could easily have a queen, so it's very, very easy to run into the nuts.
You guys want to put? Yeah, it's not
What are we doing? I'm down.
Egglol says, I wish Wayne Shane was my dad.
So this is going to be 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3 rolls on all other numbers.
You meant what are we doing for the tip?
Yeah.
Tip is added on.
Yeah, what do you guys want to do for the
We do ask, why can't people just open anything they want and no one could put them on a range? The advantage, obviously deception has a lot of value in poker, but if you're playing bad hands like 3 deuce offsuit, your raw equity of just making a good hand is going to be so low. Like, you know, there are definitely players that like to play 100% of their hands, and the poker community loves those people because they're playing weak hands, and you're just not going to be able to win enough, even if you have that deception aspect.
5. You win it all, my guy.
How much is it?
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At 15 is 105 plus 25 is 130.
And if you guys are wondering why we saw a flop, even though everyone folded, that's a collection flop, meaning whatever the card all the way to the left is pays for the collection. It's $14 a person plus $5 tip each, I believe. So someone will pay something like 7 players times 19 for the half hour.
Yeah, it's just a little faster for the time rake.
It's collection and tip pot all in one. So these players can still tip, but these dealers are making something really good. Like what if they're making like 35 bucks per half hour per 40 minutes.
Yeah.
So they are tipped generously by these players with a tip and collection pot. And if they still want to tip, and I see it all the time, some players still, with the collection pot, still want to throw a few bucks, a few yellows, sometimes some purples, or even $100 chips. It's up to them.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, that's the standard. It's like picture the 15% or 18%, or let's just say 18%, a little bit of gratuity in the mix. And then if someone wants to tip above and beyond for big pot, they are more than welcome to.
Yeah. I know some of my European friends who play poker are really against the American tipping culture.
Can we kick them out?
Can we kick them out? I mean, I don't know. I don't know the rules.
We got three-handed. We played three-handed for 2 hours. And so Jack, the tournament director, he's like...
Yeah, it's nice if you have a dealer you really like, you can show some extra appreciation.
And so he's like saying all the ages. Because one kid is one kid is 21, so okay. So he was like, he'll be the youngest winner if he wins it. He's like, Greg here is 24, he's like, and Jesse's 26, and my whole deal was like, oh man.
Another 3-bet spot, Ramito versus Ryan Malky.
Definitely getting some good hands here in the mix.
Queen 5-4, 2 clubs. This is going to be a pretty insane hand here. A straight draw, flush draw from Ramito.
Yeah, big hands for both of these players. They're both loving this flop. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Ryan with the top pair, top kicker, best hand right now, but you can see the equities on the screen. It's pretty close to 50-50.
Nice hourly on your new social media career.
Isn't like they have
Ramito with 100% continue. What frequency does he choose?
they got rid of it, but like
Call seems pretty normal here, but he does go with the raise.
Yeah, I think either option is definitely wouldn't blame either one for sure.
They used it when poker is like online poker is like.
I imagine Ryan's gonna have to continue here with a top pair. Definitely way too weak to fold. Sorry, the king queen is too strong to fold to just one check raise on the flop. You're not gonna have a hand better than king queen in this spot that often.
Boom.
Wow.
Turn straight for Ramito.
He's got the check mark locked up.
So when he check raises there on the flop, he's repping flush draws, sets of 4s and sets of 5s that he called pre-flop.
A6, A7 is really disguised here. In Ryan's spot, I'm thinking I still have the best hand most of the time if it was the best on the flop.
And a time chip extension. Let's defer to Ramito and see what sizing or what frequency he checks and bets here.
I like the time chip while, you know, it's his action not facing a bet, because normally when we're watching these Live at the Bite games, people only use the time chips when they're facing a bet. But, you know, like thinking about whether to check and what sizing to use here, that's really important, and it's good. I really like the fact that he's investing the time chips to spend some time to think about it.
Wow, and he says all of it. He
Wow.
says all of it. So Ryan is thinking, what hands do I beat? Remember, Ryan still loses the ace-queen here. He loses the 4s, he loses the 5s. What does he beat? He bleeds something like ace-jack of clubs, ace-10 and ace-king of clubs. Does Ramito take those line with those hands? He beats maybe a few flush draws.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, like, Remedios making this play.
And Ryan's going to make the call, and he's drawing stone dead here to a check mark of Ramito.
Remedios making this play kind of makes it look like he has a bluff, you know? It's like, if he has a mage, because Ryan obviously played a lot of live poker, and for me, also having played a lot of live poker, when I see this, I'm thinking, man, it kind of looks like this guy wants me to fold, right? He's got the mage straight, he puts in just straight over bet. But it works out for him, max value.
And Ramito is going to win a $30,000 pot. Welcome to Live at the Bike. Making his high stakes debut here, fresh off of his final table, third place, 2021 main event. Don, I saw him in day 4 and day 5 when I busted, and he was a stronger man that could survive it all the way to day 9 or whatever it was. You know.
Well, also a luckier man to survive it, but I mean, no doubt this man is a beast.
Well, that is true. That is true.
Always gotta need some luck, especially in context of just one tournament. But the fact that he's still sticking around playing high stakes cash games, and that's the longevity. That's the mark of a great poker player.
They want you to take one of the chairs and move it behind the podium.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I think it's that one, but
Short
it's
enough,
this one.
like,
So I think it's
I didn't hear your hands that you would be. What is it?
Is it the one behind me or is it the one near? Okay, so can you move that chair right there behind the podium?
We got a lot of comments saying how the players did not play correctly. I like this one from Slasher in Twitch chat. Generally, when you're commentating in Twitch chat instead of watching playing, you tend to be wrong. And I will have to say, these guys, a lot of these guys are playing. Some of these guys are playing full-time poker. They're playing high stakes. They're good at what they do. They've played thousands of hours. Definitely some recreational players for sure, but I would say even these recreational players, they're playing high stakes. They play thousands of hours. They're experienced and they're good at the game. They're playing these limits.
Jack 5-4, 2 clubs. Pocket 8's my favorite hand. Ryan in the mix.
400.
And Ryan's going to put in a C-bet for value and protection. Doesn't want something with 2 overs, something, let's say, if the AZ kid had King 9 offsuit. It has 2 overs and some sort of backdoor equity to a straight draw. But the AZ is going to float here.
Yeah.
And a straight draw with this 3 of diamonds on the turn.
It's that backdoor equity that JJ was talking about earlier, but is it good enough to beat JJ's favorite hand, the pocket 8s?
Yeah, again, another spot where I could see a check and betting line, and I prefer the check line. River is a queen.
I have to imagine AZ kid's got to go for a bet here. I don't think check calling with the king high on the flop just to check it down on this run out. We'll see though. King high does have some showdown value, but
and
he does go for the
check it. Yeah, it would have been pretty sweet for him to go for it there. He does have a 6 in his hand, so he can have all the 6-7s. Even 6 deuce suited if he's killing that versus with the big blind ante in play. So.
Vic Holcomb mentioned using a time chip and then betting is almost always a value bet. It's kind of an interesting observation. I mean, I definitely don't think it's true. I think these players are smart enough to mix it up, but...
Oh, well. 250.
Corey Randolph asks, why is pocket 8 your favorite hand?
When I was coming up the limits, I won my first 10K pot with it. So.
All right, fair enough.
And then a few weeks later, I won like another 10K pot with it. So I don't know. Ever since then, it's also a very easy hand to play. I like simple hands to play. That's why once I started to learn how to use solvers and stuff, and you know, sometimes it would get tricky with certain overpairs like aces and kings, and a lot of times solvers love checking aces on almost every flop and pot control and get a bet in or a raise in on another street. So I just try to keep poker as simple as possible and play my ranges correctly. And eights is just such a simple hand to play. You know, it has showdown value. You don't have to get too crazy with it. And when you flop a set, it's always a big hand that you're usually going to win. So
I love it.
Yeah,
They keep hearing all in.
Nadal's playing right now too, which is always fun.
Crazy about the Djokovic situation.
You're not crazy?
No, I said it's
AZ Kid is going to raise up his button here. Queen, queen, deuce. AZ Kid with trip, queens.
I guess I see both sides of that.
yeah, no.
I
It's
think
just
it's
crazy
kind
because
of
he's
Right with the ace jack high, usually gonna be ahead against like a button raising range on this flop. So not surprised to see the continue, but in this situation, drawing nearly dead.
Could you chop this? Oh wait, 1 sec.
1,000 is the bet.
Bet of 1,000, a big bulky bet from the Arizona Kid.
Yeah, Ryan Lane go with the ace high. Seems reasonable enough.
Your line was kind of weird though because it was the fires were going on.
That was the last time I was out
Dude,
there.
it was a bummer being out there, honestly.
It was yeah, it really sucked.
Yeah, because I studied abroad in Melbourne.
Oh, you did?
Cool.
In like 2015, I guess. So I had such good memories, and then it was just like
Being
Yeah.
frugal.
that kind of sucked in that during that time.
Yep.
But I mean, it's just
Yeah, that was really weird. I have some really cool pictures of the sky.
Dude, I mean,
they're
it was
now.
cool. Yeah, it was trippy looking.
Yeah.
And at the time, I was like, man, it feels so weird wearing a mask.
Right now?
Because
Yeah, let's do it.
Hey, man, we have a long way to go.
Same. I need like 80 more.
250.
But it's gonna happen.
I believe in you.
Queen till 6, though, right? Or 5?
We go 5
I love
hours,
that
we
city
turn it
so
1.
much.
It's
But
like
I
your first pick.
think if I could live anywhere,
Like a hair after 6,
if I had to move from where I live, because obviously I chose to live where I live.
Yeah.
But I think I live in Melbourne.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Even got the
Yeah.
pronunciation down there.
I love it out there. I'm really into food too, and that's just the best breakfast in the world.
Yeah, it was cool going back because when I was there before, obviously I was a student, so I couldn't go to like.
Thank you for your $2 donation, JR. Says, when will Jerry Fang, who used to play on our stream and a regular at the bike, play on stream? I don't know. If he wants to jump in one of these,
Okay, I will.
Yeah, I'll definitely
if he wants to play in one of these 25, 50s, or 51s, he's more than welcome to jump on in. Yes, you know Jerry very well.
Okay, yeah, I didn't. When you said Jerry Fane, I was thinking like like big name poker celebrities. Like I can't think who this is, but I've played like 1,000 hours with this man. Yeah, he's fun to play with actually. He's a very interesting personality.
for 5 years, and every day I walk out of there and it's sunny out.
You're just still in a good mood.
I just like love the world.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's a wonderful place to be. I went one year, I remember it was like 2018, and when we took off, crypto was doing great. And I was like, I might not even play any tournaments. I might just eat breakfast and just chill and, and then by the time I landed, everything was down like 30%. I played a full schedule.
Alright, 3-bet from Remedio, King, Queen 10. Usually a pretty good board for the 3-better because they're going to have a lot of those Broadway cards.
And he doesn't even have like infinite in crypto.
Right.
It was just
Remedio does go for the continuation bet. And pocket deuces would expect a fold here, but see if Poker Bunny wants to get creative. For her, under the gun raising range, definitely going to have a lot of good hands continue on this board.
Yeah, it should be a high C-bet frequency, like we did see from Remedio. And a high, extremely high fold spot frequency by Poker Bunny, near 100. If she was to get creative, it would be as a pure exploit, and maybe they've battled some and Las Vegas because I know Poker Bunny plays some high stakes in Las Vegas, and Josh Remedio probably now plays some high stakes since he has a bigger bankroll than before the main event. He was mainly just playing 5-10 before the main event, and that I think it was a $3 million payday for him. So I could be off, chat. You can help me and tell me how much he won for third place, but I think it was near there.
Pretty ideal.
Remedio trying to go back to back with 2 10s. Jesse also talking about his crypto investment. There we see the snowman once again in action in full effect from the small blind.
Yeah, all right. Let's see if we can take down the pocket tens here.
10 seconds.
Is Remedio the one from the main event? Yes, that is. And Jesse was on the final table of the main event about a decade ago. I think 8 or 9 years.
Yeah, just under.
So definitely got some main event finalists up in here.
Yeah, it's awesome. I wish I could have been the third on this table. Unfortunately, couldn't get the job done. Maybe one day.
Future main event finalists, Ryan.
10 seconds.
$3,200 in the pot. Let's see how these players tangle on this ace-10-3 board set for Remedio.
Yeah, Jesse 3-betting this. This is, again, normally a very good board for the 3-better with an ace out there. He's going to be more likely to have ace-king and ace-queen. Does have some showdown value with a pocket 8, so could see a check or a bet.
Yeah, tough board for 8s. But when you're playing range, it's almost like you're playing 2 napkins in your hand. So these high-stake players, although someone like Jesse has 2 8s in his hand, he's going to play this board with what his entire range usually wants to do, not just his exact holding. So a bet of 20% pot and a call. Remedio keeping Jesse's range very wide. Turn is a king. 4,400 in the pot. We're more than likely going to see a check from Jesse with his 2 8s. But you never know. Maybe Jesse wants to rep aces, kings, and ace-king.
Yeah, I mean, he could definitely, from Jesse's perspective, Remedio raised and just called pre-flop, so he's thinking, okay, the other guy, he probably doesn't have aces, kings. Might not even have that much queen-jack, but Jesse just goes for a check, probably giving up on the hand, which is a good decision here, as Remedio does have the set. What expected value bet from Remedio's side here?
Yeah, he's probably trying to schedule his betting not to get that pot. I was going to say he's going to bet something like 2,000. How much did he bet? 2,000. Yeah, 2,000, which would make the pot something like 9, and about another half pot size bet back with about 5,000 into around 9,000. Seems pretty good to schedule your betting.
Definitely. From Remedio's spot there, I would be looking to figure out how to get all the chips in the middle by the river, so picking a sizing like that sets up a good river size. I actually also really like that he mixed it up, because earlier the hand went to showdown where he had the nut straight, and he made a huge overbet on the turn. So in this spot, you know, if I'm another player at the table, I'm seeing them, like, last time he had the nuts, he made a big overbet. Now he's betting small. That's kind of suspicious. But, you know, Jesse with not much of anything pocket ace just gives it up. So, yeah, I like that play.
No, but it has been.
Yeah. Jesse, you play at all? Tennis?
I did in high school, and I've just started playing like pickleball only.
Okay.
Pickleball's great. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
The issue with tennis for me is like I play so infrequently that every time I play the first hour, the ball's everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you play?
So my fiance, it's like one of her New Year's resolutions was to take tennis lessons.
Oh, cool.
And I told her, like for her, and I told
That's
her
a great New Year's
Story or
resolution.
I thought there was about the cards.
for incentive, I told her first time she beats me in a set, I'll give her $1,000, just like if she ever beats me.
Yeah.
And so we've just been like playing here and there, and Yeah, she's getting better pretty like faster than I expected.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to start playing.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, my buddy has a
350.
an open tennis bet and an open pickleball bet.
The widest range spot in all of poker, small blind versus big blind. A lot of this spots, some of you players, ace 10, 3, 2 diamonds, don't play these type of spots because usually they chop in smaller games. But these players are forced to play here on high stakes Wednesday. And a board that Remedio is going to represent. He's going to represent the ace since he was the raiser pre-flop. The AZ kid with a pair of threes is going to have a clear continue.
I don't think they're going to hate you.
We would expect Remedio to be firing if check 2 on something that brings him a straight draw like a king or a queen. And that is just a perfect card for the AZ kid. And let's see how the AC kid
Sounds like they're gonna like you then.
proceeds. I believe he already checked it over to Remedio. And he did not check it over. He's now going to lead a snap full from Remedio.
I mean, like, generally it is, but like,
Yeah, Remedio flopping that backdoor equity. Again, once you get more advanced in your poker study, then you start to focus on all the smaller edges, where it's like the Jack 9 is a small wrap around the 10, where it's like on any 8, any 7, any queen or king, you're actually turning a straight draw. Although it may not seem like much on the flop at first glance.
Yeah, the funny thing about poker strategy, we can watch this 3 to 5 years from now, Don, and be like, that doesn't sound correct. Once in a while, I'll have like a old school live at the bike, especially during the pandemic, that would pop up in my feed. And I would just, listen and just mainly just chat with people during the pandemic. 6-6 deuce, another small blind versus big blind spot of wide ranges. And I would say, oh, that bet sizing is outdated on a monotone board, or this sizing doesn't really work as good as the way I perceive poker nowadays. So ever evolving poker strategy, as well as seeing some of the old school legends that I'll play poker with some of the guys that have played on high stakes poker and or different people with poker cloud, and you see them doing strange things that you don't think is good, but at one point in time they were good, but or that theory was good, but kind of just gets outdated.
Yeah, definitely. As the collective knowledge changes on like how to play throughout the years, things are different, and I think when any game is like brand new, it really favors people who can kind of intuitively figure things out. But nowadays, ever since I think around 2018 or 2017, somewhere around that time, now that we actually have access to like pretty close, not perfect solutions to poker, it really favors at the highest levels people who are really good at like studying and like, yeah, just like really being really sharp on being very close to that strategies.
Just want to go to Tokyo and install.
250. 800.
There's a lot of people in the YouTube chat talk about how Poker Bunny keeps staying up and staying down. I haven't even noticed that. I've been looking at the cards. Sorry, guys. But
well, yeah, she's a bunny. Of course she's going to be hopping around. Come on, boys and girls. Let's do this.
True.
That's like an obvious read. A 3-bet, another 3-bet from Poker Bunny. She's going to take this one down pre-flop.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, lots of 3-bets from Poker Bunny. None of them have went to showdown. She's like, we know up here in the booth she's always had good hands, but wondering if some of these other players at the table might be getting suspicious.
Yeah, a little better when I was there, but not even that well.
Also, if you guys could do me a favor, and I always ask this once every stream chat, to not talk about masks. It is mandated in LA County that you need to wear masks indoors. But yeah, there's always one or two people who are like obsessed with people wearing masks at the table. It's not that big of a deal, guys.
King, 3 deuce, 2 diamonds. Ryan with a very loose open from his button. It's because that big blind ante is in play. Jesse has a clear continue here with middling pair. Beats a deuce and a 3 and has the backdoor diamond draw.
Yeah.
Turn 7. Pretty big brick card for both players. River is a 4.
Wouldn't
Check
expect
mark.
a chest from Jesse. We'll see if Ryan wants to go for a bluff here. Or if Jesse wants to go for a value bet even with a 6s. Seems a little thin. He's thinking about it.
And he's going to say, yes, let's go for a thin value bet. Looks like he grabbed 400, which is around 30% pot. Seems good. It's something to get called by something like ace-queen, preferably, or something like ace-3, ace-4, 4-5, that now picked up a pair. Seems pretty good.
Yeah.
That's when you can tell, like, a very good player when they see the matrix and those thin value bets. That's where the money's made a lot. It's not made off of those huge bets that you see and that makes a YouTube highlight. It's the ones of those little small over and over value bet day in and day out that just adds up to your hourly win rate.
Yeah, I think a lot of like the YouTube highlights might be it's like, oh, set over set. It's like, well, no matter how good of a player you are, basically any two players in that situation, you're just going to be all in. So it's like, but yeah, it's kind of the small hands that also how frequently they come up. Like they come up way more frequently. So it's all small decisions that end up really impacting your poker win rate. It's like everyone knows what happens when you get set over set. It doesn't really matter what decisions you make.
More open-minded. Taking amends.
Kyle Anderson says, I'm only watching because of Poker Bunny. Well, still glad to have you here, Kyle Anderson. Hopefully come back to Live the Bike.
If I'm native, how long does it take to live somewhere to be a native? I feel a native.
Well, Kyle Anderson, I got one for you. I'm only here for Poker Bunny too, so right back at you.
And then, like, if you live there for more than a year, you're just born and raised. Yeah. I met probably 2 people my whole time out there that were born and raised there.
That's pretty long.
I'm always so impressed.
It's a weird place to have a childhood, I feel like.
Yeah, probably.
I know someone. My friend's girlfriend's from there.
Last trail 200.
That's probably it.
What's that?
My friend's girlfriend is native. I think that's the only person I know.
Yeah, it's probably the person I know.
That's a good second. I was like, is there a chance? There is a chance.
You had that brief moment where you
I'm fucking tired.
I hear you, man.
Looks like we're going to bump up a straddle round here.
Goal number 1, don't misread my cards. Goal number 2.
Make sure if you guys haven't yet, smash that like button. Also support our channel, please, and smash the subscribe button. It means a lot to our channel, and we're continuing to grow it. And hopefully sooner than later we can get to 200,000 subs. We've got a sick game tomorrow. Poker Bunny will be in the mix tomorrow, as well as Eric Hicks and a few of the other regs. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow.
Squatting over there, which I mean,
300.
You should get some sort of award if he.
You know me?
No.
Oh man, I'm the squatter. People call me the Squatty Potty King.
The Squatty Potty King.
Can you have him change my name on the stream?
I feel like that's
He would like to be, Ryan would like to be changed to the squatty.
Got pocket aces for Ryan, raising it up.
Looking for an endorsement.
Doesn't look like he got any actions. I feel like that's one of the worst feelings in poker.
That was awesome.
Nice squat a lot.
Like in the gym or
Like 300.
No, just like in life. I took acid one day, like around 19 or 20, and I realized like that's where I want to be in life, is in the squat.
You should go to Asia then. That's like the
I know.
Yeah,
Believe me, I look on when El was sitting there in his squat. Just like, God damn it, he's been doing this since birth.
It's so pure.
Their ass touches their ankles.
There's a
it come easy to you, or do you have to
No,
work it now?
6 years ago I couldn't even like barely get into it.
250.
I had to warm up like 20 seconds or so. I'm okay. But I can only stay there for like 30 to a minute, and then it starts getting comfortable.
9, 3 deuce, rainbow.
Thought this was for sure gonna be some sort of
Top pair for the poker bunny. Let's see if she wants to go for a continuation bet or a check. So she opts for a check here. The kicker's a bit low. It's still kind of a mix-up, like definitely a good enough hand to value bet, but it's good to have some strong hands in your check back range as well. So
Arguably harder.
Yeah.
To do that.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I
you
guess
got
it's
things
just a different
pushing
muscle,
you down.
but yeah, I can guarantee you my friends who squat a lot,
500.
like a lot of weight, like
Yeah.
can't hold it for years.
Yeah.
Remedio with a king 10, not much of anything else. Go with it. Just is done with the hand.
What's your name?
With a little
Yeah,
bit
I'd say 45.
JD? Okay.
We've been seeing some like continuation bets today, but we haven't really seen. We've been seeing like some flop bluffs, so I don't think we've seen like a multi-street bluff today that I can think of.
20,000?
Yeah, I'm not sure we have seen that. That's a good point that you bring up. Well, I definitely know that Poker Bunny, Jesse, Joel in seat 1, Al is definitely capable of bluffing. So is Ryan Malky. I've seen Ryan Malky bluff off. So let's see if we get an interesting spot where someone bluffs off a stack, whether it works or if it fails.
We just see that overbet with Ryan on the 3-3 queen 3 board, but we don't know what he had. So
New player at the table is JD in seat number 3. I've played with JD over the years. JD, not sure if he wants me to disclose what he does, but he is down to give some action. Likes to play a lot of hands, likes to put pressure on players. Limp from Remedio from small blind, and we're going to see 3. 6-4 deuce, top pair for Remedio.
100.
Gutter for Ryan Malky, who takes the aggressive line with a bet.
300.
Remedio going for the immediate check raise.
I can get on board with this. He wants to defend versus overcards that might have just took a stab.
You can see in the graphics that he's got 73% against 27%. Whoa, not anymore. Ryan turning the straight. Wow. But what I was gonna say is, you know, having 73%, even though you got the best hand right now, cleaning that up, taking the pot down to 100% is a great result. Or also getting a call and then you're getting value for your hand. Ryan going for a check back.
River is a king, 900 in the pot.
I'll get it next hand.
I went to school and
I like Ryan's play here to play deceptive and trappy. Got to have a balanced strategy and check sometimes and bet sometimes with made hands.
He's also thinking it might be hard to get a turn and a river bet out, so maybe he'll just go for a river bet. And he does have position in the hand, so something like this can happen too. Remedio going for kind of a block bet. It's like, I want to get to showdown kind of sizing.
Yeah, and I wonder, let's defer to Ryan on what sizing he chooses, but if I'm Ryan, his hand looks a lot like a 2-pair that flops, like 6-4, 6 deuce. And Ryan's going to go bulky.
a lot of time in Santa Monica though, especially after my junior year, my sister went out to college and she was living in Santa Monica, so I just
A wide range spot. Remedio wondering if he would have just checked, if it would have played differently. Did he induce Ryan by the small bet?
Yep, 1,500.
and we're gonna move to Santa Monica, and our friends said they go to Orange County instead, because they knew us from like Massachusetts and thought I would like it more, and I think I would have, but I just didn't know anyone. Right.
Oh,
Wow, and Remedio's going to make this call, and Ryan's going to show him the straight.
Wow.
Very ambitious call by Remedio. You know, and that just shows you that Remedio has seen High Stakes Friday and Ryan Malky play, because to be able to make that call, you have to give your opponent a lot of credit to being capable of a very good player. You know, if you're playing like a 5-5 game, 5-10 game, like that is a very underbluff spot in a vacuum.
Because Ryan did make a bet and then a call against a check raise on the flop. So you think he had to connect with that board somehow, and you know, a lot of players aren't going to turn a pair into the bluff. Like most players that they're sitting there, even with a hand as weak as like just a 6, for example, they're likely to just check it back and take their showdown value.
Yeah, that definitely that check back in position by Ryan Malky help him make some extra cheddar.
JD, do you know how the time system works?
Yeah. No.
Okay. So each hand you get 30 seconds for free. If you go over that, I'll let you know at the 10-second mark that you're about to go over. If you go over that, I'll take a time chip and add a minute to your clock. If and when you run out of those, then when it gets to 10 seconds, we'll let you know. And if it gets to 0, your hand will be dead when you're out of time chips. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Awesome. 300.
JD's going to go with the min raise pre-flop to 200, and we're going to see 3. Both players with the pair. Jesse has a pure continue here with a middle pair and backdoor flush draw. Turn is an ace.
It's the action killer. JD's hand went from very good to not so great, but decent, you know.
And JD just checked this one back and one-liner to the straight.
I would expect a check here on the river. Both players have some showdown value, but nothing super strong to value bet. But we'll see what they decide to do.
Whoa, look at this icy thin value here.
JD going for a huge bet here. Wow. Oh, 700. Still a pretty big bet. It's a little over 2/3.
A very creative mergy bet here. He's trying to make it sound like a bluff and trying to get paid by a worse queen, like queen jack.
Yeah, Jesse's thinking about it. I love the bet.
Very creative. JD, good spidey senses to know that he's ahead and trying to play the part of making Jesse think that he absolutely bluffed off with like maybe an air ball, like 10 jack, like king jack, and all those hands that probably would have bet the flop. And here is the scoreboard, I believe, as we change dealers.
Yeah, your microphone's over there.
Wesley Moran says smashing the like for JJ.
Hey,
Smash
what's
the like,
up, Wesley?
guys.
Thank you, bro. Nice to see you. Cumulative winnings. Ramito, 3rd place World Series main event, 2021. Up 20,000. Poker Bunny up 1,900. Al up 1,350. JD up 650. The AZ Kid down. Joel stuck. Jesse stuck. And Ryan Malky within the first hour is stuck about 17,000. But we've got a 5-hour show today. Here are the chip counts. Everyone ranging from 350 big blinds down to 100 big blinds. We are playing 50, 100, 100 today. In the booth is Don Dean and myself, JJ De La Garza. I go by JJ 4D Poker on all my social media platforms. Here are the VPips, Ryan Malky and JD playing the most hand. JD just jumped in the mix. Don, what is your Twitter handle?
It's ASA Poker, AESAH Poker.
What does that stand for?
You know, it's actually from the Golden Compass series. It was my favorite book series when I was a kid. And in the second book, they have a knife with that name. It's it's shortened because it was too long, but yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I was a big fan of it way back. I remember the first time I read it way back in middle school.
Just give them back 15 after, right?
And yeah, I've just always used the name since then. Never changed it.
Nice. I was, you know, sometimes I'm just kind of like out of the mix on social media. Sometimes I jump in the mix. Yesterday I went for about an 8-mile jog, And out of nowhere, I was like, oh, that would probably be a pretty good tweet. And then another one came up. So hopefully I can get that creativity and bump up my Twitter. One of the ones that a lot of people liked from yesterday was, I was thinking on my jog, all right, people hate jacks. I don't know why it popped up. I was like, all right. I know that some people hate playing jacks, but just pretend they're pocket tens, problem solved.
Yeah.
Meaning like,
It's like what you said about eights, right?
yeah, meaning like, okay, how would you play pocket tens? You come in for a raise. If there's raise in front, sometimes you 3-bet it, sometimes you flat. If there's 2 overs, you're not going to overplay on your tens. Like, people were like, okay, well, can I play them closer to queens? Fine, go ahead. I just meant the common ground, and just don't look at them as jacks. Look at them as either a little bit stronger or a little bit weaker. That's all you have to do.
Yeah. I think a common mistake for most like newer poker players is they see a strong hand pre-flop and they think, I gotta get to showdown with this hand no matter what the board is. But I mean, a strong hand pre-flop just means it's more likely to be a strong hand on the flop. It does not mean it is going to be a strong hand on the flop.
So it doesn't mean you're gonna scoop the pot at the end.
Yeah, exactly. I think like a lot of players have that expectation where it's like, oh, I have jacks, I'm gonna win the hand, and then that causes them to call a lot of bets in a spot where they probably shouldn't. We got a huge multi-way pot here, by the way. Jack 10-7.
Yeah, Ryan with the nut flush draw. Joel with the flush draw. AZ Kid with top pair. Poker Bunny with the pair and a straight draw. JD with the top pair and a straight draw. So we're going to see some fireworks. Do you like bomb pots? I love bomb pots, by the way.
This is so interesting. Like, almost every player has, like, a piece of it. So,
and JD's coming in for a raise.
yeah, that makes Poker Bunny's decision easy with a gut shot plus middle pair. Just quickly throws away. AZ Kid throws away the top pair, no kicker.
And
Ryan's got a tough decision, I think.
Oh,
I'm
Ryan's
definitely not folding.
Yeah, Ryan's always going to continue. He's playing with, what, almost a starting stack of somewhere like 17,000. He knows if he peels off a spade that costs 1,800, he can maybe double up for worse flush draws or a sticky set or a sticky straight that won't give up. So Joel's going to let go of his flush draw. Ryan
Good fold from Joel because he correctly recognizes, hey, even if I hit my flush, it might not be good here, even though he has pretty good odds to hit it in terms of just like the money amount. And that might be why Ryan just called instead of going for a potential semi-bluff with a 3-bet there as well, because he wants Joel to come in behind with a nut flush draw. You want as many players in the pot as possible because you only win if you hit anyway, so you just want other people in there.
Bet of 5,000 is fold. 4,500 at bet.
Yeah.
Let me try this one more time. Bet of 4,500 and a fold from Ryan. And I was a little tongue-tied because I'm not the greatest at bomb pots. I do enjoy playing them. I feel like a lot of times I will send my friends some bomb pot action, and they're always reassuring me, you played it fine. You got to play 8-9-way pots. So even in that spot, I know it seems nitty when Ryan bets 400. If I'm Joel, I'm sometimes folding that spot with the 6-high flush draw.
Yeah, that's definitely
because
reasonable. There's so many players behind.
You have to fade. Once Ryan bets, you have to fade the 6 more players behind, plus the reverse implied odds of hitting a spade and playing a big pot. So there's some advice in some bod pots. You're allowed to play snug because you're playing 7-8 ways. And if you have good removal and you know a player plays tight, then you're allowed to go for a sick bluff because they should give you a lot of credit as well. So you got to play on both sides of the sword and pretty much fill out your opponents and know their tendencies.
Yeah, definitely. I like the discipline fold from Ryan there on the turn, not really getting good odds to chase the flush, and then even if he does hit, in that situation, you have to think he's probably not that likely to get paid because, like, it kind of looks like he has a flush draw, so folding enough flush draw on the turn I know is, like, a play a lot of players are going to be very reluctant to make, but I think in terms of purely, like, equities, yeah, you don't have the equities to call that big of a bet.
Joel I believe that's the first hand Joel has taken down. So I know Joel has played a 5-5-50 game. Welcome to the high stakes game, Joel. Joel will play some big games here in our Legends room. Like I said before, he is a lawyer by day He's an avid poker player by night. He plays pretty well for a recreational player.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, you're right.
Recreational, semi-pro, avid poker player, all in the same mix.
Awesome. Yo, Sandy said, can I type in my thing in Twitter in the chat? Sorry, I'm not logged in right now, but it's AESAH poker on Twitter. Yeah, sorry about that.
Let's see if Joel can go back-to-back like Drake here. A spot that Jesse has that's going to mix here. He's going to 3-bet sometimes. He's going to flat sometimes. And there's the 3-bet. And a snap call from Joel. I was going to say, let's see at what frequency does he 3-bet or 4-bet fold and call, and snap call by Joel. Ace Jack 7, 2 hearts.
Yeah, we got the gut shot, but not that great because there is a flush draw out there, so only 3 outs to make like the nuts for Joel. 2 overs against Jesse's hands, but it would still be an under to the ace. So.
Did you see how Marvin just looked at the camera right there? He's a little sneaky Marvin.
He's like,
did you see
like,
that?
hello guys.
Did you
What's
guys
up?
see that?
He wanted us to see him.
No, I'm just joking. Marvin, since I've been playing poker here in 2011, he's been a floor man. He's very good, and he's always calm, cool, and collected. Probably the smoothest floor man that I've ever seen. He can smooth out, iron out any situation, talks to people, pulls them off the table, calms them down. He's very good. So he actually played where I played basketball. I played 1 year at ELAC, or East LA College. He played 2 years, but about 15, 20 years before I did. So
I love the floor people at the bike in general. I've been playing here for many years, and a lot of these guys have been around, and yeah, they're cool. It's one of the reasons I definitely like to keep coming back here.
Make it big.
We got a 3-bet from 7L with a 10-9 suited. AZK will just give up with a Jack 8 off. $10-9 suited, definitely a good hand to mix into your 3-bets to hit some of those lower flops. So mostly you're going to have big cards. What's up, Killer? Kill 420 in the chat. Raise from JD with a queen jack suited. Joel defends in the big blind, ace 8 off. 6-6 deuce rainbow. Neither player with much of anything. Joel with ace high got the best hand. Definitely a reasonable spot for JD. Go for a continuation bet, which he does go for. Again, this is a spot where because Joel opted to not 3-bet, JD is going to have more aces, kings, queens, etc. And neither player is that likely to have a 6 JD also has position for the rest of the entire hand, so it's tough for the big blind to continue there with much of anything.
The chat is just like gonna be so happy about like this entire Like, I was literally like saying like I like ran to like see if there was like stuff on my face, so like I didn't like watch like Instagram anywhere the bathroom. And then like I was trying to explain that.
Raise from AZ Kid, King 10 suited, 3-bet from Remedio with an Ace King off. Ace King, a great hand to 3-bet, obviously. Top 5% hand in poker from pretty much any position. AZ Kid with a good hand to continue. Let's see if he goes for a call or a 3-bet. Or a 4-bet, sorry. He just goes with a call. Yeah, AESAH. That's exactly how you spell it. Killer Kill 420 in the Twitch chat. AZ Kid flopping a gut shot here with, again, on a 2-tone board, so only 3 outs to the nuts. With an overcard here, so from his perspective, a king might not be bad, although from our perspective, we see that king actually gives Remedio a better hand. And we do hit that king, so both players here thinking they probably have the best hand, but nothing like super nutted. Top pair, top kicker for Remedio. Top pair, third kicker for AZ Kid, still with that gut shot. Wow, they're gonna both be a little tricky here. Just check it to the river. I'm expecting probably 1 bet to go in on the river and a call. The way these two have played it. We'll see what they do though. Remedio might be going for a thin value raise if AZ Kid bets. I don't know. Could go either way.
Yeah, I'm not like, you know, yeah, it's super bad.
Yeah, it's a quick bet and a quick call. And Remedio has got the best of it. Note that if AZ Kid just goes for a check there, Remedio's just going to bet anyway, and AZ Kid's going to call. So, regardless of what decision AZ Kid takes from that spot, probably loses about the same amount of money.
I don't even know how to like behave around humans. Like I haven't been outside or like anywhere. Like I've just been like on my laptop for like the last 7 days. Like I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. I think you just described my whole life.
We're a poker tale. I'd say most of us are socially inept here.
Yeah. 300.
Talking to people is hard.
I don't even understand half of what you're saying.
AZ Kid picking up another hand, 2 hands in a row, raising it up this time. Much better with a queen-queen. The other hand did go to showdown, so these other players at the table do see that AZ Kid was not messing around and actually had something. Jesse defending the big blind with a suited hand. Flopping top pair, but it's not good against AZ Kid's overpair on 10-7-5, 2 diamonds.
What size do you like here with queens?
I think you can use a few different strategies. I think anywhere between a third to like 3/4 is pretty typical. And it just depends like what you choose to do. Some players like to use a consistent strategy where they're betting 1/3, where if they do choose to bet, they're always betting 1/3. Personally, I'm very, I like to mix it up depending on the situation. So I could use anything from, yeah, in that range that I think is good.
I think that's very well, and those are like the probably most sizings that are used. I think even on this board you can go for an overbet. You can bet pot. How do you feel about checking ever this flop with 2 queens on a 10, 7, 5, 2 diamonds?
Yeah, I think all of those are definitely fine. The thing with overbets, so we got AZ Kid going for another value bet on the turn. Queen's definitely still likely to be ahead. But yeah, I think on the flop, all those options are good. One thing to be careful about with overbets is you have to be very careful not to overdo it, because you have to be very heavily weighted towards value since you're risking so much. I think a check is totally fine to like kind of mix it up. In general, I would be, you mentioned earlier in the show that you would be checking hands like aces more because queens, you need a little bit more protection against a king or an ace peeling off. Or, you know, if you got aces, then you don't really care as much.
What an amazing fold there by Jesse, and that's how you final table the main by making some big folds there. Folds 2 pair to that turn. Maybe he got a little spidey senses from that big sizing on the turn, which was 1,200 into 1,800. So it went about 2/3, 2/3 sizing. Figures that he'll have some 7s to continue and some bigger 10s like ace 10 and king 10 as well that he'll have.
Yeah.
No, I love that fold a lot because we've definitely been talking about, you know, how like poker kind of like the computers have come out with like a very, very close approximation for like solved poker. But the solution would say, you know, you got top pair, you got to continue there. Like you're just way too high off in your range. But Jesse, he looks at the situation and he's like, you know what? I don't think I'm good here. And he was right. So I love that play. Maybe he's just thinking, yeah, like the sizings and just the way AZ has been playing. Maybe he just didn't think that, he obviously just didn't think his hand was good, and he was right. Got another 3-bet. AZ Kid raising up with a ace 3 suited. This is the 3rd hand he's raised in a row. Obviously, he's had good hands. Remedio coming in with a 3-bet with ace queen off. Very standard stuff so far. AZ Kid letting this one go. Doesn't want to play this hand out of position.
Did you hear what the poker bunny said? I couldn't understand what she said.
Yeah, she just said she has really bad autism. There's been a lot of comments in the chat saying it's like, oh, like, why is she standing up all the time? And it's just like, I mean, people are comfortable doing different things, and it's just like, my question to you guys is, why does that bother you so much?
I mean, she's the poker bunny. She's bouncing around. Ace 9,
yeah, JJ
4,
already explained
2.
that.
Come on, guys. Let's keep life and poker very simple here, okay? 2 cards versus 2 cards, range versus range, and then we exploit based on our opponent's tendencies, correct? So right here, poker bunny is bouncing around. She's the bunny. Simple. Let's keep it simple, and we're going to have a winning discipline strategy tonight. Check down to the river. River is a 9. She's even got a bunny in her bicep. You know, she's a poker bunny.
Bunny choosing to take the showdown value with a queen high here. Totally reasonable. Checked all the way down and big blind. Ryan going for the value event. And let's see if Bunny wants to look it up with a queen high.
I want to make a sick call here, but I don't really think it would be a sick call.
Yeah, you know what I would prefer of, you know, that's just a good fold. You know, she would have to beat something like 6-7 that didn't stab flop or turn.
had a 9. It was a good pull.
Totally.
Why did Ryan just lie and say he had quads? He had an ace full house.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
he did
funny.
have a good hand.
He did.
but
Why was he just saying?
It's a weird. Yeah. I don't know.
What's
Never
up?
believe what you hear on the poker table.
What's up, Wesley Morin?
No, I had a 9 essentially.
I'll give you guys some shout outs. I'm going to leave the shout outs today to Don.
Yeah,
Because
unfortunately,
Don's
I'm
got
not,
the computer in front of him.
I'm not as tuned into who the regulars are in the chat
Oh,
as JJ is.
Okay,
but
let's see. We got Matthew A. Reg. If you want to shout out, jump in the chat. If I recognize your name, you're getting a shout out.
Nick from Yuma. Yeah,
Oh,
I
there you go.
recognize that
All
one.
right, you got that one.
Like,
Oh, Poker Bunny mad. Let's hear her.
I think she says, "Why are you lying about your hand on stream when I can just see that you lied to me?" Like, no, I just made that
like,
up.
see when I wave my hands. But if I want to bookmark another moment, I gotta do something else.
Squat.
Squat, yeah.
On the chair.
In the big
Poker
pots, I'll
Bunny's
squat.
mad.
I literally misread
What did you think the board was?
I don't know, but it's like people think that I always play like this. I don't know.
Misreading?
I thought that it was like, I don't know. I thought it was like double carrots.
Oh, instead of triple trips.
Wait, there was like,
There was
oh wait,
three
no, there
nines
was
on
1 ace and 3 9.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, kind of, never mind.
All right, Lusion and Associates, Matthew A. Who else I see up in here?
I mean, so like,
You made a good pull, no matter what you had. It was a good pull.
Michael
So you don't
Gilbert,
have to find
Andy
it.
Nguyen, Bipolar Punt, Colleen Long.
If I
You
had
know who
a goddamn
Colleen
table
is?
up there, I would show it in your face.
Don?
I think so. She plays PLO, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
Colleen. She's my good friend. I haven't seen
Okay.
her.
Yeah, I played
Probably
PLO
like
with her.
I would assume something like 8 or 9 months. I miss you too, Colleen.
Yeah.
okay. 'cause
She
this
said
is
maybe
about,
stop
like,
kicking our butts on the Whoop group. That's right. I'm on the Whoop app. It's a fitness, health, sleep tracker, all of the above. Best health and fitness
like, it was, like,
wristband monitor on
I
the
mean, like,
market by far. If any of you guys are on the Whoop, hit me up on Instagram or Twitter, and I'll add you in our group. It's mainly poker players. Colleen's in there. My friend Bo Coster's in the mix as well. What's up? Good to see you. IPA Poker, Catching 45.
I forget what
Andy Nguyen. I'm pretty sure we already got Andy Nguyen, right?
Yeah. Hell yeah, we do. What's up, Andy?
All right.
One more
You
time.
said. Yeah, oh, sorry. I missed it. He said, "Wow, my name was announced." I misread it. I
okay.
thought he said unannounced. Kind of like how Poker Bunny misread the board. It happens to everyone, okay?
Oh, we got Small Boy in the Twitch chat. We don't say his full name around here. Small Boy.
Yeah, we're not allowed to say that.
Snap Call 95. I call him Small Boy every almost every show. He knows the business already.
actually though, it was
Bogus Rogus,
I was thinking
the
that
Great Pickle, Sandy Joy, of course. Shout out to Sandy Joy. She's the one who always gets me to come in the Twitch chat as well.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sandy Joy has been moderating the chat every single time I've been commentating, so done a great job there. So I appreciate that.
Was Sandy in the mix in 2013 as well?
I don't remember back then. Back then,
Because it was only Twitch, right?
I kind
Back
yeah,
then?
it was only Twitch chat.
of like do it live.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Like more like at a
Imagine coming into Twitch chat. True, imagine.
like that I'm doing that. But then also like versus
1100?
a lot of
Well,
people
Poker Bunny is talking about frequencies, so we'll let her talk about frequencies here.
I also have no idea what I'm talking about because I'm the worst.
We've got a cool spot here, a limp 3-bet from Al, blind versus blind, wide range spot while Poker Bunny talks about ranges. I'm going to let her talk, and you guys can commentate the hand at home.
So everything I say is automatically horrible.
You're harsh on yourself.
The bet is
Sometimes you just gotta love yourself.
1700.
That's how you don't.
That's a fine line.
I feel like you can do both.
All right, I know I said commentate at home, but the plot is thickening. A pair for Al and a top pair for Remedio. And the backdoor diamond draw for Al. How many bets does Al want to go ham at?
You come back.
Does he want to rep the nut flush now? 3,000 snap bet.
No, after this morning.
Yeah, bottom pair on the flop. Not a bad hand to turn into a bluff since you can kind of think of it as like 5 outs to 2 pair if you're behind. Whereas like it doesn't have that much showdown value and could use some protection against overcards as well.
No, they like some of the guys got so uncomfortable about winning so much versus me that they feel so horrible, so they don't want me to play anymore. Because it's just it makes them
And a
feel bad
call
for
for,
money versus me
I mean,
playing
for
with
Remedio.
It's just like an innocent, like, yeah.
And a queen on the river. Now the question now, does Al represent ace jack or the nut flush? He knows that it's a wide range spot. So Remedio will have a lot looser calls than he would versus other positions. But does Al still think that his removal and his range advantage still reign king? And yes, he does. He's grabbing for around 9,000 in chips, Don.
Yeah, I love this. We were just saying earlier that we haven't seen any like triple barrel bluff offs, but here we go. I absolutely love this play. Putting maximum pressure on Remedio. I mean, he's got the best hand, but at the end of the day, it's facing a triple barrel from a limp 3-bet preflop. So Al could have kings, queens, ace jack, as JJ mentioned. Could have tens even. So man, this is a tough spot.
Time chip extension,
Yeah.
Don.
But yeah, I absolutely love the play from Al. He recognizes that, hey, I do have a pair, but it's probably not the best hand. He's making his opponent's life hard. Generally, that's always going to be a good thing to do in poker.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think Remedio is going to call. Put a 2 in the chat. 1 call, 2 fold.
Oh, I think he's going to fold.
So Don's putting a 2 in the chat. Such a tough spot in a 3-bet flopping top pair. Plus you have removal to the straight. And you know that Al doesn't have 1 pair. Al doesn't do this with ace king or even aces, I believe.
Well, Sandy thinks he's going to call.
What do you guys think? 1 call, 2 fold. I'm gonna lean towards folding.
It looks like a really close mix in the chat. A lot of people said.
And
both,
he
yeah.
does make the fold. Al gets the triple barrel through. Well done by Al to be and play the boss that he is.
Yeah, great play from Al.
And
all of you guys who said 1 in the chat, that's why me and JJ are in the booth.
Yeah, you guys can hit me up on Instagram, whoever wants to be a commentator for Live at the Bike. Obviously, you guys are more qualified than Don and I.
No, we said he was going to fold.
Oh, that's right.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's
Everyone
right.
who said 1 was...
Well, the people who said put a 2 in the chat, you're more than welcome.
If you put a 2, you're invited. If you put a 1, you got to get a few more quiz question rights, and we'll reconsider.
You got 1 point.
Participation, yeah.
And here's a cumulative winnings. Remedio's still the big winner, up 15,800. Al up 8,300. JD up 5650 in his high stakes debut. Poker Bunny up 700. Joel, AZ Kid, Jesse, Ryan all in the red. Ryan, the biggest spender, down $20,000. That's 2 main event seats. That's 2 of my years of main event seats, Don.
It's true. It is a lot of money, but when the blinds are 50, 100, it's a big game. It's only 200 big blinds, which is a lot, but in the context of the game, it's not a crazy amount.
King 8-6, Remedio with 2 pair and a bomb pot and checks it over to the field.
All right. Poker playing with aces here. What a lucky time to have aces.
Turn jack. What a sick spot for Remedio to check. I think by what feels pretty normal is to lead there with 2 pair and start building a pot and defending equities. And what a sick, same theory for the bunny. What a pretty sick check. And the board gets a little more dicey and connected now with more draws. Queen 10 turns a draw, as well as...
Oh, it looks like Joel's mixing up in there with a 10-7 with just a gut shot, right? To the 9.
Oh, Joel folded.
Oh. Yeah, JD call with the open ender. I see. This call is a little risky too, because he kind of obviously a 4 gives him the nuts, but I mean a 9 is dangerous.
Yeah, that's the reverse implied of the straight draw. And it looks like Poker Bunny is now going to put in a raise with number 1, also known as the Angels. The 90% of the chat's favorite hand, and how do I know that? Because usually I do a poll on what's your favorite hand, and you guys all, how fun are you guys? You guys like the best hand in poker.
Yeah, that's my favorite hand.
Full volume.
It's a tough decision for Remedio. I mean, he's got the best hand, but like it kind of looks like he doesn't, you know. But it looks like he made the call, and JD made the call as well. Hoping to hit that 4 or a 9.
And then for any move, it'd be boxing.
All right, looks like Remedio's still gonna have the best hand.
And the ultimate brick
What percentage of movies is that?
on the river.
I would kind of expect this to check through, but we'll see what happens. Maybe Poker Bunny.
No, 1.4 is
I would think personally, I would think a value bet is too thin here.
Maybe, yeah, I think that.
well, actually, yeah. This is
But we'll see.
meant, like, movies maybe.
Yeah, if she's betting here, it's a check. It should be something like quarter pot to get called by a worse king. And Remedio, the rich get richer as the main event.
Rich get
Third
richer.
place finisher, scoops in another pot.
You gotta find that niche. It needs to be filled.
Yep.
You guys have any good questions for Don or I? Holler at us. Don is scooping out the chat.
Bow Nice says it's harder to make the right decision when it's a lot of money to you, where it's like, yeah, I definitely think that's true. When you're playing higher up in stakes and like you're playing for a lot of money, you're gonna have a lot more. I mean, that's just human nature. Whenever you're in those high pressure situations, it's not as easy to just be comfortable and be yourself as it is if you're playing for like you know, like $1. Then you can just like chill out and you're gonna be, yeah.
Actually, had a hand recently against a guy where
Once again, if you are enjoying Live at the Bike, this lineup of characters, the commentators, the team here, the producer Wayne, make sure you guys smash the like button. Most importantly, hit the subscribe button. Means a lot to us, helps us with the YouTube algorithms.
happened, and then later on, I was like, I wonder.
Bogus
got it.
Rogus asked,
We got a ton of subs last Friday show. Thank you guys very much. I think we probably had during the show like somewhere between 150 to 250 subs. So thank you guys. Keep the support up. Keep smashing.
wow, that's awesome. Yeah, Bogus Rogus asked, can they ask to see her hand? And yeah, I think that's something that people ask a lot, but in general, it's like you probably just shouldn't do it. It's not worth it, you know, because it's a spot where like Poker Bunny, you know, I think she just mucked face down, but it's like technically you are allowed to ask to see her hand, but it's like it's just not worth it, you know. It's gonna antagonize someone at the table, and it's like, are you really getting that much information?
Did someone ask?
Yeah, someone asked that in the chat.
Oh no, did someone ask on the
Oh,
table?
at the table? No, I think
okay.
they're just asking, like, just. I see this question a lot. I feel like people want to be like prepared for like the theoretical situation if it comes up. But just don't do it. That's my opinion.
I haven't looked yet. Do you guys want to do a round?
Is it bad etiquette? Yeah, it's considered bad etiquette because like the person they already lost a big pot, right? And then like it's like they might feel like, oh, why do you care what I have? I just lost a bunch of money to you. Like
It's kind of like if you're playing a sports, because I know most people played sports games throughout their life. It's kind of like asking someone after they lost the game, so why'd you lose? Right?
Yeah.
It's like, well, what do you mean? Like, do you think someone really wants to talk about their loss at that moment? You know, it's some similar.
Yeah. Great. JJ put that much more eloquently than I did.
I don't know. I'm just free flowing a lot. Sometimes some good things come out. A lot of times nonsense comes out. Hopefully you guys just learn a little bit. I have this 2% theory that people who tune into these Friday games, especially when we have like these very good players,
yeah,
and with commentators breaking down the action, explaining why people are doing what, their bet sizes, what are the players' bluffs, kind of thinking along the lines of how we're thinking through hands.
Yeah.
They're constantly watching on Fridays. They're getting 2% better every show. So a year of watching, there's, you know, a year of 2% amount of Fridays, you're going to be at 100% better by the end of the year just by watching these Friday shows and watching these players and asking why they're doing these things, as well as trying to break down players and tendencies and ranges, you guys are just going to crush long term, as well as enjoying yourselves and watching people's blood and chips spilled all over the table.
Yeah, definitely. Very well put. And Villain Fighter also said the reason that rule exists is for collusion. So the reason you're allowed to do that is to protect against collusion. But you know, if it's just like you just want to see their hand, just don't do it. It's considered bad etiquette. And yeah, what Jay said, like, if you got questions, like, feel free to ask. I notice, like, a lot of times, in my mind, there's, like, kind of two types of... We got an interesting board here. Both players with a pair and a gutter. Poker Bunny with a better one of both. A 6 would be an action card. Oh, JD hitting one of the only good cards for him, turning bottom 2. Poker Bunny still with a lot of equity. Any pair gives her a higher 2 pair. And then, obviously, the straight possibility.
And Poker Bunny wondering if she would have just bet the flop if this would have went any differently for her. And probably a little bit frustrated, but going to make the call, and you can see she's getting the right math and the right price for this call.
Oh yeah, I think it's I like the call here. It's you got kind of like a medium strength hand, so you just want to get to showdown. It's a spot. As a most basic heuristic, it's like if I'm raising, I'm thinking, okay, can I get a better hand to fold? In this case, no, probably. Or could I get a worse hand to call? Like those. Obviously, poker's a little more complicated, but that's like the general gist of it. JD, by the way, getting counterfeited and turning his hand into a bluff. Can Poker Bunny sniff this one out?
Telling the story that he has a 6. Or maybe even something like... Mainly telling the story that he has a 6 with this sizing. He bets about 1/3 size of the pot.
10 seconds.
And Poker Bunny looks like she's going to look him up and say, let me see the straight if you really have it. And what a good call by Paulina the Poker Bunny.
Yeah, great call.
I like how she turns over her hand and she's like, okay, good, I won.
Yeah, that was a tough call there for sure. She's thinking like JD, maybe she's looking at that situation and thinking JD's like really polarized, like what JD was saying. It's like, I mean, would he really bet a hand with like, okay, it's like, would he really ever have trips here? That would mean he would have to bet the turn with just a 5. It's kind of unlikely. Obviously, full houses are just unlikely, just combinatorically, it's hard to make one. And then same thing with the straight.
Yeah, I also think like full houses probably would have taken a bigger sizing than about a 1/3 size of the pot. So.
Yeah, that's another good point because like in that spot, if I have a full house, I'm thinking, hey, I hope my opponent has a straight. It's a 1-card straight. And I might go for like a big value sizing. So definitely a great call out there.
AC Kid with the raise and take it.
High stakes 69 asks, is Poker Bunny top 10 in the world?
Why did she bring you a mask?
Well, I mean, she's the new Phil Ivey, so I would say yes, right?
The one you're wearing?
Yeah, it's because I'm moving it because I bought my fucking glasses.
Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be.
Oh, she said take off the mask you're wearing. And
She
wear
didn't
this
say that,
mask.
but she said your mask kept moving, so I brought you this one.
It was the subcontext of handing you the mask.
Yeah,
was
she's
take
like-
that mask
she's
off
like-
and wear this.
John Patterson says, what does opinionated mean? I would hope everyone forms their own opinions. One thing I think is interesting, like when I like read the chat and I'm watching these streams, I feel like there's like 2 types of chatters. One is like, why did this player make this play? They're so bad, I would have done this. And the second is like, why did they make that play? So I can learn from it. Like legitimately asking, hey, like why'd they do that? So typically the second is going to improve at poker a lot faster than the first in that scenario.
Had I limped or deuce, like, last time?
Yeah, just keep an open mind. I mean, there's a lot of reasons, and mostly, yeah. I mean, I was gonna say most, but like all these players, I would say in a lot of the bikes, there's definitely some more like recreational players, but all of these players are very strong. So if you're seeing them do something that you disagree with,
Math problem.
the best thing to think is like, oh, why are they doing that? Not, wow, they're so bad, they're doing something that I wouldn't do.
Thus, why the AZ kid?
Yeah. Well, that is where I reside.
In Arizona.
How so?
Like the talking stick.
Yeah, these high stakes games, there's not a single player here who I would say is very weak. So
Oh, really?
Us ASU kids.
oh yeah, redo and Twitch chat. Yeah, I could definitely be wrong as well. I mean, earlier there's a spot where I said, yeah, I think this is an obvious check, and then the player went for a value bet, and it turned out to be a good and they were right in that situation. So I could definitely be wrong as well.
1900.
Ryan raising it up with Jack 9 suited. JD going for a really light 3-bet here with a 10-8 offsuit.
I went out once.
Mixing it up. I love it.
Yeah, it's been canceled since.
Colin Jones asked, why Jesse calling the button with King Queen off? Shouldn't that be a 3-bet or a fold? King Queen off is kind of like a middling strength. Like, it's like a strong hand, but not super strong. And typically, hands in that category are going to be calls. Whereas your 3-bets are going to be like your really strong hands, right?
Not controversy, but
Obviously, you can use King Queen off as like a 3-bet, like kind of a lighter, bluffy 3-bet. It's got good card removal, blocks the king, blocks kings, blocks queens, blocks ace king, ace queen.
oh, yeah.
I was there when it flooded too. Yeah, they lost.
So JD continuation with a big continuation bet. Ryan with top pair, obviously not going anywhere here on the 9-5 deuce.
Yeah. So you could have won the flip and then
Yeah,
just gotten
exactly.
paid up.
Really interesting turn card, brings in the flush and the ace. A really good card for JD because a lot of hands that he might 3-bet pre-flop and then continuation bet could be a hand like ace king or ace queen. So definitely a reasonably high chance that JD turns the top pair here, and he does continue with basically nothing with a 10-8 off and gets it through. So wow, I love the play from JD. Winning a pot that he had no business winning, and just, yeah, I love that.
Everyone went there for those months, and then they didn't keep any of those people. Like, they weren't able to, like, offer.
It's just too far from everyone because all the money's in Scottsdale.
Scott
Everyone was going to.
Alfred asked, do live questions ever random number generate spots? And if so, how do you generate the number? Personally, I'm not a big fan of it because I think there's so much information out there that you can use that information. But if you really do want to do it, I know what some people like to do is they like look at their watch and it's like, let's say I'm supposed to do something 30% of the time. If the unit stitch is like a 1 through 3, I'll do it. And then if it's like a 4 through 9 or 0, then I'll do the other thing.
For the record, like the most self-destructive thing I would ever do is like on
Raise
stream is like say
1900.
that it hurt my soul to like limp or ace off. Like I would never say that it like hurt my soul to limp like ace 4 off. That would just be like. Okay, sorry.
Jesse raising it up with JJ's favorite hand. JJ stepping out of the booth for a bit, by the way. Got some stuff to take care of. Al 3-betting him with the ace-7 suited, and Jesse making the call. Reasonably standard stuff pre-flop. 10-10-6 rainbow. Pretty good board for Jesse's hand. Obviously, Al is going to be 3-betting more than just pocket pairs, so
1500.
this is about as good as you can ask for with pocket 8s. They're not that likely to have a 10. So you're mainly scared they have a higher pocket pair, which is definitely a real possibility, but they're more likely to not have it. So pretty easy continue for Jesse on the flop. I like the call. I think raising, again, the main thing you want to think of is, can I fold out a better hand or get called by a worse hand if I were to raise in Jesse's spot? And I think the answer is clearly no. A better hand is not going to fold, and a worse hand is not going to call. So continue from Jesse with a call. Seems correct there.
It's like talking about holding a mutual friend who wouldn't have very friends there.
Exactly. Yeah.
16th out. Is that right? Is this graph? Oh, Al went all in. Okay, wow. Yeah, Al turning the backdoor flush draw is just saying, hey, you know what? This is a great like semi-bluff equity where it's like, even if I get called, I have a chance to win. He's putting max pressure on Jesse, who lets go of the pocket eights pretty quickly. So we're seeing these bluffs come out that we weren't seeing at the start of the session. These players just had to warm up, get to feel out the table, and now they're ready. They're ready to get a piece of the action. So yeah, great play by Al. Villain Fighter, someone asked like why is everyone asking about Poker Bunny? Why does everyone care if Poker's Bunny's back, but none of these other players? Villain Fighter points out, you know, hey, it's just the chat is 95% male, like JJ mentioned, and they're just interested in Poker Bunny, and that is understandable. But yeah, let's just come on, guys.
Poker Bunny is at 10,000.
McDogga says fan mails. Ryan flopping the low flush draw here, going for a check call against JD with basically no equity with a 5-4. Let's see if JD wants to keep firing away. He did it last time with nothing. Let's see if he wants to do it again. It worked last time. Is he going to go for 2 in a row? And it looks like he is going to go the 5 high. Basically no equity. I mean, he has 25% because he can actually win if he hits like a 4. And he actually has a lot of outs to chop. Like if any of the cards on the board pair, or if it comes like a king, queen, or jack, they will actually chop the pot. But from his perspective, he's looking at no equity. Wow, they actually do hit the chop pot here. They both have a 5. Let's see how they play it. Let's see if JD wants to go for a triple barrel. He can't possibly be thinking his 5 is good. Banned for Life says, I'm giving the chat rolls. Now, you guys can say whatever you want, honestly. I understand a lot of you here are just interested in Poker Bunny. That's fair enough.
50, sorry. Wow. Brian's having 15,000.
The only rules that I'm giving you is no talking about masks. That's the only rule I have for y'all.
Copy. Nice recovery. Raise 700.
Evil Pandy asks, can we get some thoughts on the current TFT meta? You message me later, but not during the live of the bike stream. TFT being Teamfight Tactics, the video game I play a lot of. I think. Oh, thank you. JJ got me some water. Much appreciated. We got 3-bet here from Joel. It's a really big 3-bet. Or it looked like maybe this is a straddle hand. I didn't quite catch the start of it, but it looked like the raise was 700, 3-bet to 2,000.
13.
Remedio flopping the best hand with middle pair with the ace-8 suited on jack 8-6. Joel going for the continuation bet. Pretty standard to make a continuation bet on this kind of rainbow texture again, on these kind of boards that are kind of disconnected. They're not really like smashing either player, then the pre-flop aggressor tends to have the advantage just because they're gonna have like aces, kings, queens, and even jacks in this scenario. Joel just quickly checking it back, not going for the double barrel here.
Although a hand with pretty good removal, right? He can blocks queen jack and ace jack.
Yeah, you got good good equity as well. Like if your opponent has a pocket pair, then you got six outs to hit over with your overcards. Oh, it looks like Joel is going to go for the delayed bluff on the river with the ace queen here. Recognizing, I think a lot of people would just take their showdown value with the ace queen here, but Joel may be thinking, hey, Remedio called on the flop and checked me twice. My ace high is probably not good. And he does decide to go for the bluff, but it doesn't work. Remedio quickly snaps him off there.
And that sizing was meant to attack something like pocket fives, I believe, and pocket sevens. Two pairs like an 8 or pocket nines, tens. They're just going to call a third sizing there just because of math.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Once Joel bets a third, then Remedio only has to be good 1 in 5 times with 20% equity. So he's going to be calling those hands a lot.
10,000.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, ace-8 there is a very strong hand, so with Remedio, maybe maybe Joel thinking that he wouldn't be that strong, would have value bet a hand himself.
All right, a bomb pot.
Yeah, we got another one of these. It looks like the flop was checked around super fast, if I'm reading things correctly.
Yep. Top pair, top kicker for the poker bunny.
Yeah, really similar spot to the previous bomb pot. Al turning the 2 pair.
I can't tell you what the pot is.
Wait.
10 seconds.
No, okay, actually, like.
Poker bunny asks, how much is the pot
1,200.
to the dealer?
You're not allowed to do that in No Limit, are you?
No, and the dealer says, I'm not allowed to tell you.
Okay.
And Al with 2 pair, drooling as he puts in a raise here.
Just another reason to play PLO. Don't have to count the pot.
So Al Don is a one player that I've seen about 3 times in big high-stake games that is able to bluff a bomb pot. There's not too many players that can go that wild and creative in a bomb pot, and Al is one of them. Here he has 2 pair, though.
Yeah, we actually haven't seen any. I mean, we haven't seen any today. We saw the raise earlier on the Jack 10-7 with the Jack 9, but I mean, obviously that's top pair. I thought it was pretty thin, but I mean, we definitely have not seen any bluffs in bomb pots today.
No, that just means you have to do something.
145.
It's pretty scary bluffing into like 8 players, you know?
Exactly.
There you go.
It takes a special personality, I would say.
God, you just get it, Isaac. You just get it.
Now all you have
To
do
be
is
honest, I
record
don't know if I've ever done
where
it,
he goes like this.
despite playing quite a few bomb pots in my
Try to do
life.
it for a minimum 10 seconds.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not happening.
Oh, Isaac.
Just keep waving your arm
hard to
as
hate
long as you don't have to do something in this next hand, and we'll definitely find it.
Like holding the deck, pushing a button, bringing in the pot. Other than that, it's so alright.
Yeah. That
Jeez,
stuff's not
way to think highly of your profession.
I know, right?
Wait, it is just like 3 times
Thank you.
3 times 7, right? Okay. 20,
Maybe 8 times.
Mariwichi
8
says,
times 30.
Al seems solid, to be honest.
100 to call.
Yeah, Al is super solid.
I can do
Creative,
it.
though.
It was like 30.
Just because a player's solid doesn't mean that they're not a capable
There is. Yeah.
bluff machine like Al. A monster in seat number 7. We saw him go at it with Ramito earlier with some good removal with the ace high.
Yeah, nice fold by Poker Bunny with the ace king as well, by the way.
It's really
Incredible Mojo saying, the results said she was right, but folding ace king can exploit you later. You have to keep in mind this is a bomb pot with like 8 players in there, so a raise into that, a raise against Poker Bunny's bet into 8 players means a lot more than a regular raise with. Because I think in a typical situation, you would say, yeah, you shouldn't fold top pair to a single raise, but when 8 players see the flop, then that changes things up for sure.
King for 8. Ryan with the 3-bet, and here he's probably going to have a c-bet as well.
Good to see you ask what's JJ's go-to food at the bike.
Ooh, I'll get to that after this hand. And Ryan putting in the c-bet here because he has removal to the king. He's blocking king, queen, and king jacks. The easy kid's most likely value hand if he was to continue. Turn is a 9.
Got a gut shot.
Let's see how often Ryan continues here with the bet. Let's defer to Ryan. 34.50 in the pot.
I just want to see a 10 on the river. But that's just me up here in the booth.
You want Ryan to get unstuck and bring some pain with 2-pair with the AZ kid?
Nothing against AZ kid. I think it's just be exciting.
4 of spades.
All right.
And we can safely say that Ryan is towards the bottom of his range here. So let's see. I've seen Ryan go for it at the bottom of his range plenty. I feel like if Ryan had 10 jack here, which he would as well, at least half combos, he would have probably more than likely bet the open-ended on the turn equity. So 10 jack and queen jack are at the bottom of his range here, as well as 6-7. And Ryan does bet at the bottom of his range with some good removal, 2,500. And let's see if the AZ kid can sniff this one out. The 10 in his hand is pretty bad because he blocks jack 10, queen 10. But which hands make sense?
Yeah, I like the bet from Ryan, and let's see if AZ kid can make the hero call.
Could Ryan have ace 4 here? Wow, and AZ kid's gonna make the call. What a call by the AZ kid.
Yeah, I mean, awesome call with just 3rd pair on the board. Wow. Yeah,
Very,
I mean, I like the bet from Ryan, but didn't work out here. It's a great call by AZ kid.
Very creative call.
So, there was a really good example of what I'm talking about at the WPT Bay Shooting Star like ages ago. Ted Forrest tried to bet pot and said as much, and they're like, yeah, you've got to come up with a number. We can't tell you what pot is. Like, pro at a final table.
So what's your favorite food here, JJ?
Okay, so there's the brewery that has awesome food. It's kind of like the Yard House. Yeah, they got the flatbreads. They got their burgers, which their burger meat, they ground it in the back, and they ground it with cartilage, so it's an extra little like fatty and tasty. Their salmon on a blackened salmon on a salad, delicious. Then they have the Phoenix, which is an Asian restaurant, and their orange chicken and chow mein is bomb. I know it's like very casual Chinese orange chicken chow mein, but they also have dumplings there. They have some shrimp, steak, and asparagus plate. That's awesome. So got a lot of good food. I think it's the best food in out of all of the LA casinos, hands down.
Wow, bold claim to make, but you know what? I mean, I'm very partial to the bike too, so.
Well, I spent a lot of my living hours at the other casino. Their food is terrible. The Gardens food, their food was pretty good, and then the rest of the other casinos are whatever, and I don't go to them. So, but yeah, the bike definitely has very good food.
I love the bike burgers. They're so good. I actually almost always have one right before the show.
The burger?
Almost always right
yeah,
before the show.
It's on a brioche bun. Did you know about the cartilage thing?
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, they ground the burger.
They were good. I was like, I don't know much about cooking to me, but I just know it tastes good.
I didn't know Brian's a good player.
Well, Alex, who's our graphics engineer, Alex Lee, he actually was the restaurant manager at one point, so that's how I know all the good stuff when I would eat there every Friday.
I'm stuck at like hundreds of thousands.
before pandemic and still during pandemic, I'll usually grab a bunch of food and eat it back here while I'm commentating for the first hour and a half. Just kind of munch.
Yeah.
Lasts a while.
We got a 3-bet from Joel with a king queen off. We've had discussion earlier. I'm not sure if you're out. People were saying whether you should 3-bet or call with his hand, and I mean both are completely fine options.
I never seen you lose.
I proved everything.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I proved everything.
Winning the pot pre-flop is definitely one big advantage to going with a 3-bet. That's huge advantage. JD Williams says, can we get update on whether people are winning or losing money? The graphics we show those every once in a while. I don't know exactly when it's next going to come up, but yeah, you'll see it eventually. It could be like 20 minutes from now. I don't know, but.
Joe with pocket kings. Some cowboys. 3-bet versus Al, and Al says let's see 3, so I can try to hit a set here. Queen Jack 5, rainbow.
No good for Al. 2 overcards. Probably one of the worst flops for pocket nines there for sure. It's kind of a scary flop for kings, to be honest. I mean, you've got the overpair, but when your opponent raises from under the gun and then calls a 3-bet, they could definitely potentially have some equity there.
Yeah, you could definitely have all the combos of jacks, maybe half the combos of queens.
When they just call on the flops, though, and getting this kind of brick turn card, there's a backdoor flush possible. I'm feeling better with kings. Definitely good enough to go for another value bet.
36.50 in the pot. And Joe goes for the bulky Tyson bet of 3,000.
Yeah, kind of hoping that Al has like ace queen or something like that. Wow, Al makes a hero call with pocket nines. That's.
Al says you have ace king. I know you have ace king. 9,650 in the pot.
Potatoes, potatoes.
More humble nickname.
What sizing does Joe go for here?
Are you saying you're downgrading from the squatty potty thing? That's a god.
It is a huge down.
The pay, not as good. 10 seconds.
Yeah, not a.
550.
I mean, it looks like a clear value bet, which it is, but it gets very nasty if Al check jams here.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
And 5,500 from Joel. About half the size of the pot. I'm sorry, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I think that would be a really tough spot. I actually think kings would be actually closer to the fold, but the stack sizes were so little there that like a check jam would have been really scary too, because like it would have been not that much more for the kings to call. But I do think like in practice, are people really bluffing with that line where they're like call, check jam on the river with not that much left? I mean. It's like if people aren't doing it, though, it could make it a good idea to try it out.
I believe is the winner.
The problem is no one folds.
That's the problem. Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh.
Like Joel would have probably hem and hawed and been like, I know they're no good. Like if he was beat there and probably still called because that's the pot. And okay, do you ever have ace queen here? Or do you have 9-10 here? And thinking that I can make a big fold.
Yeah.
You know, so.
I would say, yeah, especially due to the nature of that board, there were some missed open-enders that could have been there. But I think like on a more drive board, it's like, wow, what could he possibly be bluffing with? Like, there's nothing. And then maybe some of those creative plays could work out. But yeah, I think on that board, there are definitely like realistic open-enders where it's just like, oh yeah, I just think he has like 10-9 or something.
Once again, you are rocking with Don Ding and myself, JJ De La Garza. We are playing 50-100 with the $100 Big Blind Ante. Seat number 1 is Joel. Joel is a lawyer by day, plays a lot of poker, plays very well. I actually played a lot of online poker versus him during the pandemic. Seat number 2 is Jesse Sylvia. Final table of the main event. I believe it was second place. Heads up, right?
Yeah, I think he was second place. Yeah,
second place.
He's definitely showed some great play today.
I should look this up. Yeah,
that full with a 10-6 was phenomenal.
I believe he only from what I read and I saw, he throughout the years he always tried to better himself after that. Like he wanted to be the best and got good coaches and everything like that. And now here he is here on High Stakes Friday, and I know he plays big cash games.
Yeah, it's so cool to see people who've stuck with poker like just throughout the years. It's really awesome, and like Ryan also as well.
Yeah.
Doom Gar says, is that the TFT player? Yes. I am ranked very high in Teamfight Tactics
So
video game.
Poker Bunny with another 3-bet. Jesse Sylvia actually has 7.6 million in earnings. He is 158th on the all-time leaderboard. Let's go to his main event finish and see how much it was for. It was no, it was it was second in 2012. I think I said 2013 earlier for 5.2 million.
That's nice.
5.2 million.
Yeah.
So since
I wish
then
I
he's
had 5.2 million.
since 2012. After that, he's racked up another 2.5 million just about. Here are the cumulative winnings.
Yeah, someone was asking for that not too long ago. So there you have it.
Yeah, it's a scoreboard. It's what you guys want to know. Who's winning, who's losing, who's bleeding, who's printing. Remedio up 27,000. Ryan, biggest spender.
Yeah, it was mostly in that one hand where Remedio turned the straight. He flopped a gutter and a flush draw, and then just overbet jammed the turn when he hit the straight. Ryan thought it looked bluffy. I thought it looked bluffy if I couldn't see the cards, and then but he had the nuts, had Ryan drawing stone dead in that one hand. That was our biggest hand of the day so far, and that's why Ryan's our biggest loser so far, and Remedio's our biggest winner.
Probably my favorite place to travel to.
How many have you played in World Series Poker last year?
How many events?
Yeah, bunch.
25 maybe. I don't know if you cut like re-entries, probably like 25.
Error Eliminator says, I played against Jesse Sylvia once in a tournament. My life was completed after I successfully bluffed him off a pot with ace high on the river.
But how do you know he didn't have king high?
Sure.
Don't forget your roots.
Poker Shruggers asked what's the time drop fee for this game. I actually don't know that.
King 3-3. Paired board.
Do you live in Vegas?
High c-bet frequency from the AZ kid who's going to put in the quarter pot 200, it looks like.
County. We were younger. We were like, I was like 27 and my fiance was like 24 at the time.
Yes.
Like very quiet, you know. We ended up moving back to Vegas, missed our friends and stuff.
Definitely a good board to continuation bet. It's unlikely your opponent has a 3. It's more likely you have better kings like ace king, which Ryan would be 3-betting with from the blinds. But Ryan attacks this board. He goes for a raise. We saw this earlier on a 3-3 board, and we didn't see his hand, but here we see he did it with 6 high and gets the fold. Recognizing that, hey, like a lot of the hands that my opponent's going to be continuation betting are just going to be these hands like Jack 10. Picks up a nice pot here. So I definitely like the check raise. He could realistically have some 3s defending from the big blind. J.D. Williams says, nice work on the commentary. Appreciate it. It's actually going the chat is going so much faster than I'm used to because of like all the Poker Bunny fans, I think. It's just like, it's so hard to keep up. So apologies if I miss any of your questions.
You were joking about Pitch Perfect 3?
What's that?
You were joking about Pitch Perfect 3? We're not gonna watch that.
I'd watch it.
What?
It has to be audio though. Oh, what was that joke about it being on? It's definitely on.
I thought you were serious. I was excited.
I'd watch it.
It's better than this.
I enjoyed the first one very much. I haven't seen the other ones.
Wait, 3?
It already came out, or?
Hey, you're way behind us now. I've seen this movie like 4 times.
What? So you can sing it for us.
I don't beatbox.
Yeah.
I don't beatbox.
You're good.
Have you tried?
You should probably try.
Lakers Nation says, JJ, congrats on your baby. Better get your poker time in now.
That's what I've been told, Laker Nation. Shout out to you. I haven't been getting any poker time in this last month, unfortunately. Since the wife is pregnant, I've just been laying low at home. I don't want to catch COVID before the baby comes out. Or for myself, I'm a healthy person. I'm already triple vaxxed. I'm boosted up, so I'm not too worried about it, but I definitely don't want my wife to get it, or at least try to avoid it best possible while she's pregnant.
Yeah, a while back.
But yeah, I don't know. I have some plans on coming in the mix like in February, and if I have to double mask it and maybe wear a mask at home if I'm not feeling well or whatever, or maybe just buy a bunch of test kits and frequently test like every few days. We'll see. Because they just can't keep me out forever either, you know?
Yeah. Of course not.
Like the guys at the bike, right? And the guys at the other casino, like they're happy, you know, that they're able to actually make some money without me being there. You know?
Oh, okay.
You know?
I see.
I mean, I would assume
You
that.
got to put them in your place.
Yeah, they're like,
I
JJ's
see.
not here. I can make a lot of money,
Yeah.
you know? So I gotta.
Yeah, I come around and be like, hey, don't forget about me, guys.
Yeah, I gotta show them what's up a little bit.
During routine, holy shit, routine exams.
He's still alive, right?
I'll raise it up with a king jack offsuit.
He agrees to pay 490 million.
He did. He did not. Michigan.
Huh?
He did.
Oh, Michigan.
The school.
The
The university. Yeah, yeah.
It's a lot of money. Not for.
Oh, the school, huh?
Yeah, 'cause
He cost the school so much money.
Queen 9-5, 2 spades.
Middle pair for Poker Bunny. One overcard and a gut shot for Al. No one's got the spades.
The one they made the movie about?
On,
No, it's not. No,
it was recent. It was the Olympics guy.
different story.
I don't think they made a movie about it. It's pretty. It's a pretty movie to me.
Where was Sam
300 is
Dustin
the
from?
bet?
He used it with that Steve Carell movie.
Does go for the continuation bet.
Forget now.
Turn is the jack.
The one where he's in the makeup, the wrestling.
Al turns first place with middle pair and a gut shot.
Yeah, I mentioned one overcard earlier. I was thinking one overcard to the queen, but against Poker Bunny's exact hand, 2 overcards, so does turn middle pair, and that can be good. Going for another bet on the turn.
Yeah, it's just a very tough spot for Poker Bunny. I think she can fold this one and call something like 9-10 instead. Or even something like King 9 instead of Ace 9, since she can still hit a straight. I think Ace 9 is kind of dusty.
Yeah, I agree with you. Especially against Al raising it up from +1. He's pretty likely to have these Broadway cards, but Poker Bunny doesn't believe Al, goes for the call.
River, the brick of all bricks, and a snap check from the Poker Bunny, and a check back from Al. And Al's going to shore the goods for that 29.50 pot. Laker Nation says, JJ already a great dad protecting his family respect. What's up, Laker Nation? Look at it. So much love from you guys. Thank y'all. Video Lover 4204 says Ashley Sleeth, the vlogger, is Jesse's girlfriend. I believe that's his fiance. So yes, actually her vlog popped up on my YouTube algorithm the other day, and I watched a little bit.
Is that a poker vlogger or?
Yeah, she's a professional poker player as well. She's played on a couple 5-5-50 games. The Ante game, maybe a couple months back. You might have commentated that game.
Oh, Ashley?
Yes. I'm not sure if you did, but
I can't remember. Yeah, there are a lot of women playing when I was commentating.
was it Kitty and Ashley? Then it was probably that game.
Yeah, I don't exactly entirely remember all the names, but I would probably recognize.
Whoa, look at JD go with the 4-bet with King 9 offsuit.
All right.
What a boss.
Yeah.
JD.
JD's definitely been he's been the most aggressive, and it's been working out for him. He's been taking down a lot of pots that he had no business taking down, so it's good on him.
Yeah, he's a G. I've played with him for like the last, this is like 2018. And very tough to play against because he's going to be relentlessly aggressive. You know, whether he's got goods or not.
Yeah.
It's a very tough player.
I'm sure I must have played with him, but I have a hard time recognizing with like the hoodie. And
Yeah,
like,
I'm sure you have. As of late, I haven't played that much poker, but since I came back after April of 2021, I didn't see him as often. But before the pandemic started, he was here playing almost every Friday. Yeah. Poker Bunny's going to put in another 3-bet. Poker Bunny's been relentlessly 3-betting. We've seen her 3-bet with ace-10 suited, ace-9 suited. Here she's a little bit lighter with king-9 suited versus attacking the early position. And Ryan Malky has seen enough. And Ryan Malky, after all those 3-bets, he's seen he's going to put in the 4-bet, and he would call this one off. 200 big blinds deep, even though it's button versus an earlier position. Ryan Malky is a player here and knows that his ace-king versus a wide 3-better is a golden hand.
yeah, I would say from the table's perspective, it looks like Poker Bunny's been 3-betting wide, but that's actually probably like the weakest hand she has 3-bet with the whole from up in the booth that we've seen. So
Shout out to Joey Sanchez. Huli right back at you.
it's also I mean, all these players, they play a lot of poker. They know that like in one session of poker, there's going to be a lot of variance, and like you might just get a lot of hands. Like this guy 3-bet four hands in a row, but maybe he just had hands. It happens.
You know, on day 2 of the main, I folded ace-king pre-flop like 3 or 4 times, and I felt so dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every time I would like choose to like somewhat randomize between a call and a 3-bet versus it happened almost every time versus someone who was under the gun or like in early position, and I was still 3-bet either from small blind. One time was like from later position and one time was from middle position, and I got 4-bet every time versus like an early position opener, and I just tossed the ace-king off in the muck. But it felt so dirty. And afterwards I talked to Adam Swan about it. He's like, hey dude, what would you do in a cash game? I was like, I'd probably muck it. He's like, dude, the main event, play it like a deep cash game right now. You're doing fine. I was like, all right. I was just like, it feels so dirty to fold ace-king at times, you know?
Oh, definitely,
But,
for sure.
I mean, who's really going to be getting at it in day 2 of the main event? 4-betting, you know? You got to be a superstar to be 4-betting light early position versus a middle position, or early position versus a small blind 3-bet, you know, to just be 4-betting light there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure people are capable, but it's kind of tough in the main. Knowing
sure.
that I can 5-bet jam, and now they're in a tough spot. So whether it was wrong or right, I have no clue. I didn't ask to see any of the hands.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
never
fine.
know.
Like, it's whatever.
Jack, 8, deuce.
I think like you said, you just gotta trust your instincts, and if you thought you were supposed to fold, then you should do it. And it takes a lot of discipline to do it, so that's good on you.
Well, I called one of them, and then I was in regret. But I folded like I folded like 3 other ones that day.
It's kind of funny you're telling this story because the last time I played the main, I busted day 3 where I jammed ace-king, and the guy just instantly called with jacks. I was like, you didn't even think about it? But then, yeah.
So day 3 of the main, that's the money day. Where were you?
I did
what
not
part
make
of
the money, so
what
it's
part of the day?
unfortunate. I don't remember. It was before the money for sure.
About how many bigs?
It was over 50 because
Over 50
it was
bigs.
over 50 bigs, yeah.
And you 4-bet jammed it.
With ace king, yeah.
And snap call by jacks.
I mean, I don't fault the call, but it was just like he was like so excited. I was like, come on, bro. Like I'm not that like, am I?
I was actually playing one of the quantums here, so it's a 2K buy-in, and it was a day 2, and this guy had like want to say like 17 or 18 bigs. And I limp jammed 9s from the small blind versus big blind, and he tanked forever with ace-10 off. And he calls. And he ends up winning the hand with, like, I think an ace on the river or 10 on the river. And the dude yelled so hard. It was the loudest yell I've ever heard in a poker room. Like, like it was like shaking.
Yeah, sure.
There's 3 checks already.
And then someone was like, hey, man, like, relax. And I just stayed quiet. And then, like, about 10 minutes later, he's like, hey, man, I want to apologize for that. That wasn't cool. And I'm like, hey, bro, I understand this is, like, your fun time. You're a recreational player. It's all gravy, you know? He was excited. I think that's what makes this game fun, you know? I was like, you don't have to apologize, bro. It's part of the game. Like, you know? Like, if this dude didn't get lucky there or, like, didn't have emotions, why would he come and play? Like,
yeah, no,
you know?
I think it's awesome when people are like really into it. Obviously, sometimes like if you're on the bad receiving end and you're in a bad mood because you just grinded so hard for a tournament, you busted out. It can be annoying in the moment, but like I think that's great when people are like really they love the game and they really like get hyped up to play it. Like I think that's awesome.
we got another bomb pot.
Yeah, it looks like no one's got anything that good.
Poker Bunny with my favorite hand, which is the nuts right now. No for pair.
Jesse's got a flush draw. It's not that great. Remedio's got a pretty mediocre gut shot. Backdoor flush draw.
And look at Al go. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Al's doing it.
He's doing it again. He's so dangerous, man.
He did this last time and Poker Bunny folded.
Yeah, and he had it.
This raise is really small though, because Poker Bunny only bet 200 into like 24, like a 1/12th pot size bet. So this is like, even this raise is still really small.
Yeah. That's like 7 people saw it.
8 people.
And Poker Bunny is like, wants to win every hand here, you can tell.
She did say she was suspicious, but I mean, this is a tough spot. Like calling bomb pot, pocket eights there. I mean, anyone could so easily have trips, and she just gave it up. So yeah, great bluff by Al. I definitely think a lot of like the profit in live poker comes from like winning pots that like you don't deserve to win, and I mean that's a spot where Al just picked it up.
Yeah, it was gonna be if Paulina the Poker Bunny would have continued, would have been a very tough spot for her because he would have barreled on straight cards. He would have barreled on spades since he had a king of spades. It's just not going to be a good spot for her.
Yeah, from Poker Bunny's perspective, if she makes a call on the flop, she has to think, do I really want to call a potential turn and potential river bet with pocket eights? I mean, if she's calling, she's basically hoping that A, Al has a worse hand, and he chooses to check it down, which, I mean, maybe knowing Al, she just thinks that's not going to happen.
Not like 25, right?
What?
25.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
24.
Yeah.
You know me, obviously covered.
Remedial raising it up here.
10, 7, 6, 2 clubs. Top pair for Joel, who defended from his big.
Continuation bet with an overpair, a gut shot, and a backdoor flush draw for Remedio. And yeah, Joel still with the best of it on a completely brick turn. Button versus big blind. This is the kind of board where like both players can have a lot of these kind of like middling like straight draws or like pair plus straight draw type hands.
What a bulky bet.
Wow, an overbet. This is probably, I think, maybe like the third overbet we've seen tonight. So I love these players are mixing that in. It's like, takes a lot of creativity to like come up with it, because I think just for a lot of people who have been playing poker a long time, it's not natural to think, oh, I should bet 1.5 times pot here. So I love that. That's really nice.
Remedio with the removal card to a straight.
Joel making the call. Top pair. Wow. Remedio turning some showdown value with a 9, but like after Joel calls the turn, is he gonna be Yeah, I mean, the 9 is pretty decent showdown value, and he just checks it back, and Joel will win the pot with the top pair.
Yeah, pretty sick spot. You know, I feel like players will do that at times. They'll go for the overbet on the turn, and if called on the turn, then they kind of just give up on the river bet, just because they figure once they got called on that 1.5x pot sizing, they must have something. So once called. Al with now 2 kings. Number 2.
Another nice thing about like building out that aggression is you got that aggressive image, and you can maybe get paid on your value bets. So see how it goes.
And the AZ kid does call Jack 8-3, 2 clubs. Al with a club in his hand as well. See what sizing Al chooses. And this is the exact spot that we were talking about earlier with checking back an overpair. And Al does check back an overpair here.
Yeah.
Probably because he has the king of clubs as well.
Yeah, the kings, like we're saying, like the kings and the aces, they're afraid of less turn cards than queens. I mean, kings and queens might seem pretty close, but it's literally half the amount of overcards that you're afraid of. And as JJ mentioned, having the king of clubs makes you less afraid on club turns, because even on when the flush gets on the turn, Al still has a good hand.
And Al checks this one back one more time. 3 of clubs. Now Al with the king high flush. Runs out perfectly for Al.
AZ kid with like pretty close to the bottom of his range. Definitely, I would definitely consider a bluff here. He just goes for a check here, which is going to work out for him, as bluff would definitely not have worked.
Bet of 1,000.
Phone Fane says missed 2 streets of value. Well, actually, if you think about it, if Al had bet at any point in that hand, AZ kid would have folded anyway. So if anything, Al basically got max value. I mean, he wasn't going to get the way that hand played out. The only way he was possibly going to get paid is if Al stabbed the river, or sorry, if AZ kid stabbed the river. So if anything, you could argue Al got max value there. But I mean, again, this is like, we can see the hands, right? So it's like, in reality, you don't know what they have. And betting or checking the flop, either one, like mixing it up is good.
The more balanced you play, the only harder you are to play against.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like if I know a player who is always going to bet there if they have a pair, and then they check, well then on the turn, I'm just going to bet no matter what. But in like we see in this exact situation, if that happened and my opponent actually had pocket kings like Al, then they would have trapped an extra bet out of me where I would have just folded on the flop if I had nothing.
9-8-4. Both players go check on this flop. JD turns a 6. JD checks it over. Ryan hoping and praying that his ace high is good for some showdown value. This board getting very dynamic, and JD's going to bet 300.
This seems really way too thin to me. I'm not even sure if it's a value bet or a bluff on the one-liner to the straight. Personally, I'm not a big fan of this bet. I think it's hard to get a better hand to fold, and I think it's hard to get a worse hand to call.
JD definitely has a style that likes to apply a lot of pressure and a lot of unorthodox betting there. And there he decided to bet his 6. And maybe in the past he's got paid by worse. So
Yeah. I mean, it did check all the way to the river. And if Ryan had a smaller pair, then maybe he would have called. But I guess the reason I think it's too thin is there's a higher chance that Ryan would have a bigger pair, just due to being such a low pair on the board.
Jesse Sylvia with the raise on the button with the ace-10. I'm waiting, Johnny. Shout out to you. He says, question for JJ, but didn't put the question. Oh, I'm anticipating.
I see a question for JJ. Would you play a Brunson 10 deuce, and if so, what would be your strategy?
I would play 10 deuce suited. Yeah, I would play 10 deuce. Small blind versus big blind in a tournament. I have 15 bigs. Big blind has 17 bigs. That's jam any 2 spot from the small blind versus big blind. So yes, I would also defend with 10 deuce too in a tournament versus a min raise on the button. So yes, I would play 10 deuce.
Another situation where someone takes it down pre-flop with the aces. So
Oh, I hate
such
those.
a sad feeling.
I hate it. Raise from JD. And Al decides to put in the 3-bet. It's a spot where he's probably leaning more towards 3-bets, but probably mixing in some flats with the king, queen suited from the small blind. High frequency 3-bet, low frequency flat to balance out some flats that he might have in his small blind range. And JD's going to tango. And if this is some king 6-9 flop, JD's going to make a lot of money because he has a very deceptive hand here.
Yeah. Definitely love the loose pre-flop action. It's awesome.
Shout out to Jimmy Bluffett who says spike the like button. That's not the wording I usually choose. It's usually smash or tap but spike. I like that, Jimmy Bluffett. What's up? Thank you for modding our chat over the years.
JD is definitely here to play with basically 0 equity in this hand and floating the flop in position.
Turns a gut shot. Equity now improves Don. And look at Al, the pro's pro, who goes into check call mode. He's going to let his opponent bluff at this and keep some pot control just in case JD does have that 8. Wow, and a 20, it looks like $2,400 bet. 26. And Al's perfectly timed check gets him another street. JD hoping for that 7 on the river to hit a runner straight.
That would be nasty. Doesn't get it.
And now just 9 high. Does JD shut down or does he try to rep a 8?
I think he's going to go for it.
The story would be an 8, right? Because he wouldn't bet too many 10s on the turn.
Yeah, he also called on the flop, so he's not that likely. I mean, that would be like king 10, basically, exactly.
He would be repping very thin pocket 8s. An 8. Wow, and he's going for it. What a boss here.
7,000.
7,000. Time chip coming for Al.
Yeah, all right.
It's even
All right,
hard.
JJ, do you think Al's going to make the call? 1 or 2? 1 if he's going to call.
1 call,
2
2
if he's gonna
folds.
fold.
Okay, 1 call, 2 folds. Go chat. Don's calling it out. I want them to guess first.
All right, yeah.
1 call,
Someone
2
last
folds.
time said they just say whatever the commentators say so they can appear smart. You guys, yeah, you're not gonna get that chance today.
I'm gonna say.
Everyone's saying 1. Everyone's saying call.
What do you think, Don? I'll let you decide before me.
Man, have you guys played together a lot?
I don't think they know each other, but I know Al.
Oh man, I think he's gonna call.
I would say call 2.
I think it's a 1. I think JD's story is a little suspicious with how fast he bet that with a pair of 10s out there. Because I'm thinking even if JD has an 8, shouldn't he have to like think about it a little bit before just like value betting? I mean, I agree an 8 should be like a clear value bet because it's unlikely anyone has a 10, but he bet it so fast.
Al is a fearless man. I'm going with my read. He already used 1 time chip
too.
extension, so 1 time chip in the mix. He might use another one.
I mean, Al's a fearless man, but if Al was a fearless man, JD,
And
there's
the
not even
call.
a word in the English language to describe what JD is.
Wow, and what a call by Al.
Yeah.
That might have worked versus someone like me, to be honest. But someone like Al, it ain't going to work versus Al.
That's a great play by Al because just a couple hands ago, when he checked back the king, someone commented that he mistreats the value. But here's another spot where it's like, yeah, you could bet the turn for value, but if he bets the turn, he doesn't make any money in the hand. So a lot of times you do make more money if you check rather than betting. I mean, that's a perfect example right there.
Yeah, that was a pretty sick hand. All of you that put 1s in the chat, go ahead and give yourself a tap on the shoulder. I'm going to give you a few shout-outs. Mayor Grabstock said 1. So did Gordon Hyatt, Matt Goldfuss, Jeremy Kriska, Jimmy Bluffett, Don Ding, Razor Kane, Sung Kim, Brian Toma, Jessica Vance, Kevin Yu, Kirk RJ, Albert Eric, Hen, Bipolar Punt, Rob Andrew. The accountant Nikolai Novak is in the mix. He put 1. Nikolai, I texted you like a week ago and you never text me back. Happy New Year, man, but you didn't text me back, brother.
Wow. I gotta say though,
Put him on blast.
I love the play from JD too though. Like, just taking that no equity and just be willing, just like you said, Al is fearless. Like, man, JD is like fearless times 10. That's I love that.
Oh yeah, but see, since I know both of these players, I played some hours with Al, and mainly crazy during the pandemic. The biggest game that was going at a lot of the casinos was 10-20 for a long time. So I played 5-10 and 10-20 with Al, and I've played a lot of hours with JD. I know JD's a gangster, and I know, like I've said before, JD's going to put a lot of pressure, and he's going to play aggressive, and he's very tough to play against. You got to hold on for dear life. You got to hodl.
Yeah.
Got to hodl
right,
sometimes. And Al, he hodled.
That's
and
what
Al
looks
is
like,
also, you know, Al's also tough. Al's not going to back down for, you know, what was that? How much was the bet?
9,000.
7,000.
Yeah.
Those like peanut butter bars at Starbucks are the best things ever. Like,
So good, I know.
Yeah.
They fill you up too. It's like
Yeah. They're like the most underrated thing they have.
1,000 in the pot. Ryan with the deuce. And it goes check, check, and Ryan Malky, who calls home Los Angeles, once was from Chicago, is going to win that pot. Once again, my co-pilot today is Don Ding. If you guys want to find him on Twitter, are you on Instagram too?
I like to never use Instagram, so.
Gotcha. And your Twitter handle one more time is, I don't want to miss it.
Asa Poker.
Asa Poker.
AESAH.
Asa Poker. I remember the story on how you came up with it. It was part of your favorite book. It was a sword in the book. Yeah?
Golden Compass series.
Golden Compass,
yes.
there you go.
It's from the second book, yeah.
Nikolai Novak, that's the accountant. If you guys like the accountant, you like his action, put a 1 in the chat. Show some love to the accountant. Although he didn't text me back. And I'm hating a little bit. At the same time, you can hear the tone in my voice. New Year's resolution is not to hold grudges, so I forgive you, Nikolai Novak. Race to 300 from JD. He's going to shake that one off and try again.
Yeah.
That's what Aaliyah said, right? 3 bet on the button from Ryan. 1,000. JD with the suited connector. Sitting 200 big blinds effective deep, is not going to back down.
Oh, definitely not.
Let's play some poker. Ryan Malky and a 4 bet. That's JD's second light 4 bet.
Wow, yeah, just takes it down. I mean, King Queen off is typically a pretty bad hand to go against 4 bets, but I mean, JD's gotten away with it his second time now. Just pre-flop his second time now, not even counting what he's gotten away with post-flop. Of course, we've seen it can be expensive when he doesn't get away with it, though. So
I feel like JD's playing chess, and some of these other players might be playing checkers at this point. Let's go, JD.
it almost feels like JD is like playing like, it's kind of like what people think of as like playing poker, when other people are more like sticking to like the more like the theory is like how you're supposed to play poker.
Back-to-back hands where these players are playing against each other as Jack A4, and both players, actually Ryan with top pair, King Jack. Check fold by JD. Vic Holcomb says, JJ, when is the next ladies' night at the bike? Let's rock one. We'll wait for Kitty Quo. We'll get Ashley in the mix, and we'll get Ebony Kenny. We'll get the Poker Bunny. We'll get Lin Jai. I don't know why I say Lin Jai. Lin G. We'll put together a good lineup for you guys.
Yeah, he said he wants to straddle, yeah.
Callie Minkin as well. You guys want ladies? We got ladies. We got Mamacita in the mix. We'll get her in the mix as well. Straddle round, it looks like, and Al is going to raise it up with his hooks to 500.
Raise is 1,800.
You like it, right?
I didn't miss it. Yeah, I like that.
Wow, and JD trying to win every hand now.
He wants to get it back, man. Or he's like, oh, I want to get back in the action. Queen Jack off, he's like, hey, good enough.
33% equity.
Against Al again. He's like, hey, Al, you got the best of me last time. Let's see if we can do it again. Oh my god, this is brutal for JD.
Jack 3 deuce, top pair versus top set.
Case Jack. It's a very safe board for Queen Jack as well. You're not expecting Al to have like that many overpairs on this board, like very rarely, and you're not expecting them to have that many like sets of threes or deuces after opening from under the gun. Obviously, like King Jack, Ace Jack maybe, but JD's got to be thinking it has the best hand.
Full house. Now for Al. Jack's full of threes.
Leapy in Twitch chat says they're called jiggities, not jacks.
What about hooks?
Hooks. Hooks is old school.
4,200 as Al does jumping jacks in his mind right here.
Yeah, wow, this is another rich get richer scenario. See what the river is.
16,400 in the pot.
I have to imagine JD's going to go for value on quite a lot of rivers. On that one, I think JD's going to go for another value bet. What do you think?
A diamond, he might be afraid that
Oh, it is a
Al
diamond. I
has
missed
some
that. That's true. But
front door flushes that complete something like ace king, ace queen, ace 10 of diamonds,
yeah,
king queen.
I have a feeling JD's might go for like I think he's still going to go for a value bet, especially given the hand that they just played. Oh, he just goes for the check. All right.
I think Al goes for one size and one size only. The two magical words heard across the world. Oh, and he doesn't sail, and it looks like he bets 12,000. 12,000. Big ones.
All right, tough spot for JD.
JD has to risk 12,000 to win a pot of 28,000.
There's a time chip. Definitely.
Time, he has time.
Oh, the dealer said all
Whoa.
in. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, time chip.
Whoa. Hello.
That's not here.
If JD thinks he's good here, something like 30% of the time, he will make the call. He has to risk 12,000 to win 28,000.
That's true.
Please don't make me go all in.
Quite the pickle, though.
He's thinking, hey, I mean, like,
He's going to pay this one off. He's got the chips in hand.
I wouldn't feel safe holding that myself.
it's also kind of earlier we were talking about mental, and wow, he makes a call, and we were talking about mental, and he just lost a big pot, so he might not be on his A game right now as well. I think very few people would be on their A game in JD's situation after that previous hand.
And I think JD picked up and is going to call it a night after that hand. Pretty brutal spot.
Yeah, that was a really tough spot.
No, he left his chips. But yeah, you get creative. You 3-bet the queen jack out of the blinds in a straddle pot. Here are the cumulative winnings.
Al and Remedio, the big winners for today.
In the case, card hits.
Yeah.
Like, you get creative and then.
And it's like the timing too, like right after he lost a big pot to Al, and he's thinking, oh, I got top pair, I'm going to get him back this hand. And then
Yeah, he wants to make a light call. Let him make a light call this time.
Yeah.
And then punished.
And then he just has top set. Phil Draper says he 3-bet queen jack off. What other rounds do you want to see? I mean, if it was a queen instead of a jack, right? Like, imagine that exact same board, but queen instead of a jack. I could see the hand playing out fairly similarly.
Or as long as there's not a jack, you know, because he doesn't lose as much if there's no jack.
Yeah, or even like a king or an ace instead of a jack as well.
Yeah. He would have gave up on the bluff, and then he would have just folded the river. Here are the chip counts. You see the Al with 73K stack, Remedio with a 41K stack, and Jesse, the AZ kid, and JD with a little over and under 100 big blinds.
I can barely make that judgment call myself.
It's 15 and a half hour here.
Bomb pot of
15 per hour.
400, and we're gonna go. Actually, it's bomb pot of 300.
Oh yeah.
Funny.
You know, like the other game, you drop, right? It's like
What is that?
the drop, how the drop.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Mic check, you guys hear me?
It's been, yeah, I've been doing it a couple of years.
Mr. Weasel 98 says, has anyone mentioned Poker Bunny yet?
Toss me a quarter.
Who's that?
Who's Jesse?
I got it.
Well, I can through.
7. I believe I saw on the flop though was 7-6 deuce. So Sometimes if a card was pitched over the flop, right, because it's a magnetic sensor, it could pick up something like it did. I believe the flop is 7-6 deuce 2 clubs. Turn 8 of clubs, so I believe there's 3 clubs on the board. Let's see if we can flash it back to the flop.
$1,400.
Remedio coming out with enough flush draw. It is a paired board though, but I mean, hey, I mean this is. We're talking about not many players can bluff in bomb pots, so this is a nice semi-bluff. AZ Kid does have trips though, so that I mean that's why it's scary to bluff in bomb pots, because I mean there's so many cards out there. The chance someone has trips is not that low.
Oh, and the AZ Kid just folded it.
Wow.
Which,
I mean, I don't fault the AZ Kid for folding it, but I mean it's like Remedio just that's just highway robbery there.
yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not a easy spot for sure.
Right.
Wow, and look at Al again in the bomb pot. Don.
Al raised it up. Wow. I mean, this is definitely a tough spot where, from Al's perspective, Remedio could be betting a bunch of hands that like cannot call a raise, right? I mean, like even if Remedio is betting a 7, calling a raise, like we see that we saw that AZ Kid wasn't even willing to call a single bet, so calling a raise even with a 7 can be really tough. But Remedio makes the call. He does have position, so even if he doesn't hit, he could do something on the river.
Deuce.
And he could still, very realistically, like if he had pocket 8s here, he would probably just call. So Remedio fighting for it as well. Both these guys really fighting for the pot. It's like, it's beautiful.
10,000 in the pot. A main event seat
Yeah.
in the middle and a bomb pot.
10 seconds.
Remedio is not just going to give up here, even though he has the best hand, it looks like.
Yeah. Whatever he does, he's going to win the pot.
Last time with the time chip extension.
That's true. He had the nuts last time he used it.
So
we did have that comment in Twitch chat. Whenever someone uses a time chip and bets, they have the nuts. So we might be about to see that's not the case. Remedio also thinking Al did play that hand against JD where he bet with a value hand and then checked it over. So Remedio might be thinking, hey, is Al doing that again? Trying to, like, you know, raise me on the turn and then trap me on the river.
wow, bulky bet from Remedio.
Yeah, like we knew he was gonna win this hand either way, but still, like the fearlessness to go for that bet, putting in the extra 6,000, or I missed exactly how much it was, like risking that
No.
to really fight for the pot.
I pulled that out of my rack so it'd be faster. 145.
It's a great play. Great aggression from both of these guys, really. Punt and stack says room for bluff with best hand get jammed on. Yeah, that is a possibility I considered, that like Al could have check raise again after check raising the turn, but I just didn't think he was going to do it because it's too likely that Remedio has like pocket 8s, pocket 7s. It's just too risky to risk that much.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Still tipping even though he told not to.
After I pleaded with him about my sob story of being a broke college.
Don't insult the college student.
Wow.
But yeah, if JD was in that hand, maybe I would have mentioned that possibility.
That is some shit.
I did consider
300
it.
to go.
Raise to 300. Shout out to Wayne, the producer in the mix.
Yo, what's up, Wayne?
Put a 1 in the chat if you like this lineup and you enjoy Live at the Bike. Wayne gathers these players, puts them in a milkshake, and then they blend each other up. So put the brains in the blender. Throw a 1 in the chat, and also smash the like button for Wayne. Thank you very much ahead of time. Well, last time I looked at the YouTube chat, we've got like 1,500 or 1,600 people watching, like 280 likes.
Hey, Wayne.
Come on, people.
Did you get a 4?
I know you're here for some strategy. I know you're here for some poker bunny and some entertainment. Smash that like button. We should near something like 400 to 500 at least.
Yeah, if like 1 out of 4 people like, That's reasonable, right?
Quarter more.
It's not asking for too much.
Yeah. I mean, you're
It
here.
literally takes you one click of the button.
You're enjoying yourself. Hook a brother Wayne up. We are playing 50, 100, 100. 2 blinds and an ante. These players are playing with an action clock. They have 30 seconds to act every street. Helps move the action. After the 30 seconds, they get 5 time chips, each worth 1 minute. You have to use them cautiously and productively, because once you're out of time chips, you will have to be acting in a 30-second manner for the rest of the stream. Jesse Sylvia stretching without a hand. Remedio with a 3-bet from the big blind versus the Arizona Kid. Remedio going for it, man. You could see how he can run up a stack in the main event. Like, he goes for it.
Yeah, he's played well. I feel like there's just been, honestly, like, it is to be expected with the higher stakes games than what I've usually been commentating in the past.
Ace,
but,
9-4 rainbow.
The play overall has been really, really top-notch tonight, I would say.
So 3-30.
Like, just really good play from everyone.
Middle pair for Remedio. How often does he bet here? Does he choose a smaller sizing? Mainly to protect versus king, queen, or queen, jack. And that's what he does. He bets a third. Some value, some protection. Yes, good point, Don, when you have Ryan Malky at the table and Josh Remedio and Jesse Sylvia, who has over 7.6 million in earnings. Then you have Poker Bunny, who's like an up-and-coming poker superstar, which he really is. You have Joel, who I know he plays a ton of poker. He plays very well, even though he's a lawyer by trade. It's a very tough game. You got Al, who's been, I think he's been, probably has made the most money since we came back from the pandemic in these high-stake Friday games. He's ran very well, as we see with that Jack's hand and with a bunch of hands, but he's absolutely, so this is definitely, if you like poker and you want to learn and you like some battling, this is definitely the spot to be tuned in.
What's the layover in
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Like, I stand by. I see a lot of people in Twitch chat disagreeing, but I mean, like, I stand by what I said. Every single player here has played good. Played good. If you disagree, there's a much higher chance that you are the one who is wrong. If you're like, oh, this person did something different than what I would have done, they must be wrong.
was like 300.
Of course, you're not necessarily wrong. I'm not saying that, but just chances are.
They're paying more.
Did you go?
No, it's tonight.
I'm sure if you go for retail spot. Because he has one
Have you been to Mexico City Airport?
I've been to Mexico City.
It's a great city. That airport sucks. Such a poorly constructed airport.
$300.
All right, we're making some progress. 356 likes. Now let's see how much. If
you call them out, and
I'm going to see how much I can boost this YouTube algorithm. Okay.
Okay.
If you are here for the Poker Bunny, we're at 356 likes right now. Press that like button. Let's see how many likes we get. If you, once again, if you are here for Paulina in pink, the Poker Bunny, the new solver female woman in poker who can probably beat Phil Hyvee heads up, smash that like button now.
Could probably be anyone in Twitch chat.
Well, I won't go that far. The people in the Twitch chat, they're
pretty
good poker
good.
players.
That's true. That's true.
And the people in the YouTube chat, they're pretty amazing too. I've seen them in real life. When they come up to me and they say hi, I'm like, you're so-and-so, and your check raised me? Okay, you're legit.
Yeah, well, they come up, it's like, dude, I didn't know. You were Phil Hyvee?
You like it? I love it. I love it, man. You tickled that, man.
That delayed laugh is so pure, man.
It was genuine, too.
And here comes Joel.
it's like we were hanging out one time. And
Pretty sweet 3-bet here with Queen 10 of clubs
my
and
friends had this joke
the
where they
AZ
were gonna,
kid
like, go
coming along with Ace 5
you're just telling your friend you're not gonna
of
pay them when you buy
hearts.
something and you're supposed to, like,
Queen 4-4, and the AZ kid has not really had too much to work with today.
what are the no pays?
You know, he's been battling, but hasn't really spiked too many flops.
Yeah, he's been getting good hands pre-flop, but yeah, like
We all have
definitely
900.
don't remember
Yeah,
him
That sort of thing occurring.
Yeah, exactly.
with
He's
any
just been doing
situations
it
where
for a
he's
week
like
and just didn't.
been cooler than anyone.
I've been there too. You're just like too lazy to ask. You're like, I'll get it eventually. It just never comes to you.
Andy,
I don't want
Andy
him on
Nguyen
this
says,
team
already
because
press
I
like
feel
for
like
Poker
I'm
Bunny.
gonna
Nice, that's what we want. That's a real homie up in chat.
Do I know Andy Nguyen? Do you know Andy Nguyen in real life? I feel like I know you, Andy.
Do you want in?
So I said 300 when the like button was at 356. I said, if you are here for the Poker Bunny or you like Poker Bunny, smash the like button. And we're already at 390 likes.
Wow.
So
That's
Poker
a lot of
Bunny
people,
is
yeah.
actually breaking our YouTube algorithm. She's like hooking it up. So
Yeah.
How about what?
Pokemon.
So
almost at 400.
way better
Is the
sponsor.
Poker Bunny's algorithm of smashing like button going to get us to 400? I guarantee it.
Does anyone do it?
JJ,
I would bet my
JJ
IRA
knows
on it.
what JJ knows what to say to get the likes.
I would bet my IRA on it, my SEP IRA, and probably my Bitcoin.
Wow.
Not that I have a lot of Bitcoin,
Okay.
but I would bet it.
Yeah.
I would even throw my box at the bicycle in there.
How you must
Wow.
pay.
Very a lot of confidence.
That's how much I got confidence on you guys
A
in
lot
the
of
YouTube chat.
confidence.
Don't let me go broke, guys,
I mean,
please.
hey, it's working out, man.
404 likes. I told you.
Bob Strip
As-
says, who would have thought sex sells? All right, let me try this one. Hit the like button if you have lots of sex.
Queen Jack 3. Well, let's see if the like button goes up to like 500 right now.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, if the like button doesn't go up, I know all you guys don't have lots of sex, so.
Bet of 500. That might break our YouTube algorithm because everyone's going to claim. Everyone's going to claim. Bet 300. Paulina the Poker Bunny. Must have been more than 300. Oh, it was 5. I think graphics are going to fix
yeah.
it up right now. 600. Okay. River is a king. This should go check, check almost always. But let's see what these great poker minds think.
Yeah, there's another spot where I might think, okay, like maybe a value bet from Jesse with, not even a great kicker, with the overcard hitting out there might be kind of thin, but I mean, he's definitely thinking about it. He's thinking, hey, like it's still pretty likely I got the best hand, and he does go for the thin value bet.
What a beast here, and he's targeting a jack here.
I gotta say, Jesse has really been playing phenomenally. I feel like he's made almost the right decision, like, or has made the right decision in like every hand he's been in.
Wow, what a beast. Because if I'm in Jesse's shoes, I mean, I know that these are wide range spots, Don. I know this. But also, like, King 10 gets there, right? The open-ended. 9-10 gets there. How often does Paulina, the female poker solver, raise here? Repping a straight. She has the removal to Ace-10 and 9-10. Is her hand too good, so she just thinks it's a call? But usually when it's an in-between hand leaning towards a fold with some good removal is a good time to put in that raise bluff. Her timing would be absolutely impeccable if she can pull off this raise here.
Yeah, I mean, she does have the 10.
Oh, I don't think she can raise now. Hands over. I mean, that would be pretty epic to put her hands over her face and then raise now.
I mean, honestly, I feel like when I see people do that, they usually just have it. So
That's what I'm saying. Like, that would be pretty epic. But I feel like it can't be done. Don, you should try that in game.
Oh, I actually used to do it all the time. The reason I actually stopped doing it is when I played on Live the Bike, the commentators who I think were like
Said you were an angle shooter?
Tuckman and Vark. No, they didn't say I was an angle shooter. They're just like, oh, it's so obvious. Like every time someone does this, I was like, oh, I never thought about that. But I think it works. Like, I don't know.
But you did it as a bluff. Correct?
Yeah, as a bluff. I like act like you have a hard decision and then raise. Or no. Hold
Yeah,
on, let me
yeah.
think.
Because usually if you act like, oh, and Jesse gets the call, Jesse with the ultra thin value bet and gets the call, and Paulina is kind of shocked and a little frustrated.
Yeah.
She's got some poker to be played, though. So, yeah, I get what you're saying. But, like, okay, because, like, if someone shakes their head and puts the raise on the river, they usually got it, right? Or almost always got it. Like, if you're, like, disgusted and then raise the river.
Right, yeah.
So, like, you were doing that as the opposite, right? You were, like.
No, okay, so when I did on the show, I was doing it, like, with value. And then they were saying what I'm saying right now. But I didn't realize it because I'd only been playing, like, a year.
Oh,
of poker
okay.
at this time. And then, like, I realized, like yeah, I never thought about that before. Because I think it's, like, kind of natural because, like, it depends on your personality. But for me, playing poker, it's a game of deception. So it's, like, you act the opposite from, like, what you really feel. That's, like, just natural.
You would have to do that versus another beginner.
Right, that's what they were saying. But I don't know. Like, I
feel like versus a good player, if they don't know who you are.
It's just got to be a level.
And then, like, you just, like, go like this and shake your head. And then you put in a raise, he's going to, like, oh, my God, fold everything.
Yeah, so it's just, it's just got to be a level. You could do a reverse.
Just make sure you have it with good removal and then do it. Like, I feel like, since I play a lot of.
I could do this against JJ now. He's going to be really confused.
8-4 over pair for Remedio. I'm going to get this, Josh. I promise you, when you watch this back, you're going to be like, he finally got my last name correct. Bet a 500. And the AZ kid facing a 2/3 sizing is wondering, why would you bet that sizing? Usually the young kids nowadays bet the quarter pot here. So is this value? Do you have a big draw? Do you have some sort of high equity bluff like 6-7? And it piques the Arizona kids' interest here.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he does have a hand that's likely to call anyway. But I do like what you said about Remedio's sizing because I'm sure Remedio knows that it's like, hey, this is not the standard sizing on this board, but in poker, it is good to, like, confuse your opponents, right? Like, it is good to mix it up and make them, like, think. Like, that's, so, yeah, it definitely. That could start with something as simple as a flop C-bet. It doesn't have to be, like, a big river decision for all your chips. It's like he bets 500 again, right? Like, this is, like, he bet 500 on the flop and 500 on the turn. So it's like, yeah, I love this stuff. He's trying to, like, he's like, he's like, it's like a psychological 500. It's not just, I'm betting, like, 1/3 pot always and then, like, 3/4 pot always on the turn or whatever. But yeah, AZ Kid looks him up again with the pocket fives. Even with the ace hitting out there, Remedio, like, could have an ace, but nice thin value bet, and, like, if he wants, he has the option of checking back to the river here, so. I like the way he played it.
And Remedio's going to check this one back just in case the Arizona kid could have an ace too. That he check called the flop as well. So got some good value there. Paulina, the poker bunny, stressed out about that call a little bit.
Easy on yourself. Love yourself. How's that song go? Look at Ryan.
The poker bunny says she hasn't slept in 2 days. That's the poker matrix I wish I was in. You know, being up for 2 days on a bender, gambling, winning big pots.
Oh, I hate that. Oh, the winning big pots part. I like that.
Loving dagger.
Well, I never do those benders, so that bender would be kind of fun.
Oh, I hate being awake for, like, 24 hours. I'm like, if I'm awake for 24 hours, I'm just like, dude, where's the nearest bed? I actually don't understand how other people can play for poker for so long. I just don't get it.
Ryan's hiding back finally.
Ryan Malky versus the poker bunny. 10, 6, 5, 2 clubs.
AZ kid is adding 10,000.
Ryan's going to check this one. Let's defer to the poker bunny, what she thinks is best with her 2 deuces.
The AZ kid.
Does she bet and deny some equity, or does she just try to get the showdown? And she's going to bet and deny equity here, a bet of 300. And she did that. Like, she denied 30% equity with her $300 bet, so well done by Paulina.
Yeah. Ryan probably continues with the backdoor flush draw here, but without, because he does have the Jack-9 wrapping around the 10% backdoor straight equity. But without the backdoor flush draw, he just gives it up.
Let's hear the poker bunny real quick.
Okay, you just need some sleep.
And the poker bunny is definitely in the matrix right now. She's second guessing her decisions, wondering if she played hands correctly, wondering if she didn't go for the right bluff frequencies. The best thing you can do, and it's hard, but I try to do this all the time. You fold that hand, you lost whatever, move on to the next hand.
Yeah, definitely. I think that we mentioned this earlier with JD too. He was in kind of a really tough spot, but it's just like a lot of the times when you're playing poker, for almost all of us, like we're all humans, when you're playing that next hand, a lot of times you have a small part of your brain still thinking about the last hand, so you can't be on your A game. Like, you're not using your full potential because you're still worried about what happened in the past, and it's really hard to do. But it's like Jay said, you just try your best. You gotta move on.
2 pair for Ryan, pair and a straight draw for Al. AZ kid with the gut shot, and 2 overs. I mean, I can give you guys the best advice. Number 1 advice better than any training site, better than any solver, Don. The best poker advice I can ever give you is to just be present in the game and not be on your phone. That being said, I don't always accomplish it. Matter of fact, I rarely accomplish it. But if you are present in the game and watching for how much these players are betting and actually watching what players are doing, that is probably way more beneficial than you spending 8 hours that week studying. It's just being present in the game dynamic, who's out of line and who's in line. River is a 9. 2 pair still for Ryan. He got 2 bets out of the AZ kid.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. Like, your subconscious brain picks up way more information than like you consciously realize. So like when you're paying attention, like your instinct will tell you like, hey, like I should call here. Like I'm not really sure why, but I just feel like it is. And like it's because subconsciously you're realizing something that you've seen. Like, hey, this other player does this thing when he bluffs, and you might not even know what it is. But like, hey, if you're paying attention, then you'll get a huge like win rate boost from that.
What a big bet by one of the end bosses, Ryan Malky.
AZ kid's thinking about with the ace high.
I mean, is he trying to rep ace deuce?
I think he's thinking about a call.
Time chip extension from the Arizona kid.
Actually, I think ever since JD got caught out on that, I think a lot of these players I've been seeing some lighter calls from everyone ever since JD had that 9-6 offsuit play. Everyone's kind of thinking, whoa, 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 is that what's been going on? Because before that, there weren't a lot of showdowns.
And a fold.
Yeah, good fold with ace high.
Yeah, so during the main event, Don, like, other than like maybe like in between hands, if I wasn't sure, I was trying not to be on my phone. I would be on my phone to type out a hand history to send to a couple players, or like kind of like, since I don't play tournaments and like I was at like a 20 big blind stack or whatever, kind of look at my phone real quickly to be like, okay, this is what my range should kind of look like, and hope that I played it similar since I don't really know.
Yeah.
But other than those spots, I was like trying to be present. And a lot, it's a roller coaster. You've played the main. I've played it 4 times. The first time I cashed was this past year. And it's a roller coaster of emotions. You have your highs, you have your lows.
Yeah, for sure,
You
definitely.
can own one level and not win a hand for the next 6 hours, 3 levels, and feel like straight garbage.
I'm in the same boat,
Right?
man.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, poker is
I feel
brutal
like you're supposed
sometimes,
to bring,
but that, like you said, like
you're so
it's
close.
got the highs
I
and the
wasn't,
lows.
like, I
So
think
sometimes
you
it sucks, sometimes it's awesome, and
Or
I
you
mean
should
we're all here because we like poker. I
Um,
mean, does anyone here? Yeah, I mean like we all play poker, right?
And the key thing for me was, besides looking at my phone for those things, was like being super present. Like you said, picking up subconscious stuff.
well, but that's the thing. Like I.
And doing a lot of affirmations, reminding myself that I've played a lot of poker and a lot of mid to higher stake games in LA, that I've commentated on the amazing players like today, Joel and Ryan Malky and Jesse Sylvia and Al, right, Poker Bunny, Josh from Remedio. So remind myself that I have this knowledge that I've gained from all the work I put in, and just be focused and just do affirmations as this roller coaster. I would go on some declines, pick myself back up and try to take some breathing and just be back in the zone. And I really felt like in the main I was in it. So
Like, if I get anything
Yeah.
within, like, third, like,
I think that's another good point you bring up, that like you have to play with confidence. Like if you're playing and you're not confident in your decisions, that is going to cost you like really hard, because like you don't want to be second guessing yourself. You just like I know it's like really hard like after you just lose a big pot, especially in like a spot like we just saw with Poker Bunny's hero call, for example. She could be thinking, it's like, oh man, like am I playing badly to make this call? But like it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, because once you start thinking like that, then you're going to start playing bad in the future. Whereas like the call might have been completely fine. It's like, yeah, maybe you lost a pot, but it was like maybe it was fine against like your opponent's range, right?
Reserve is a weird word in poker.
it is, yeah.
here we go. Round 2, Jesse versus Poker Bunny. Ace Jack 6. Monotone clubs. Jesse Sylvia with the 5 of clubs in hand.
It's 40% equity.
And it goes check, check. Wow, look at that 5 on the turn. That is the spiciest card in the deck. Jesse now with 95% equity.
Poker Bunny is one of the 2 aces now. Jesse turning a set while Poker Bunny turns 2 pair. There are still 3 clubs out there, so it's not as much of a cooler as it could be, but definitely definitely an action card.
1250.
I mean, I'm not expecting all the chips to get in because like the possible flush flopped flush, but yeah, we'll see.
Well, somebody do me a favor.
Club would be the action killer here, no doubt. River's a deuce. And
Total brick.
let's see if we see a big bulky bet from Jesse, like a check back ace targeting Poker Bunny. Let's defer to what Jesse decides is best here.
Jesse's definitely got to be thinking he has the best hand. That Poker Bunny checked it back and then only called on the turn. You would think a flush would take an aggressive action at least at some point. Yeah, so Jesse got to be thinking he has the best hand. Probably, like JJ said, trying to get value from an ace.
Time chip extension from Jesse Sylvia. 2012 runner-up in the World Series main event. Looks like he's going to put a bulky one out there.
3,700.
3,700, and now the Poker Bunny has to risk 3,700 to win 8,000, getting a little bit better than 2-1. And I don't see how she can fold this hand.
I think this has to be a call with like 2 pair here.
She might even be thinking about raising.
You would even be beating some of their value hands with Ace 5 for sure.
Because this is early position versus early position. Jesse can still have a few combos of Ace King, some combos of Ace Queen, no doubt. She is worried about Jacks and Ace Jack though, and something like King Queen of clubs and 8-9 of clubs. So
I think personally, I think she's gonna go for a call.
And she does make the call. Things just not going the Poker Bunny's way tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, we gotta like watch out and see if like that affects her emotionally like the previous hand. I'm kind of thinking it's less likely to, because this spot is like there's no way you can fold ace-5 here. But on the other hand, she called with third pair in a spot, and then like against a very thin value bet, so she feels like she got owned. Like in the other hand, but in this hand it's just like, well, you know, that's just a cooler.
And the Poker Bunny adds on another main event seat.
It is
throws 10,000 in the mix.
Yeah, it is another hand like very like in a row kind of thing, like in very short succession. So I mean that is cumulative as well.
And you see Poker Bunny's mannerisms, like you see her like defeated look and her hands over her head. Like I feel like that throughout a poker session sometimes. I just, you know, me personally as a professional poker player, I don't want the recreational players to see that I'm not having a good time, even when my soul is being crushed and taken out from me during a session.
I agree.
And also, and if Don Ding is at my table, I don't want him to see that he's taking my soul from me, a professional poker player taking it from me. So from both ways, you know, I don't want someone to feel like they own me, and I want the recreationals to perceive that I'm having a great time. So it's something that Poker Bunny, who I know she's still newer to poker, will have to learn as poker goes on. She's going to have to put on a jovial attitude even when she's getting mind crushed in this game, because this game is always going to be ups and downs.
Maybe, though, a lot of like the, I mean, a lot of our popular poker personalities for sure are popular because they do show that emotion. I mean, like, obviously, I think the most clear example to mind comes like Phil Hellmuth. Is like he's so adored because he shows like so much emotion, like after like he suffers a bad beat or whatever.
That is true. I didn't think about it in that view, but that is true in context.
I would say like for me, I'm not like seeking, you know, like I care more about like what you said. Like I'm just here I care more about my table at the moment, so I don't want to like bring down the mood and like you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean we've all been there at a table where like someone, they might lose a big pot and they're just, you can just tell they're having a really bad time, and it kind of makes the whole table feel awkward.
So on day 5 of the main, I folded a hand which I should not have folded, and I was probably looking like the Poker Bunny.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you watch tournament poker, but there's a kid named Asher Cuniff, I think. Anyways, he's won 2 WPTs, maybe 3 at this point. He's a tournament beast. And he looks at me and he goes, I don't know if he knows who I am, because I played with him day 3 of the main.
Wait, does anyone not know who you are?
I don't know if he knew who I was, but I played with him day 3 a couple years before. I don't know if he would know. And then I met him when he was playing here some WPTs. I got introduced to him, and we talked a little bit. But still, I don't know if he knew who I was, because we didn't start on the first table. He came to the table of day 5. And he looks at me and he says, hey, man, you're still in it, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
that's nice.
That's not something I would have done for somebody. You know,
yeah.
I'm like, all right, he's down. Let's get him. It's the
yeah,
main event.
That's funny.
So
I actually remember Kenny Tran doing that for me as well.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was just like, come on, man, you look miserable. Like, it's just one hand. And I was like, all right, you're right. And then I gave him a bad beat like 5 minutes later.
Oh,
it was
wow.
Great. He had aces, and I had like 5-6 or something.
All right, Poker Bunny. Let's see if she can turn this around. Yeah, shout out to Asher. If any of you guys know him, you can tell him the story. He'll probably remember day 5. Shout out to him for being a good sport about it. He just knew I was like sulking. It's the day 5 of the main. Pressure's high. Emotions are running even higher. 3-bet pot. Remedio dominated from the Poker Bunny, who's been 3-betting relentlessly today. 6-4 deuce. Both players whiff. Poker Bunny's range definitely the strongest 3-betting from the big blind. Can ramp aces and kings and all the good pairs. She's going to be very polarized here. She's going to have good hands, and she's going to have some suited connected type hands as well. Check down to the river spot. Ace high is still good from Poker Bunny.
Yeah, expecting a check from Poker Bunny with a showdown value with the ace king. Remedio, yeah, he just checks it back with a showdown value, also with ace high.
He gives up, but he knows that most likely Poker Bunny's hands are something like ace king and ace queen. Probably her low tier bluffs like 8-7, right? Her low suited connector bluffs would have went for some. Maybe he beats something like ace 5, but again, that would have had a wheel drawn, would have bet. So that would have been the leveling game of trying to get Paulina off a similar ace high, and he did not want to tangle on that, probably because of what he perceives the Poker Bunny Paulina to be giving off, and not in the mood to be folding.
Yeah, there's I mean I think ace 8 there is a pretty reasonable like check down in terms of showdown value in the context of your overall range. But I definitely also agree like what you're saying, where it's like you're definitely not going to win that much because a lot of the hands that you would beat would have bet in Poker Bunny spot earlier in the hand, if not the river. So it looks like Al and Remedio again, the only two people who are big winners today. Like almost 3.5. Like, sorry, like yeah, 2 buy-ins for L. No wait, sorry, 4 buy-ins for L, right? 4 buy-ins for L and then 3.5 for Remedio. So like almost 7.5 between the two of them, taking away from the rest of the table. So definitely a lot of chips moving, I would say. That's compared to our usual live the bike sessions, that is, yeah, that's a lot of chips moving. A lot of action.
Kevin C10 says, who is Paulina? That's the Poker Bunny.
Don't keep teaching Ryan how to play. It scares me to play heads with you now.
Top Shelf says, if you feel your soul's being taken from you, leave the table ASAP. I think this is kind of an interesting thing for those of us who do play poker like full time. Like, it's not, sometimes, it depends on how frequently that happens to you, it might not be feasible. And sometimes there is something to be said for playing through that and like developing your tolerance to variance and your ability to deal with like tough mental situations. Because if you just like leave immediately every time, then you kind of get weaker to that stuff.
King, Queen 3. Both players with the gut shot. Bad and a ticket for Ryan Malky.
Shout out to Sandy, our moderator in Twitch chat. Appreciate you.
14-hour delay.
Two hearts on this 6-5-5 board for Al. 2 overs. Turn 4. Straight draw for the AZ kid.
Pre-COVID, maybe a couple times a year. Yeah.
And ace high.
One time since COVID hit.
Ace high with a 70% right now, but I mean, 2 overs and 2 overs and a flush draw, definitely a lot of equity against
I was there a really good time.
pretty much anything except a higher flush draw.
Yeah, I mean.
The AZ kid does make a call versus a very aggressive player.
I'm not a very fun person to be around.
I like the check call with the ace high. You got some showdown value, so you can make sure you see the river for 1 bet.
Oh, in the cold?
Whereas if you bet yourself, you have a chance of getting raised.
I know people who
In which case, with ace 3, you would probably have to fold, which would be pretty gross folding an open ender, depending on the sizing.
Like, walk out of the casino.
Or I like the aggressive play from Al as well, with a lot of equity, and only jack on the river. I definitely like the follow-up bluff on the river. So let's see if AZ Kid can make the ace-high call.
We've seen AZ make the ace-high call. Or not the ace-high call, a light call versus Ryan earlier with the 8 in his hand. And I think he's going to make this call. This just doesn't make sense unless your player has exactly 7-8. And AZ Kid is going to make another good call.
Nice play.
All right, we got 447 likes. Thank you, guys. We bumped it up.
Yeah.
Now, if you guys are here for the Poker Bunny and you just tuned in, can you get us to over 500 likes? So if you're here for the Poker Bunny, smash the like button and just watch that like button go up and do the reverse of my portfolio for the last few days. Smash that like button. Thank you, guys.
But I hung out more in the city. I went out for Lollapalooza one time. Did that. Did Taste of Chicago. I did all the touristy stuff for sure. Taste of Chicago is really cool, though. I gotta say.
When do you go? I haven't been like over a decade now.
Taste of Chicago?
Yeah.
Probably over a decade ago.
Yeah, I heard it's. I don't know if it's as good as it used to be.
Oh, really?
I think they've limited the number of vendors.
Jesse with aces here.
But it was the shit.
Poker Bunny with ace queen. It looks like we definitely have some action in this hand.
800.
Number 1, the pocket aces.
Oh, we got a donation from Chris Sigmund.
All right, Chris, you're going to have to wait, though, and thank you for your $5 because we've got number 1, pocket aces, the Angels.
Read it out after the hand.
And Poker Bunny with ace queen and the relentless 3-betting from the Poker Bunny. Time extension from Jesse Sylvia with aces.
I have to imagine with a stack this deep, he's got to go for a 4-bet here against Poker Bunny. I mean, if you just call here and Poker Bunny's got like, you know, something like pocket kings or something, right? Like you could potentially be missing out so much value trying to win. You might win more money like more often, but those small chances to miss out on losing like a humongous 200 big blind pot. Yeah, you just gotta go for the 4-bet.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
And the 4-bet and the fold. And Chris Sigmund donated $5 and give him a shout out, Don, because I know it's based out towards you.
Said he learns a great games from my videos on Crush Live Poker, so I appreciate that. I mean, I enjoy helping people with poker. That's why me and JJ are here, trying to help you guys get better at poker too. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm glad that helped you out your PLO game. Let's see Live the Bike PLO. I want some Live the Bike PLO, but we need some players. So if any of you guys live in if any of you guys out there in the chat live in LA and want to play PLO, get down here and play on Live the Bike.
Yeah, you guys just got to hit up Wayne. Wayne's the director of the show, and then we'll get Don in there.
I mean, I know we for sure have a lot of good players in the chat out there, so.
That might be the toughest game ever on Live at the Bike, the YouTube chat.
Oh my God. What if it was like the YouTube chat versus the Twitch chat? I don't know who would win.
Put a 1 in the chat if you got YouTube. Put a 2 in the chat if you got Twitch.
Okay,
who would win in a poker
wait, isn't
game?
all the Twitch chatters just going to say 2 and all the YouTube chatters
I don't
going to
know.
say... Okay, all right, all right.
Some people
We'll
on
see.
each chat may not have faith. Put a 1 in the chat. Oh, we got another donation. What is AS dollars?
Hey, man, I love it. You could give a shout-out to Outdoor Chair. I don't know what that means, but shout-out to Outdoor Chair.
All right, well, you donated. What kind of money is that? Someone Google that for me and throw it in the chat. And thank you for your donation.
Yeah, good fold by Bunny, by the way. Even though she was, you know, like probably a little bit tilted from what happened earlier. Still had the discipline to lay down the ace-queen off pre-flop. Oh, someone in the YouTube chat said 2, and someone in the Twitch chat said 1. So I guess some of these guys don't have the confidence.
Oh, you know.
That was an aggressive
Get him.
250.
Get him.
Took me a second.
Just call the clock next time.
Puntin Stacks and Twitch chat says YouTube is about 54 average age, and we're all 12, so my money's on YouTube.
You're thinking?
I gotta say, on average, 12-year-olds are probably better at poker than 54-year-olds.
Oh, and JD is back. Let's
All right,
go,
let's go.
JD. JD, the man who was bringing the action. Let's see if he can spin it back up.
Roadback says 12, by the way. There's Australian dollars, so that's worth more than American dollars, right? So that's more. That's more than, I think. I'm not sure. I don't know anything about.
Shout out to Tear Down Time Lapse, and thank you for the $10 donation.
Justin
or
Actor
$12.
says, careful joking about age. That was not a joke. That's I genuinely believe that.
Are you an ageist, Don Ding? Are you an ageist?
Oh, are we not allowed? Oh, sorry. Don't fire me.
Poker Bunny with Ace Jack. She just raised up the King Jack and got 3-bet and folded versus 2 kings, and she's...
Adam Preston on YouTube says 10 Australian dollars is equivalent to 3,000 American. Okay, I don't know if that's true. I think you're pulling my leg. Oh, it's a little bit less. That's still good though. Appreciate the 10 Australian.
All right, 4-way action.
JD immediately getting back in there with 9-4 offsuit. I love it.
Flops a pair. Ryan with top, coined by Jamie Gold.
Top. I have top. Yeah, bottom pair for JD. I have a feeling he's not going to fold on the flop, even 4 ways. Not much of anything for anyone else. Chris Jervis says, I am Australia's best and powerful person. Thanks for the $8, Chris Jervis. Appreciate it. From Australia's best and most powerful person. So are you the president? Did they have a president or like a prime minister? Or I don't know. Either way, appreciate that. JD checking over to Ryan. Ryan did bet this 4 ways on the flop, so...
2K is a bet.
Ryan's going for big value. He's seeing JD pay off. So, I mean, he's like, hey, you know what? Maybe he'll pay me off. Fersenko brings up a good point. People made fun of JJ for calling Poker Bunny a superstar, but I mean, if you're just in here reading the chat, I would say 90% of the comments are about Poker Bunny, so I think it is fair to say she is a superstar. Yeah, JD does indeed call with a bottom pair.
Okay.
Teardrop Time Lapse says, I'm better than Chris Jervis. So you're telling me Chris Jervis was lying. I don't know. Can I have another shout out to Outdoor Chair? Outdoor, if I could shout, Outdoor Chair. That'd be, alright. Yeah, thanks for the $10 Australian. JD thinking about with the bottom pair. Ryan bet this 3 times into 4 players on the flop, heads up on the turn. JD's really just got to put him on like a Jack 9 or Jack 10 or 9-10 type hand to make this call. Ryan did indeed have the value bet, so nice value bet from Ryan. I like the sizings going bigger on the turn, recognizing that JD was probably not that strong on the river and sizing down, and gets a crying call from JD. So well played by Ryan. JD looking for that hero play, but this time did not get it.
I got you.
Adam Wynn says, "What is outdoor chair?" I don't know what outdoor chair is.
They're at 1500 to 3. Should I like?
It's a chair that's outdoors. Oh, I get it. Appreciate that, Marky, on the Twitch chat. I did not understand what that was until you just explained it.
You understand. Unless I understand when you
Chris Jervis, thanks for the $8 Australian. I hope your Bell's hot chicken is tasty, and I'm sorry that you were injured. Please don't sue me. Markio says this is why Twitch chat would win in poker. Everyone's focused up. Table's quiet now. Once we got people like winning and losing money, then they're like, it kind of, they're here to play now. Yeah, we got 2 donations while you were out.
Chris, no, I saw the other donation. Chris Jervis. He's mad at the guy with the chair. The outdoor chair. I don't know what that inside joke is about. Jack 6-3 top pair for Jesse Sylvia. Middle pair for the Poker Bunny. I love having the Poker Bunny on our show.
Oh, definitely, for sure.
She's probably my top 3 favorite players at the moment for Live at the Bike.
For me, I think like, I mean, I've only been commentating for a few months now, but I would say like top 1.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Joshua's
23 years old, playing the high stakes nosebleeds. I didn't have that in me. I don't even have that in me at 35. I play like the lower, higher stakes games, you know, ending with a $50 straddle or a $100 straddle. Like, that's big for me.
Oh, for sure. I actually
So
used to play bigger, and now my risk tolerance is lower.
River Queen. The turn went check, check.
I imagine Jesse's going to go for a value bet here with his second pair on the river, but it's not that likely that Poker Bunny has a queen.
Yeah, if he does, I guess he goes for a quarter pot size, huh?
I don't know. We'll see. I could see going for a bigger bet because, I mean, kind of the reasoning is like the quarter pot kind of looks more value-ish, you know? Like, so going bigger, it kind of could look bluffier. We saw that hand earlier where Remedio had the straight against Ryan's top pair, where like he just went for like a big overbet on the turn, and I would be thinking, man, it's like, why is he overbetting if he hasn't made straight?
Whoa, look at this bet here.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, he goes like full pot.
Interesting.
Bunny lays it down.
Because when you're betting from an exploitive standpoint, right, you're targeting what you think can call. And then Jesse Sylvia goes on another level and says, okay, this is what I want to get called by, but will I get called after I level to a near pot size bet and get her to call with horse? It's pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, it's at this level, I mean, these players are all very experienced poker players. It's just like a leveling game where it's like if I bet big, I'm kind of representing like I have a queen when I only have a jack, and then that might make my opponent think. But then of course Poker Buddy knows that as well.
But I'm still gonna
Does make the
change
good fold. We got another $5 Australian donation from Teardrop Timeless. Says Chris Jervis, the outdoor chair is better than you.
Otherwise, I'm paying probably another like.
Oh, by the way, while you're out, JJ, someone in Twitch chat explain what the outdoor chair is.
I had my leash though.
What is
It's
it?
a chair that's outdoors.
Like 300,000.
Yeah, exactly. Thank God, man. So ridiculous.
Is Arizona that much lower?
Yeah.
Well, I have one of those.
3 or 4, yeah, something like that.
That makes some sense. In my
What
head,
are the? I forget what that. I have one of those Herman Miller chairs,
Yeah.
and that chair is better than your outdoor chair. Queen 972 hearts, and to tell you the truth, I got it for free. I got it from the Full Tilt Poker Store with my points, baby.
Wow.
And that was 250,000 points, 250,000 points that I spent on a chair. And when me and my wife bought our first property, she tried to get me to throw away the chair because she said it was too bulky. I said, this is a $1,000 chair. She's like, are you sure? I'm like, yes, I'm sure. Look it up online. I still have the chair.
Nice. It's also a sentimental
asked my sister to
full tilt poker. Wow, those are.
Yeah.
That's a piece of history right
She
there.
tried to get rid of my damn $1,000 Herman Miller chair. Is that what it's even called, Herman Miller? I believe so.
So much money, you know. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. No, she had like, I guess she was in college at the time, but she
River 3. Yeah, there's not too many things I actually like won't let her throw away in the house. Obviously my laptop, but my chair is damn pretty close to it.
Yeah, a lot of people are risk reverse.
yeah.
The AZ kid, pair of sevens is good.
Feel bad, one of my best
Had
friends,
removal to the straight.
Like, I asked him to buy
We've
it,
seen him make
he
some
wanted
pretty
that.
brilliant calls thus far today.
That has, nah.
Yeah.
Like, nah, no shot, buddy.
Did he ever get back to you after you sold it off?
No.
So it was that.
Yeah. Which I don't take it personally, like I said. One guy forgot to get back to me because he read my text while he was working. He literally just forgot. But he was more than willing to buy.
Yeah.
But at that point, I already sold everything. What's crazy is that I was gonna sell 70% because I just wanted to play for fun. And one of my buddies convinced me to keep 50.
Three-handed.
Another $8 Australian donation from Chris Jervis. I like the better way you're showering me. Well, okay, to be fair, you said you were the best and most powerful man in Australia, so, I mean,
Hey, that's not bad. Could've been two.
but yeah, I appreciate the donation. Chris Jervis, preeminent Australian.
Oh,
Much
for
much
sure,
appreciated.
So we saw Jesse mix a 3-bet with Jack 10 suited earlier. Now he's going to just flat call with Ace 10 of clubs, and we're going to take a flop in C3.
I will say we haven't seen that many
Well,
like flat
actually-
calls in general compared to 3-bets.
We're not sure what Al has just yet. Okay, he has Ace Queen.
maybe we will not take a flop right away.
And these Ryan Malky and Al are playing effectively like 3,100 big blinds.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
31.
300, yeah.
Sorry, I said 3,100. 300 big blinds deepish, 310 big blinds. 3,100 effective.
Yeah. I wouldn't hate a call here. 4-bet is probably more common.
By hour 4, my brain gets a little frothy. That's what was happening there. A little frothy. We kind of pushed through to hour 5. And then sometimes the producers and directors surprise me at overtime, and we push 3 hours 6 to hour 7. Hopefully they don't have no surprises for us here.
Yeah, this is the longest show I've been on, so.
I've done 10 hours before.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah. I would call in for a sub.
Ace,
Oh wow, what an
king,
action flop.
6.
This is a 4-bet pot, so there's already 8,000 in the middle, and Ryan only has 26,000 behind. It is a 4-bet pot, so Al is going to be a little cautious. But I mean, this is Ace Queen. You got top pair, top kicker here. I mean, yeah, we'll see how these guys choose to play it.
And Ryan Malky, the human solver, goes for a little bit under a quarter pot size bet. Ryan Malky would be doing this with all the hands he 4-bet with, I promise you. Because he knows that he can rep ace, king, aces, and kings and has nut advantage on this board. Turn 4.
Yeah, it's a very, like, Al is very close to, like, top of his range with ace queen here. I mean, like, ace king and then maybe kings and maybe aces that you might flat with sometimes. But, I mean, this is You gotta defend this as Al. And what JJ said about Ryan, he's betting every time. We talked about other boards and like single raise or 3-bet pots where it's a good board, so you should bet a lot. In a 4-bet pot on Ace King, this is so good for your range. It's gotta be 100% C-bet.
Yeah, it's like a Jordan slam dunk.
Yeah,
Like
4-bet
Jordan.
pot. It's yeah, oh man.
And now a bet of 5,600.
You can see Ryan sizing to get it all in by the river.
Yeah. So
And Al knows that too.
he sized it perfectly. Look at that. Under pot size bet to
Yeah.
just safely jam his last 200 big blinds. The magic words in poker. The wisest man once said, all in to double up your stack. And let's see if Ryan Malky, one of the end bosses of Los Angeles, you travel through any casino in LA, I promise you, you'll see Ryan Malky in the biggest game being played, as we see him here on High Stakes Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a really tough spot for Al. I'm really interested to think. I mean, okay, we already know Ryan's probably going all in. What do you think Al's gonna do? Call or fold? I think he's gonna let it go.
Well, I don't know if Ryan
Could go for a smaller sizing. That's true. Oh
And
yeah, he does.
Ryan says, let me. So I kind of like this deceptive because I've seen players do this with the bluff too.
Yeah,
So
I think it's reasonable for sure.
looks like he bets something along the lines of 15,000. I can be off. Let's see how much. Let's defer back to the dealer and see how much she counts and scoops out. 16,000. All right, like Don said, put a 1 in the chat if you think Al's going to call 2 fold. 1 call, 2 fold.
Unfortunately, I already spoiled what I said. What I think he's gonna do. But I did say that's what I thought he was gonna do for a jam. But yeah, I do think he's gonna fold.
You think he's going to
personally.
fold? The issue is that, and we're going to see Al throw the time chip. Al and Ryan have battled before.
Yeah.
And Al knows that Ryan's capable. If Ryan has something like 6-7, or even something that he has like once in a while, I would say most likely holding it something like 6-7 or 7-8 or any hands, he knows that Ryan Malky will go at it. Does Ryan 4-bet those hands? Probably not enough pre-flop.
Yeah.
So then again, maybe Ryan doesn't have too many 4-bet bluffs here that go triple off. But if Ryan does have a bluff, this board is so good that Ryan is bluffing it at 100% frequency.
Yeah, I mean, the way I'm looking at this is like Al could have some kings, could have some aces, like probably not that many aces given how deep they are. He could definitely have ace king. So the way I'm looking at this, like Al has better hands to call here. I mean, ace queen is good, no doubt, but this is again 300 big blinds. This is not just 100 big blinds. I'm calling it off every time, but there's 300 bigs, and I mean, I think he has ace king here. And he's already narrowed his range a lot by calling twice to get to this river.
And
I think
Ryan,
he's gonna let it go.
I'm going to say I'm going to put verbally a 2 in the chat. I think Al will find the fold. Let's see how well I know Al. I've commentated on his game almost every Friday
You've
for
been
the
spot
last
on his
6 months, and
prediction
there's a
of-
fold.
Yeah, good play from Al. See, huge pot from Ryan anyway. Like he doesn't get that river bet in, but I mean, like he can't be too unhappy dragging the $40,000 pot. I mean, I guess like part of that was his river bet, but even without it, was still like 26,000 even before the river bet.
And Al with the oh my god.
Yeah.
I think he played that hand fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think the flop is a mandatory call. A fold on the turn would be pretty impressive. I mean, ace queen, like, man, you probably
removal
got
for everything.
I mean, like we talked about like solvers, and we talked about how like again like we've seen some like definitely some deviations that were correct, but like ace queen would, I mean, it's gotta be a call on the turn. Like you're not gonna have a hand better than ace queen that often.
All right, boys and girls, we are in the power hour. 1,600 of you in the YouTube chat. We need 100 likes this last hour. Those of you who like seeing Jesse, Sylvia, most importantly, the Poker Bunny, Al, Ryan Malky, Josh Remedio, Make sure you smash that like button. I know you guys can pull this off. Easy peasy. Twitch chatters, shout out to Sandy Joy, Rosie, Ryudo999, Happy Face 16, Northwest 15. Come on over for the Twitch chat. Help the YouTube algorithm. Smash the like button. Hop back in the safe place, the Twitch place. YouTube, you know what's up. Let's get it done. We got Don Ding. I haven't commentated with somebody in probably the last 3 or 4 months. Time goes by way faster with someone else back here.
Yeah, actually, sometimes it's rough when it's also easy today because all the Poker Bunny fans of the chat. So there's always stuff to talk about from the chat. But like there are some days where like the chat, there's nothing new in the chat for 5 minutes, and like it might be a shorthanded game. I remember like the day I commentated the day before Thanksgiving, that was a rough one because it was like some kind of tight players, like relatively tight for live the bike standards, and you know it was like 5-handed or something. And it was like there was a lot of walks, and then like chat was pretty quiet. That was a rough day, but yeah, I completely agree with you. It's been a pleasure commentating with you, JJ.
Nice, yeah.
You know the drill. Ass, is this real money? Yes, this is a cash game, so a $100 chip is good for a $100 bill at the Bicycle Casino. Oh, we're up to 534. That's good. Wait, did my comment earlier get any likes? I forgot to ask. They won't respond to that one.
Well, I'm not sure, but Poker Bunny, who's 3-bet relentless today, finally wakes up with the real hand, Pocket Kings.
Got a donation from Chris Jervis in the chat. $15 Australian. Says the Power Hour is brought to you by Chris Jervis.
There you are. Shout out to you, donating $14.99.
Yeah, that is like the 3rd or 4th donation from Chris Jervis, so definitely very much appreciated.
Chris Jervis, you definitely
awesome.
are the biggest donator today. Shout out to you. You have the highest VPIP in the donations in the YouTube algorithm.
Yeah.
10, 7, 5, 2 clubs. Another brutal flop for JD. Top pair for JD in a 3-bet pot. This is like deja vu.
Oh man, this is rough for JD. He has not been hitting the. He has not been on the right side of the cards today. Got a $20 donation from the vote. Appreciate that. Keep up the great work, Live the Bike team. Yeah, glad to see you guys are enjoying it. I mean, we've had like over 1,000 people in here ever since we started. Like 4 hours ago. Yeah, ever since we started 4 hours ago. So, I mean, I know a lot of you guys are enjoying it. So I'm glad you all are staying.
Bet of 1,600 and a call, and off to the turn as this pot is now $5,450. Turn Queen of Clubs. This will definitely slow down some action.
Yes, bad card for Poker Bunny as it puts an overcard to JD's hand. So now he's got to be a little bit more scared that like, hey, maybe Poker Bunny was continuation betting with a hand like Ace Queen. The flush draw also gets there, so.
This does go check, check. River is a 5, and Poker Bunny's going to feel a little bit safer once it goes paired board.
Yeah, Poker Bunny also saw JD call a bet on the flop earlier with 9 high, no draw, nothing. So she's maybe thinking, all right, you know what? I might let JD take a bet at it. JD's got a kind of medium strength hand where it's like maybe he's got the best hand, maybe not. Curious to see how he approaches the situation. Personally, I think a bet is kind of thin, but not completely unreasonable. But yeah, I would just go for a check, which he does go for, and Poker Bunny goes for a value bet. Pocket Kings after checking the turns, mandatory value bet. She goes for basically full pot, so like the sizing. Definitely seen JD make a lot of calls earlier in the show, so just looking for that max value. And JD just quickly makes the call. I mean, he's got flop top pair, and then yeah, $15,000 pot goes over to Poker Bunny.
Well played by the poker buddy, no doubt.
Yeah.
Actually, a good tournament around there too, before Borgata, so you can kind of do that.
Time it together.
Yeah.
Got all the Poker Bunny fans in the chat hyped up now.
I mean, they already have most. I wonder how many of these 546 likes are from the Poker Bunny.
Oh, it's a lot for sure. Renato says the good guys win.
Those of you who are here for the Poker Bunny, keep smashing the like button. I'm sure it'll hit 600 within the next 5 minutes, knowing that you guys love Paulina the Poker Bunny.
Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting.
Every time you tell them to raise.
Raise and a 3-bet from Joel with Ace Queen of Diamonds.
I get nervous, like I'm gonna get reprimanded again.
I didn't fucking make it big.
One time he makes it like 24, and she's like, that was good.
Like 250, you know?
The one.
30K behind.
How much? 30?
I'm over 2.
Okay. Jabs, please. $30K behind C3.
And JD's going to put another 30,000
C3, yeah.
on the table.
For chips. 3.
Yeah, he is unfazed completely.
It's your chip.
Oh, sorry, I got a pink back here.
What'd you get for food?
2K.
Like,
so
kind
this-
of, it's around 27, right? Before
Roll
this.
salmon salad? Yeah. Sounds pretty good. That was good. Yeah, something like. I could be convinced.
She tell him to bet again?
No, I got it right that
I
time.
saw, I saw
I
it
got
top
it, I got it right.
I saw it top his leg. I don't know. Do it.
No, I wasn't.
I was just
sorry.
thinking, yeah. Do you have a way to call food?
Thumbs up if you're good at poker.
Oh,
We need a service and
Yeah.
chips, please.
If you guys are good at poker, you should hit the like button on YouTube. Otherwise, I mean, I'm just going to have to assume you're not, so.
yeah, that's a good one. If you are good at poker, smash that like button. So Christian Campbell says, JG, what is your favorite trait of the Poker Bunny? Honestly, her eagerness to try to win every single pot. I love it. Like, she's literally trying to fight and play every single pot. And you see that frustration even spill out in like a 5 big blind pot, which I love it. I absolutely love it. She's out there fighting and grinding, and her mental solver is connecting the dots and fighting. Sometimes I mean, I'm out there fighting, even though you guys think I'm out there having fun, stuff like that, which I am having fun at the same time. But sometimes I'm like, all right, I check. Let's see if I can win at this showdown. Not the Poker Bunny. She's out here thugging it up. And Joel, who was going to go for 3, just did not try to go for that one. So he doesn't do the hat trick. Mr. Zhang, I think it's Jun Yun Zhang. I'm looking from a distance at the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Who's the other commentator? JJ and who? Who is this?
I'm Asa, Don Dean. I played a lot of the Bicycle Casino, then played some online. I have a really, really long blog on 2+2. But yeah, you can find me on Twitter, Asa Poker, AESAH.
Yep, he is a no limit expert, PLO expert, very good commentator. I make a joke with my wife all the time, you know, that I like being friends with the smart people, the intelligent people, because I like to, you know, raise my bar. So if I'm friends with you, it's probably because I think you're a smart, intellectual person. Jeremy Fremlin, Charlie Wilmoth, Don Dean. I don't know about Adam Swan, but we'll give him a pass. I'm just kidding. Adam's my boy.
My buddy has one. You're taking the trick and stuff. He's like, there's like a Tesla form. He's like,
And I am JJ De La Garza. Once again, I do all the high-stakes commentary around here. I go by JJ4D Poker on my social media platforms. I go in and out of dropping like some good stuff. So if you guys want some poker content, feel free.
They can stop and stretch their legs whenever they want. What's that? Yeah.
I've been waiting for mine for over a year. Well, no, a year.
Come on, really?
Well, actually, no, it's coming up on a year. It's supposed to be February last year.
Do you have any friends who got like one of the first edition Teslas?
You mean like the Model S first? Or you talking about like the little teeny roadster from a lifetime ago?
And we need a service as well. Chips and service.
What are you talking about, man? People talk shit about my hairline all the time. Take me to heart. I don't do like anymore.
You want that?
You're not cold, probably.
Yeah.
You don't get cold?
No,
Service as well.
Oh my god,
Thank you.
You're cold?
You're not freezing. If you're freezing, you put your jacket on.
Oh, true. That's fair.
It's so hot. How you guys ready? The mask.
Raise
No, I'm
1,000.
cold. I don't like to wear
First
my play
raise
against
is
the cold.
250, second is 150.
Honestly, I just don't like to.
How many years ago? Because I know someone that just actually
lot
got
of
their
garbage
shoulders
on
out.
it.
It's like a 6-year-old one or a 5-year-old one. None of us
Really old. I just know the original people, at least this was true. Some of like the earlier buyers get kicked way up higher on the line. If they want to
Maybe.
buy
You know what's funny? Because the guy I know, he got his pretty quickly. Like,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
got- yeah.
So I think like you could probably just order it through them if you want, buy it off of them
Too
once
late,
they
yeah.
get it.
They'll fully
Yeah.
order. It's like
My buddy gets like every 2
I
years.
think I
he can
thought
buy it
about,
just to
like,
get bumped up the list.
putting a job
So
without
you know, the
support,
hard
but
with the
then
shipping and the chip shortage, this is
I
all
like-
crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure
With
it's
all
all-
cars right now. It's like
remember that they didn't
I'm sure
put
it's all.
the
There's actually
air
like equity in
conditioner
car
on,
values,
like,
lease
at the
cars.
start of the stream, but that
That's what I'm
wasn't
buying.
applicable anymore.
Yeah, they don't lose value. That's crazy.
Well, no, now we've gone higher. So I
300 is
bought
the
my
rate?
car out of the lease because it actually appreciated. Never happened.
300. Not
Oh.
250.
Don't yell at him.
You're so sweet about it.
It's me. It's so nice. They call you sweetie and everything.
Excuse me, sir. You're a little. It's only it's 300.
Imagine that.
250.
He's really yelling at
Motherfucker.
yelling at the booth. I kind of like it though. It's weird. I don't know. I got for that.
Open ender for Ryan and gutter for Jesse. They want each other's cards. If neither hit, Ryan has a better hand with ace. Jesse's still got good 26% equity. Can hit a king. Can hit an 8.
It's a pretty cool board. 9, 6, 7, 2 diamonds. Jesse does have the backdoor diamond as well.
Also position of the hand over 3 streets. A lot of value in that. Ryan definitely going to continue here. Let's see if he wants to go for a raise or just call.
Definitely if you put these ranges in a solver, under the gun 1 is checking almost full range here. So even if Ryan had aces, probably anything but a set, and probably some sets he has to slow play due to balance. And then the sets he's going to check raise. So port he's going to be checking a bunch. Turn is a king. Jesse improves. It's crazy how spot on Jesse. I haven't seen Jesse make one mistake today. It's pretty insane.
He's been playing. Yeah, I've been really impressed by Jesse's play. Like I said, I think everyone's at this table's play has been very good, but I think Jesse, if I had to pick one, his definitely stands out to me the most.
Yeah, he's like playing super solid.
He's like really sharp, just like the right sizings, everything.
He knows where he's at in every hand. Like I say super solid, and King 10 obviously is not the best call pre-flop unless he thinks he has a post-flop edge versus Ryan, which maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, I don't know. I know Ryan's very good. But he's very spot on in every hand, post-flop. It's pretty insane.
Thank you guys. Good to have you here.
Philip Fighter asks, what are your thoughts on Poker Bunny's frequency of device use you commentate on being present? Yeah, I mean, I think like me and JJ said, like, I think being present in the game is really important for like your win rate. So I think Poker Bunny is definitely hurting that with her frequent device use. But yeah.
And here's the scoreboard.
Hasn't changed too much since we last looked at Remedio and L still at the top. JD, Ryan's been making a bit of a comeback actually, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, put a 1. Ryan's down 9,100. Ryan was down almost 30K at one point. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ryan's going to make a comeback. He's got about 40 minutes or so to win 10K to make a comeback.
Like
put
50
it,
big blinds?
Yeah. No. No. What was it? No, it's about 100
Oh,
bigs.
no, like 100. Yeah.
100 bigs because the straddle's not on the whole time.
Yeah,
Put a 2 in the chat if you think Ryan's not going to make a comeback. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ryan's going to make a comeback.
Can we get service as well, please?
Thank you guys for all the support. I didn't bring my laptop today. Usually I have my laptop in the mix, and I can check. I'm usually pumping some subs too. I can see the exact count on our back end. And I'm like, all right, we got 50 new subs. Let's get 70 new subs by the end of the show. But thank you guys for all the support today. I hope you guys have had a good time.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely have like I said, I've come to this probably like the maybe 6th or 7th time I've commentated on the show in the past few months, and yeah, the amount of activity in both Twitch chat and YouTube chat is just like it's way more than I'm used to keeping up with. So yeah, I really appreciate all you guys tuning in. I know like a bunch of you are Poker Bunny fans, so yeah, appreciate all you guys coming to hang out with us at Live the Bike.
You can say whatever you want.
As long as you're not on the wall, you're good.
I mean, if it's like a factual thing that like is
You have a lawyer here.
You're going to be sued. If it's factual, that's ultimate defense to defamation. So you can't get sued. It's true. It's true. Saying the truth.
Wait, what was it?
You say something that's truthful, then it's an absolute defense like libel or defamation.
Like those are you just
like when I say Isaac likes to touch little kids, like that's I'm fine. Like I'm okay.
Is there
I'm kidding. Don't laugh at my joke. What about you? What do they say about their opinion of you?
Is there anything like
So what Joel is saying, because he's a lawyer.
Wasn't there a lawsuit? There was litigation actually. I think there was like a lot of lawsuits and litigation going on too. I kind of remember that since you said that. Yeah, they won. Yeah, there was definitely a lawsuit.
No one remembers that. And it was like the biggest like mean event as well.
So a defamation suit, what Joel said, I remember Joel's a lawyer in suit number 1. He said that as long as it's true, this is good for me to know, just in case I ever want to like put people on blast in the poker world, because I know everything. And I'm just always tempted, do I want to step here? And I always step away from drama.
Yeah.
Well, one day, there will be a time where I'm pushed enough to unleash all everything that I know, and I will. So,
he says as long as it's true.
As long as it's
fine?
true.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
but I'm going to ask him off the table.
All right.
You know, and you guys are going to have a
blast. That's good to know.
Because I've been asked on to come on certain podcasts and be like, hey, can you talk about this? And I'm like, nah, I'll stay clear because I'm always worried about that.
Yeah.
But as long as it's true, or at least I believe it to be true, then I should be in the clear.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to ask Joel. I don't know if he's semi-joking too. I was going to win with his 210s. This is not, what do they say, like financial advice? This is
not legal advice.
This is not legal advice.
Yeah.
Okay, this is just what a poker player is saying that plays lawyer, but he really is a lawyer, but he may be trolling at the same time. So do not come back and hit me up on Instagram or Twitter that I gave you false information. I'm just reciting what Joel said.
Yeah. JJ, I got a question about if someone's been in the chat and has sent, about 50 messages about Poker Bunny over the past, 4 hours. Is it not fair to say they're a Poker Bunny fan? Because they're denying it.
If they're talking about the Poker Bunny in any way, shape, or form,
they've been here for 4 hours.
They are a Poker Bunny fan. But it's a strange thing. Like, people, 743 Rainbow, pair of threes for Joel. People will... They kind of they either love you or sometimes they love to hate you.
Yeah.
But they're still there. You're still there.
Hey, we appreciate you guys being here.
So
you're having a good time watching the show. You're taking time out of your life to spend it with us. We appreciate that.
Does Remedio go bet? Remedio. Josh, I almost got it. Check, check, and Joel's going to win a pot with queen. 3.
Yeah.
Queen with the tray.
I will say one thing I've seen, like a lot of the disciplined give-ups with like the king highs on the river and stuff like that. I think like it's kind of natural for a lot of players to just always bet in that spot. But you have to recognize on what boards and what situations, like most of your range is going to be hands like king high, that you can't just bet every single time because otherwise you're just going to be betting too much.
Shout out to Eric Hicks. He hasn't chatted, but he's there. Because I saw he just hit someone who said something inappropriate. So shout out to Eric Hicks. You can't hide from me, Mr. Owner of Lunicycle Bikes. So if I had to do my top 3 favorite players since we came back from the pandemic to commentate on.
Okay.
Poker Bunny, and it's not in this order, but it's my top 3. Poker Bunny, Eric Hicks, and Victor. Victor, I'm not sure what his last name is. He plays like the biggest limit mixed games here at the Bicycle and plays limit. And he travels from San Fran, 10-4-3, Rainbow. Open-ended for JD. Jesse with bottom pair of snap bet by JD. And I assume that Jesse's going to continue with his backdoor equity and a pair. He travels. He's a businessman from San Francisco, I believe in tech. And he travels here to play these big mix games. Supposedly, I don't play limit, but he's an amazing limit player and will play in our biggest Friday games. So, very smart guy, too. But he is, man, he's smart, but he is fearless. And he will bluff it off if he has to 50, 80K deep. So, those guys that are willing to unleash havoc are my type of dudes. JD with the second barrel.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard for Jesse to continue here. He does have the best hand, but I mean, obviously he can't know that. JD's hand is very strong, can turn the nuts, or can river the nuts, whereas Jesse is always going to have a mediocre hand with a tough decision on the river pretty frequently. Even against JD, who he's been pretty aggressive, Jesse probably wants something a little bit better than bottom pair to go there. Because even if he is ahead, he's not going to have... His equity is by far from locked up.
No.
Who is the next star guest? Says Patrick Walsh.
I don't know. Let me see who's in the... I'm going to bring up the lineups for this coming Friday.
I'm like, whenever I question something, I'm like a huge favorite to be wrong. Massive favorite.
Trey Slade Nor in Twitch chat says JJ seems obsessed with that chick. Okay, 90% or more over the past 4 hours of comments in chat have been about the poker buddy. So if anything, we're just accommodating you guys.
Hold on here, boys and girls. You can't be starting those rumors. I'm a married man.
Yeah, I'm married as well.
Oh, you're married too?
Yeah.
654, 2 hearts, and this is a bomb pot. Guys, don't be starting those rumors, because that ain't even true.
All right, bomb pots. We see some really interesting play in bomb pots today. Like I feel like normally when I'm commentating live, like when bomb pots happen, everyone just plays like really straightforward. Sometimes I feel like someone overvalues their hands, but it's like we have seen some really interesting stuff.
Poker Bunny's doing the thing right now, and she has a flop straight. Look
yeah.
What is she saying?
She said, "I'm sorry, guys." She says, "I feel like I'm not good at tells in live poker," and then it raises.
Oh my god.
Let's just watch this unfold. She has a straight.
Yeah, it's a 90% chance to win the hand. It's up against JD, who we know does not like folding. But he
oh my gosh.
I mean, JD just, he's got middle pair. He just gives it up.
So I need 145.
I didn't open that. Guys,
So I don't want to say who's in the lineup for this Friday, Don.
Okay.
But it's a freaking sick lineup.
All right.
It's insane. And most likely it's going to be 100, 200, 200. Most likely.
All right. You guys better show up on Friday.
It's an insane lineup.
145. So just you have 2 purples and 1 white. We'll be all settled up.
One guy, John Zane in chat says, if I win live but lose online, am I a winning player? I guess it depends whether you play more online or live. If you play more live, I guess you're a winning player. If you play more online, I guess you're not.
So my question is, why are you playing online if you're losing online unless it's just to practice? So the last few days I played online, I wasn't playing any poker really for the last like almost month.
Okay.
Because my hourly is really high live, Don, right?
I'm actually the opposite. I do better online.
Well, my hourly is decent online.
Yeah.
Like, if my hourly wasn't so high the last 2 years live,
Yeah.
before the pandemic and then 2021, but then like now comparing, I'm like, well, I should probably do other things with my time than play online.
Yeah.
So I haven't been playing that much online poker. But the last 3 days I played, and I bought into like on Global, they have like the $218 tournaments and a bunch of other tournaments while I'm playing like 2-5 and 5-10 different limits. And I'm losing. So I can tell myself, all right, I'm using this now as practice time.
Right, yeah.
But it was 3-day short sample, 10, 8, 7, 2 hearts. But if I had to like settle down and like put the seatbelt down and like put the hammer on online poker, I would do it. But the games have gone progressively tough on that site, I feel like. Turn ace, the AZ kid.
Mystery hand.
Yeah. And
JD's
JD
got bottom pair, not much of anything else.
I believe, well, not I believe, JD did raise this up, and now he's going to take a bite.
Yeah.
He's going to rep the ace.
This is kind of like a semi-bluff again. Bottom pair, you're not, I mean, I have to imagine JD's not value betting it, so it's kind of like a semi-bluff where it's like, yeah, you do have a pair, but it's probably not good, but you have 2 outs to trips and 3 outs to 2 pair. So it's like it's kind of like a 5 out. It's a little bit better than a gut shot, right? If you think of it that way.
It's a very mergy bet because it could get called by worse. And
That's good. That's also a really good call out too, because let's say AZ kid had a hand like Queen 9, for example. He could get a call from that, and River could go check, and JD could win. I have a feeling JD is going to bet the River though.
And a bet of 1,700, and the AZ kid, what is his most likely holding? 1 pair with an ace, I would assume. Wow, we're not going to ever see it, Don.
We'll never know. All we know, it was better than bottom pair.
But it could have been just an 8 or a 10. Like, we've seen the AZ kid make about 3 or 4 good calls today.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
I think we've seen him make some light calls that he's lost as well, but I mean, just, you can't be right. No one can be right every time. Then poker would just not even be a game. But yeah, definitely, he's got that spidey senses for those those hero calls. Got some talent there.
500 seconds.
Bummer.
500.
We know the routine. You can buy it next.
Patrick Wall says, who's the best player at this table? I mean, like I said, I think there's a lot of really good players, but personally, I think Jesse has impressed me the most, and then probably, yeah. But yeah, this whole table has been really tough. This is, I mean, I've seen a lot of Live at the Bikes, and this is probably one of the only lineups where it's like I would not want to play this game.
All credit to all you players at this table. Don Ding is gonna back down. Don, at what point Well, let's get to that after this hand.
Yeah, we
'cause
got
AZ
ace king.
AZ Kid with the cold 4-bet here.
5,400.
And a big bulky one. And JD says, I was just playing with the 4-3-0 on the button.
Yeah.
So how big were you playing at one point in your career?
I would say towards the start of the career, like my first 2 years, I was playing like pretty much as big as I could like publicly access, which is like probably up to like 100, 200, sometimes straddled in Vegas and like in the Commerce, the other casino.
No limit or PLO?
Mostly both, but mostly PLO, I would say.
Wow, man, you rose through the stakes really fast.
Yeah, I mean, I had like really aggressive bankroll management, and these days it's just my risk tolerance is not there. Like I definitely think like hourly the game I play the most. If I play live poker these days, I play 5-5, the 1K cap game at the bike. I think my hourly could be higher, playing higher games, but like I just don't like the variance. It's chill. I think I'm happy. It's fun. I like it there.
So you and Jeremy Fremlin are like
Jeremy's
Siamese twins.
He's starting to move up now, though.
Oh, really?
I mean, he's been playing bigger games recently, right? Like he's been playing.
Well, he'll
bigger
play the
live
stream, but even here at the bicycle, like he won't. Maybe he is. I haven't played in the last few weeks, but I mean, Jeremy used to play 5-10 and 10-20 at the bike back in the day. I think Jeremy's probably one of the biggest winners at the bicycle overall, probably.
Yeah, I think his reasoning is a little different than mine, because I guess I don't want to speak for Jeremy, because I'm not 100% sure, but I believe like I think he had like some like confidence issues. I've always been pretty confident. I just enjoy like playing the 1K cap. But yeah, back when I was earlier on in my career, I definitely like played some really big games. So I would say the first really big game I played was a PLO game at the bike. It was with this guy who ran home game, so he was like mega loaded. He's kind of advertising for his home game, and he just went all in every single hand for like rebuy $2,000, all in every hand. And that was I won like 10,000 the first day I played with him. I played with him like a week after at the bike and won the 20,000. And then that kind of like that was just the bankroll boost I needed to like really like tackle these bigger games.
What does this guy's first initial start with?
J.
I know this guy.
Yeah.
Last letter I of the first name. No.
Or no, not last letter.
A.
I was able to scrape it off, so it's fine.
Right?
But just have people that don't believe in cleanliness. We don't have any cheaters amongst us. So we're all good. Last roll 2. Raise the 5.
Joel here with the pocket aces. We actually haven't seen anyone win any big pots with aces today, I feel like. We've seen a lot of people get aces, but no one's really dragged like more than like a C-bet out of them, I think.
And this is a straddled pot. Weapons of mass destruction.
And once again, it's probably not going to be a big pot with aces.
American Airlines Joel is definitely flying high. And the Arizona kid is going to make a spicy call here with ace high with some equity to a straight. He could rock the 6-7 or a flush if he really needs to. Joel checking to see if he has ace of spades. He's going to check it on over to the AZ kid.
Definitely a late call, but I mean, we've seen like AZ kid definitely likes to like, especially in position, he likes to take it like to the later streets and see if he can like steal some of these pots. And he's going for it here.
It's a pretty dirty board here for aces. Aces, I don't think Joel's going to fold to 1-bet, although this board sucks. Like,
yeah,
you know, the AZ kid could have a flush now. He could have 6-7. But Joel comes to the school that I come from, and it's like poker hand is like a story. Yeah, you told chapter 13, but now the river is chapter 16. You're going to tell the river the real story? Because the flop, pre-flop, turn, river, they're different chapters of story. If we want to simplify it, we can go chapter 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 4th chapter, and the AZ kid did not tell the 4th chapter that he had a flush. In order for him to finish off the story, he would have had to have bet 4,000. Right?
Yeah, I think the give up is definitely reasonable because I mean, like looking at this spot, like from the AZ kid's perspective, Joel c-bet and then check called the turn. I mean, it kind of looks like, Joel is going into that like pot control mode where he's trying to get to showdown as cheaply as possible, and the AZ kid's like, yeah, you know what, I think you're gonna call me on the river, and just gives it up. And I think Joel probably would have called like any reasonable size bet on that river. So yeah, it's a good give up by the AZ kid.
Jesse, you're under the gun.
It's a good check on the turn by Joel. Like he got again, like
he got a street of value with just checking.
Exactly, he got value in a spot where if he had bet, Joel AZ kid would have just folded. So a lot of times people are like, oh, he missed a street of value. No, he got an extra street of value by checking. Oh wow, Jesse's got aces now.
Well, the thing is with Joel also, he would check a flush there sometimes.
Yeah.
So Joel he's a pretty good player. Like I said, I played a lot of online with him this past year, 2020 and 2021, before I came back to live poker, and I know he's going to play pretty balanced too. So,
yeah, I mean, it's definitely like definitely seeing everyone mixed up here. I think even something as simple as king queen preflop, we've seen like a good mix of like calls and 3-bets.
600? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you put in 4.
A lot of it from like the same players.
You stick to eating food, Jesse.
Ryan just calling here with the pocket 9s.
3 players.
Good for him. This flop not so good for him though, as Ryan with the overpair might be thinking he has the best hand, but Jesse's sitting here with the aces.
8-4 deuce 2 spades. Jesse checks this one, and this is again the board where aces loves to check in the solver land. Turn 6.
Okay, thank you.
1850 in the pot. And a half pot size bet. And I wonder if this induces Jesse now to raise his aces, because aces feels pretty good against a less than half pot size bet. On a very drawy, dynamic board, you figure if Brian had a much stronger hand, he might bet bigger to defend some equity of flush draws, some straight draws. And let's see if Jesse picks up on that or he just continues with the call.
I think he would just go for a call because like Jesse raised from early position, and if he does raise here, he opens up Ryan's potential to 3-bet, whereas like Jesse's not going to have 3-5 or 5-7, whereas like Ryan in the big blind could have those hands.
Very true.
So basically like Jesse, despite having like a strong range that he could have overpairs, he's kind of capped, so he doesn't really want to blow up the pot too big.
And now Jesse with the ace of diamonds, he's going to probably go for some value here. Maybe without the ace of diamonds, he checks this back sometimes because his board 9-7 just got there. Flushes got there. He still might check this back. Let's defer to Jesse.
Good value bet.
And let's see if Ryan feels committed here with a call. Does Ryan ever raise this with a 9 in his hand for 9-7 and also a blocker to the flush? Brian Malky very capable.
10 seconds.
What does one of the hot shots in Los Angeles do in the spot? And Brian Malky just folds for a third
fold.
pot sizing. Well done, Mr. Malky.
He's thinking, you know, Jesse called on the turn. He's probably not thinking Jesse called with just like 2 overs to bluff the river. And if it's not that, I mean, like, there's not that many bluffs Jesse can have. So yeah, great fold by Ryan. Really disciplined.
All right, YouTube chat. 591 likes. Who's going to push us over 600?
We're really close.
We're very close. Let's hit 600 and counting.
Nice try, buddy.
Jen Yuzane says, why would he check there with aces since there's a flush draw on the flop?
I'm not telling. I already gave away too much strategy, Don.
We're not going to tell him?
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, you have to check some good hands. Otherwise, if you always bet when you have a pair, then when you do check, your opponents will know you don't have anything, and they can just bet with their entire range.
Also, Ryan Malky and JD could have all the sets. The
Yeah.
board was like, I think it was 8-5 deuce or something like that.
Yeah.
Both players can have all the sets. So it's another, you kind of pot control / if you feel weakness, you can go for a raise on a later street.
Aces is also more protected. Yes, there is a flush draw, but earlier in the stream we were talking about I'd rather check aces and bet with queens because queens are afraid of a king and an ace coming off, whereas with aces it's like, yeah, you don't want the flush to get there, but it's okay. And he did have the ace of diamonds also, so even if the flush does get there, he has enough flush draw on the turn. It's like JD's thinking about a raise here with the pocket threes. Just goes for a call.
4 plays.
Jack, 10, 8, 2 clubs. Top for the AZ kid. But Remedio, damn it, Don. We're 4.5 hours in, and I'm Remedio.
It's a tricky one,
pair.
I gotta say. I actually got tripped up because I was saying it correctly first, because that's how it looks like. But then, like, you kept saying it wrong, and I was like, oh no, and that tripped me up. I'm blaming you, JJ. It's all your fault.
That's fair. My wife does the same thing. I take it all. Yeah, you're right. I'm wrong. Very dynamic board.
10 seconds.
Time chip extension. We see Remedio with one more after this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting to the end of the show. They might as well use them.
Yes, they do fill back up right after the show.
We can talk about that after.
Oh, they still keep. They have the rules where they still do the 30 seconds after the show.
Well, they get replenished to 5 time chips at the end of 5 hours.
Okay. Oh, okay. But like they still play with the 30-second rules. Okay.
Yeah, they still play with the action clock.
I thought they would just convert to like a regular table at that point.
No, these players love the action clock because it pushes the hands.
No, I agree. I would love an action. I think that's an amazing rule. But yeah, BT in the YouTube chat says, stupid question after live streaming, people still play it. I would say that was definitely one of the less stupid questions I've seen. But yeah, it's true that they can keep playing after the show ends.
Look at, my teacher once told me there is no dumb question, and when it pertains to poker, there is a solved strategy, kinda. It's still being solved. There are no dumb questions. The AZ kid is the one with, ooh, AZ kid counting out his stack. He knows that this is a very dynamic board.
Yeah, this is
a tough one.
Yeah.
Because the AZ kid raised, Remedio called from the button. He can have straights. He can have almost all the sets. He can have 2 pair, right? And not only, this was a 4-way flop.
Yeah.
So Remedio not only had to bluff out the AZ kid if he was bluffing.
Yeah.
But he had to have his equity hold up against a 4-way hand. So
but at the same time, it shows a lot of strength, and he could be doing this with a hand like 10-9, or like Jack-9, or like King-Queen, which like 2 overs and a straight draw, or any of those combined with a flush draw too. So it's like AZ kid is definitely suspicious that he has one of those hands.
Absolutely.
But yeah, Remedio definitely on this board can definitely hit a lot of very strong hands as well.
Tough spot because let's just say Remedio didn't have 2 pair and he had those hands. What's the likelihood that he's going to give up on the turn? So you're compounding an even tougher spot now on the turn.
AZ Kid is definitely thinking, yeah, if he continues here, there's a high probability his entire stack is going in.
And I think he's going to beast mode and just fold it. I don't know how you throw in a time chip and continue here. Because now you're going to be leveling yourself and thinking, okay, now I have to call this turn once he makes a big bet.
I kind of think he's going to continue, but we'll see. I feel like this is the first one we've disagreed on. We've been right. Oh, you were right this time. All right. We were right, everyone, and JJ is still undefeated, and I got my first strike.
But shout out to the AZ kid. Like,
yeah, nice fold. Yeah, he made the good decision.
I mean, we could see the cards and we're like, yeah, he should fold. But in practice,
yeah,
versus third place main event, you know,
Yeah, that's a
runner
great
up
fold.
that you know is capable, plays aggressive, has been 3-betting, has one of the higher VPIPs to make that fold on stream. Hats off to you, the AZ Kid, because that's not an easy fold.
Yeah, someone in chat already said AZ Kid on punt mode, but Nick Turgeon was wrong. AZ Kid was not on punt mode.
And we've got about 10 minutes left. So if you guys have any last-minute questions, holler at me or Don. We're both looking at the chat here. Don doing a better job than I, but who's counting?
About the same thing, I guess.
Well, I have the computer in front of me, so.
You know what? Shout-out time. Andy Nguyen, what's up? Because you've been rocking the whole time with us. Game Over 17, Ghosty FF, Sean Zhu, Ming Han, Nick Torjayan. If I screw up any names, sorry. I've been messing up Josh's name all night. Cole Morton. BT. What's up, BT? Patrick Wash. Sandy Joy says, JJR Don, is the next game Friday? Yes. The next game is not tomorrow. Most likely 100, 200, 200. Friday, sick lineup. I just looked at it. I don't want to give away too much. Shout out to Zion K, JW, Jun Yu Zhang. Zach Ross, JW, Zion K, John Torres, Kyle 849, Mason Storm. Shout out to all you guys who have tuned in. 10, 9, Deuce.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. Killer Kill 420, Bogus Rogus, Sly Cry, and Don Deuce 1700 in the Twitch chat.
And that's what you call a balanced strategy. I took over the YouTube chat. Don Dean got the Twitch chat, holding it down. So, boom.
We got some GTO discussion in the Twitch chat.
Ooh.
1,000.
We need Charlie Wilmoth here for that kind of stuff.
It is worth pointing out that poker is not actually solved. It is very close to solved, but when people thought chess was solved, bots were playing at like a 3,000 elo, and now they're playing at like a 3,600 elo, which is staggeringly much higher. So it could be the same thing in poker. But I agree. Poker is pretty close to solved as far as like practical purposes.
And a bet and a call. Look at Al going for this with 4 high. Can Al rep the 9? Remember this flop went check, check. Al can rep a straight. His removal, not very good. His heart, very good. And his chips, fearless. Did he just bet 2x pot? 5,000.
He wants to end the night on a bang.
Jesse Sylvia just got counterfeited his 10 deuce. And
takes it down
Al
with
the
a nut
2.
low. Maybe he thought he was playing high-low.
What a beast. And that's why Al's been thunderstorming these games.
Hey, you know what? We appreciate that up in the booth, too, putting on a show for all of us. Double pot bet, over bet with a nut low. It's nice to see that.
See, and that's the thing about like solver land, right? Right? It's solved. But the solver is not going to tell you to go 2x there with 4-3 suited, so you can kind of know what a baseline is, but you got to go for exploits in a live game. And there, Al just went for it with his exploits and thinking that Jesse Sylvia does not have many 9s in his range and just went for it with a 2x pot size bet. So credit to Al.
Definitely stole like a $2,500 pot that he had no right winning with the nut low, so it's a great play. And just because a game is solved doesn't mean you can't play it. Like I mentioned, like again, chess as a comparison. Like right now, the computers play chess at like a 3,600 level. The best player in the world, probably like Magnus Carlsen, is only 2,800. Means he wins less than 1% of the time, and that is the best player in the world. Poker it's the same way, right? Like even if poker is solved and you have the best players in the world playing poker, they're not playing anywhere close to optimal. So you can definitely, they can find edges and exploit each other. And yeah, I mean, like from a practical like human perspective, it doesn't really matter that much that like poker is pretty close to solved. You still got you still got to play the player. That's still going to make you the most money. I mean, me and JJ have been playing for like, I don't know how, I've been playing like a decade. I don't know how long you've been playing, but like, yeah, it's
2006, baby.
Yeah, it's going to be way more important to play the player than just you know, oh, the solution says I should do this.
Actually, I'll read out a tweet of mine after this hand. Ace, Jack, Deuce, pair for the AZ Kid, and Ramito with top pair, top kicker. He's got range advantage and actually the best hand, since we are on that game theory discussion.
I'm the hydrated one.
This was one of the tweets that I had during my jog that I had to tweet out, which is funny. I don't usually get to that point. Turn 9 of diamonds.
If you want, I hold you accountable.
The AZ Kid now with a diamond draw.
I just drink when I'm really nervous.
River 5. $13.50 in the pot. Remedio.
They were just in this spot not that long ago, right? Remedio, betting an AZ Kid, folding with the Ace Jack, and Remedio having the top two. So pretty similar, like not that similar, but I mean, again, it's Remedio betting an AZ Kid thinking about making a hero call. So he might be thinking, hey, I just folded to you. Oh, hell no, not again. Wow, he goes for the raise. All right.
What a beast.
Queen of diamonds, and then, I mean, a jack blocker, like, decent blockers. Not the greatest, but not the worst. And I mean, like, hey, I love to see the aggression, because, like, what, have we seen a check raise bluff on the river today? I don't think so, right? So I love this. You gotta get, like, he's got the creativity for sure.
I mean, what would he be bluffing here? You know, it's hard to find a bluff. Like, he would literally have to have something like this, a pair, or something like king queen.
He turned
with
a pair
just a
into a
king
bluff,
or queen of diamonds, like a straight draw that missed the flop.
So let's see what Remedio thinks.
It's a big bulky check raise, 700 to 3,000. And look at, let's see.
Show me half of one.
Show me half of one, he says.
I want a vertical, please. Damn, that was the one I didn't see. I'm gonna roll for this. 15% bet.
10 seconds.
It actually said call, and I said fuck.
So he
I'm
RNG'd.
giving you shit, boy. Yeah. Oh man, it literally
Oh,
said.
all right.
He RNG'd, by the way. He looked at his phone.
Yeah. We were talking about that earlier. But then he said he went against it because his intuition said that, and then, but he was wrong.
Stupid peasant watch.
And that was the last hand.
Wow, what a hand to go out on. I love this.
Once again, please smash the like button. Oh, we're going to go after this, and then V-Pips, Ryan, and Jesse rocking the highest V-Pips. JD definitely had the highest V-Pips.
It depends on the card distribution over like a one session, you know, a few hours, but yeah.
And here's the scoreboard for you guys. Remedio
Wow,
and
the rich
Al
get richer for real.
up 30,000 apiece.
Remedio and
JD,
Al, yeah, winning the
big
whole
spender.
time.
Those of you who put a 2 in the chat that Ryan would not make a comeback, you're absolutely correct. Ryan down a main event seat. You saw 129 hands of high stakes poker. We will be back Friday for a very sick 100, 200 game most likely. And this was my tweet the other day, Don. It says, knowing ranges and GTO is a third of the puzzle. Knowing your opponent's tendencies and plugging away at what they are trying to achieve with their bet sizes completes it. There you go. That was my tweet on
Alright.
Game Theory. Hope you guys enjoyed. Don, any last calls or last words?
Nicholas Weissman in chat says shout me out many times. So yeah, there you go. And then I would go so far as to say, you say it's a third of the puzzle. I think in practice, like if you're playing like anything, like I said, I play $1,000 buy-in game. If you're playing like anything that level or below, I think it's even less than that. I think like knowing your opponents is like 80-90%.
For sure. I agree with that.
Yeah.
So I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you guys. I won't be in the mix this Friday. I'll see you guys next Friday. Peace and love, y'all.
All right. See you guys.